Welcome home, gamer. Welcome back to Mechabellum for Weekend Tournament Asia number 74. Tournament is starting in about 12 minutes. We'll get ourselves here and taking a look at the list, where we should certainly recognize a whole bunch of the names. Vic, Unrivaled Super Hottie, Play Archer, Zemp, Saracha, along with some new names that are getting up there in MMR already. Armeria, Professor Shadoff, well done. See also folks like Sparty are lined up. Obviously expect a much fuller field by the time we're all ready. Oh, Math is Might is in. Should have Clint Leetwood joining me this morning. He's not in the broadcast booth yet, but we are expecting him. And preparations continue for two upcoming broadcasts. Tomorrow, of course, the finals of the Launch Clash tournament, which I hope you guys are planning to tune in from about 4 hours from now, so 28 hours out. We've got the brackets all set. A final 32 are ready for that one. In fact, here is the link to that. And what else? Oh, 1 week out, 8 days out, is the first tournament matches for Mag 1. We talked about that a little bit with Yes Win Big. It's the Mechabellum Advanced Group 1, which of course, that's what you're seeing here, would be the top end. Kind of a shout out to the top end of the gamers, right? You're, if you looked at Advanced Group 1. And so that is coming up in about 8 days. I'm looking forward to co-casting that one with Time for Miracle. So it should be really interesting. And Time will be joining us this week for the Europe tournament this weekend. Trying to think if there's anything else you guys need to know. I don't think so. We'll do our little things here. Picked up the emote. I was happy about that. I've hit the 5,000 I would need to buy the gildeds. I think it's the emotes I want first, but I haven't decided if I really I really want this one or not. A couple of folks finishing up some pre-tournament matches. Yeah, they're not going to finish, are they? We'll be running a 3-minute ad here, just to knock ads out of the way, drop the pre-roll and all that. Yeah, crying emote is handy when playing Brawl. You go into first place on the 8th or ninth round. Oh my gosh. Yes, I can totally imagine. Yeah, that sounds like it would be brutal.
Good morning.
That sounds like a Clint Leetwood. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing today?
No, just waking up. How about you?
About the same. Have coffee, will travel. Have coffee, will shoutcast. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
5 minutes out, and we've got 265 registrations. Love to see it.
It is a crazy number.
Mm-hmm. Game is popping off, and I love to see it. Did you have any good games recently?
Oh gosh, no.
Yeah.
I am deep in the theorycraft section still.
Uh-oh.
And yeah. We haven't quite made anything really work so far. We were having some success with Saber Stang, but it turns out Typhoon Boat just beats that in every regard. So
Oof. All right.
yeah.
I've been liking Typhoon Ball. I haven't actually tried the Typhoon Boat combo.
Yeah. It's very good. I feel like its only weakness right now is Sledgehammer Boat, only because it comes online a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
Because your your main shaft clear and unit is 100 credits less, but
Right.
that dies to loose crawler real bad. So
Right.
I don't know, it's tough.
Yes, Decaf. Good morning. It is an early tourney for me. It's the weekend tourney Asia, which is, at this time, it has been for weeks, as long back as I can remember. But yeah, it's just before 5 a.m. for Clint and I. Yeah, I can see. I can see Sledgehammer Boat, but I've not made that work in a while.
Interesting. Yeah, I've had a decent amount of success with the Sledge Boat.
Hmm.
But it's just in a good spot right now.
Right.
Which is funny because for the longest time it was in a really bad spot.
And then for a bit it was way overtuned. So
Mm-hmm.
Shoutcasting Asia. Isn't it still nighttime? It is pitch black outside, yes. Darker than my coffee outside. How's sound volume between Clint and I? You picking both of us up?
Yeah, test. 1
Yeah,
2 1 2.
Yeah, you're showing solid. I just don't. I just wanted to make sure people are hearing it. Both sound fine here. Cool. Thank you. Uh, co-casting with me today will be Clint Leetwood. So perfect. I'll, give Clint the shout out. Definitely worth a follow if you're following Mechabellum players. Waiting for the mall to open still, Sob. Fair enough. All right, 1 minute to go. 355 participants. That's just wow. Like,
It's an absolutely crazy number.
it's almost 3 full 128s. 369 will be like 17 shy of 3 full 128 person groups. I kind of love the way they're doing it right now. The top group gets the 128, and the other two groups get not quite. So we're in for a long cast, my friend.
You know what? I'm for it, man. For those unaware,
Ladies and gentlemen, start your sledgehammers. All right. Got a match you want to go to? Ooh. Yes, win big and LMCV could be fun. Zemp and Dorgon.
I don't have a strong in out here. Armeria might be fun to watch.
Armeria? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We have also Supate versus Dern. Be fun. Pick versus Kissel. I played against both of those people. Whoop versus Neopulse. Sparty versus Yabu.
Sure, let's try KM Peck against Kissel.
Okay.
Or actually, no, one below that. Sorry, Shiroha and Lord Clencariat, I think, would be probably the best matchup in that first. Decaf says, "Oh no, I am down to intermediate." Sob says, "I streamed yesterday. It was doable. That's good. Glad to know you're able to get on again. It's very good." Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament Asia number 74. We've got two great players up against each other in round 1 already, Shiroha and Lord Clencariat. Shiroha is going to be near side blue, took the cost control specialist with crawlers and steel balls. Lord Clencariat, a typhoon specialist on the far side, playing under red. And as usual, you guys will have channel point predictions available. I've seen Shiroha do this a couple of times with the steel balls in this slightly more advanced position And one of the things I've noticed he likes to do is add something here, potentially a wasp, and then mobile beacon that steel ball to wherever he needs it. So it could be like a steel ball wasp pack coming to the far side tower if the far side tower were open. It looks like Lord Clinkariot with the sledge arc start is going to be starting on Shiroha's right, with Shiroha's steel balls on the left. Lord Clinkariot's added a pair of crawlers. And we're still waiting on Shiroha to decide what he wants to add.
Not really the place you want to be in if both players clicked in deployment here. The steel balls on your weak side is definitely not where you want to be. You can't really play around that. Can't really reinforce that tower in a way to prevent a poor tower timing. You kind of just have to muscle against it.
Right.
But it looks like Lord Klein won't have to worry about that too much.
Yeah, he sold the left side steel ball and bought a Phoenix and a 4th crawler pack. So the Phoenix are going to win the round for Shiroha. Because there's snow upshoot, of course. But the interesting question is going to be whether this steel ball can contribute to getting the left side tower and get a steel ball level. It's not going to. It's going to come over and play with crawlers. It's probably not what we needed.
But Shiroha does make a good read here, right? By going this early Phoenix pack, just cheat out an early round, which cost control does require a little bit of time to come online, I think.
Yeah.
So eking out these first couple of rounds, I think, is pretty huge.
Right. At very least, not hemorrhaging a whole bunch of hit points on round 1.
Absolutely.
So Shiroha's two Phoenix. Nice close up there to get their moment in the spotlight. Save him 200 hit points, drop Lord Clinkariot to 4,600. We get unit reinforcements. Shiroha will take a single level 2 Stormcaller. There was also a pair of level 3 Fangs available. Lord Clinkariot took the level 2 Rhino.
Yeah, interesting to see Shiroha go for the Stormcallers, I guess, kind of on the defensive side, on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really think of that unit to be an incredibly strong defender, but I think in these early rounds, right, when the push is mainly Sledgehammer Arclight,
right,
it does quite a bit of work in cleaning that up, right?
Yeah, I actually do think of it as useful in defense. Anywhere that you're slowing the enemy down and can pound them, and that's exactly what he's going to go for. He'll have the crawlers get up in front. He's got a Fang in front, and then if everything is stopped to shoot, kind of that area, he's going to hit them from. In fact, buys a second pack of storms. He's not seeing the Rhino Wasp push coming, which fair enough. Now Lord Clinkariot has backed out of that and put the Wasps down here in the bottom right. And flanked with a crawler on the other
and
side.
look at this perfect split.
That split is amazing. For Lord Clinkariot, of course. Just expertly done.
Wide open.
One punch, man.
One shot hit.
Down. And, oh, by the way, that nice artillery you had, I have air over there.
Almost perfectly chaining both depots here.
Yeah, the two
basically
towers.
Guaranteeing maximum effectiveness of his army.
Yep. And the Phoenix, which hadn't leveled, do kill off the level 2 Rhino, but Shiroha takes about 600 hit points of damage there, down to 40-48. And just the pull on that side was just gorgeous. Quick barrier pickup for Shiroha, so suiting a giant eventually. Lord Clinkariot has ER Arclight as a possibility, but skips.
I think what we'll probably see is a boat come up here real soon for Lord Klein, I would imagine. We had the typhoon hitting the ground. I mean, boat would just do everything. Or
Yeah, you were talking about sledgehammer aggro. Or sledgehammer boat and typhoon boat. What about sledgehammer typhoon boat?
hey, that like the ideal pack, right? Is crawler, sledgehammer, typhoon spec to allow that. I think those sledgehammers are really desperately needed early chaff,
Mm-hmm.
and they kind of carry the early games. So kind of like Spider in regard.
He's adding a pair of crawlers on the flank side, and obviously has given Shiraha a whole bunch of problems. Shiraha adds the fangs on that screen side, flank screening position,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that's going to be sufficient. Puts a second pack out here where it could play defense against the Rhino, but the Rhino has been sold, right?
Yeah, but this is the beautiful part about being in the driver's seat and being aggro, right? Is that you kind of get to be the person asking all the questions. We made a rhino. We forced a response by making that little pack of green fangs, but even still, we have a pack of blue crawlers getting in on the left. The wasps on the right eventually crack through as well. We basically were able to lift up that blue rhino on that left side and use its money elsewhere and creating more pressure elsewhere that now Shiroha has to respect and answer.
Yeah, he's just lost 1,000 hit points. He's down to 3,024, but he's floated 500, so he's got 1,450 available, which is going to be a Vulcan with barrier in his defensive front. He's got he triple recruited fangs. That was these 3 fangs last turn.
And we see 2 anti-missile entries coming down for Lord Klein.
Right. If you're pushing, you can afford that, right? You get out in front of them, so that it's not like you're going to lose them. Right? Even
yeah, hopefully that's how that works out.
Well, I mean, this is one of the
Sometimes
things.
It gets a little weird.
It can if you get hit on the backside, right? But it's one of the things. If you're playing aggro, even if you've lost all of your units, the enemy doesn't generally get to your anti-missile devices because the battle is over in enemy territory, not in your territory.
Mm-hmm.
So Shiraha goes for a second Vulcan on the left side, and for Lord Clankariad it was a Typhoon with Bubble, and he sold out of the Phoenix in the corner. Or not the Phoenix, the Wasps in the corner there.
And you might notice Shiroha dropping some missiles in the back right, in the back left, and you might think that's a -50 for Shiroha. No, he's actually fixing how his army is walking forward and engaging right now. And I would put money that if Shiroha did not use those missiles, this round would have looked significantly different with Lord Klein firmly winning it.
Yeah, Lord Clankariat would have had crawlers in on this on these guys here in the back. Shiraha wins the round pretty heavily, and we get a unit drop on round 5. Sabretooth for Lord Clankariat, and also for Shiraha. Yeah, 1 turret died in that as the crawlers came from left to right here.
There comes down boats with round cannon.
I love that you called this before the match even started. That's amazing. I literally theory crafting it this morning, and we're talking theory this morning, and this is exactly what you were talking about.
It's very strong right now. This is something I think it's kind of the flavor of the month, and we're all scrambling to try and figure out a cost-effective answer to it right now. We don't. It seems like we don't have one yet, but I have faith in this community that we'll theory craft and brew something else to answer it pretty strongly. We'll see though. And this classic, maybe like, I don't know how to coin it, but like a 301 drive-by. This little mumble beacon here on these boats will force it in a very shallow sort of scooch as it comes by the tower.
Right.
And what ends up happening is because of Overlord artillery having its own independent firing AI.
Right.
Oftentimes that means that that cannon will just get a free shot on that tower pretty quickly. So much chaff to churn through here. Here it comes. Oh, it's distracted by crawlers.
Perfect timing for those crawlers, but unfortunate for Shiroha, the Phoenix goes down. Unfortunately for Lord Clancarriot, the anti-missiles go down. But the round will go to Lord Clancarriot. 700 hit points to Shiroha, drops him to 2324. Lord Klein is at 2892.
Oh man, so many crazy Mustang. Or sorry, not Mustang. Well, yeah, Mustang and Typhoon items.
Right, both of them love these items. I actually sort of think of amplifying core as being better for the Typhoon, and then improved firepower is better for the Mustang. But Lord Clancarriot took the improved firepower control, and Shiroha's still thinking about it. Third boat. Oh, the improved firepower control went on the boat. I see.
And this is sort of a scenario where people on the defense feel like you only can really rely on a spell to bail them out. Shiroha has subsidized staying and is going for area specialization. I do think there's a lot of merit in this sort of thinking. I think a more notable thing here, this isn't for lack of money, is that range wasn't clicked. Shiroha wants these Mustangs running ahead and being in front of this Vulcan here.
So we're going to let the Vulcan do some of the late tanking if needed.
Mm-hmm. But while Mustangs can also act as a DPS unit, they're also, in this scenario, looks like to be very much a chaff unit for the right side to slow it down.
Right.
We'll just push down a little bit.
Especially with the crawlers coming through them, they get pushed really wide, so they're not clumped together at all.
You get some crowd surfing Mustangs. You'd love to see it. And yeah, this push is slowly getting stuffed.
Phoenix show up to really help with the DPS on both the Typhoon and the Overlords, and wow, that is comprehensively shut down to the tune of 2,400 hit points of damage. Lord Clancarriot down to 645 hit points.
The advanced powertrain, not something you want to see as Shiroha. You want to slow down this push. Extra move speed makes this thing even more terrifying.
Yeah, the whole push with speed. Did Shiroha not place the improved firepower last turn, or is this just another one?
There were two this game.
Right.
So I guess... I'm not sure.
I think he late recruited this one. I think this is the... I think that was the home. Yeah, so this is a new one, and it's coming on to the... a second new... For Lord Clancarriot, it is all Typhoon now, with 5 of them on the ground. Loaned for speed, has 100 that he's floating.
And I think something that can get really scary here, right, is if Lord Klein even wins this run by a little bit, Lord Klein has the option of clicking something like homing missile on Typhoon, and this push starts churning through defenders like nobody, man. Right. It is scary. And we'll see how quickly this push is stopped.
Unsung hero of this defense, I think, is the Sabertooth with double tap, popping barriers and really helping to slow things down there.
I mean, aerial specialization is also putting in a lion's share of work. Yeah. But that Sabertooth definitely being a linchpin.
And Lord Clencariat with the surrender. And that is a win for for Shiroha. Well done. So there is your answer. How do I stop Typhoon Boat? Apparently, get subsidized staying and run some double-teched anti-air Mustangs with a couple of Phoenix, a big double-tap Saber, and as much firepower as you can muster in that corner, and as much hit points as you can muster in that corner. So, fantastic defense from Shiroha.
Yeah, I think the real key to slowing that build down is, I think, finding an answer, a strong answer into one of the units. Both of the units, right, Typhoon and Overlord, complement each other's weaknesses so well. I think as long as you can turn off one completely, the other one should kind of falter. But in this case, right, we focused on taking out the boats first and Typhoon second.
Yep. Interesting positioning too. It's not on the line, as Larius is observing in chat. So I do wonder if it being a little bit further forward could have helped it, or even on that last round, if taking temp range could have helped a bit.
Yeah, temp speed is helpful here, but temp range does increase certain abilities and their ranges. Namely, Overlord Artillery does get affected.
It gets a bump.
Yeah. So something you definitely want to be taking if you're the Overlord player. That scenario.
I'm stepping into Yes Win Big and LMCV. Yes Win Big, if you guys aren't aware, it is, I believe, sponsoring and organizing the Mag 1 tournament coming up. We'll be casting starting on I think it is the 12th of October, so 1 week from today. Yes, he's running a large tournament on a Saturday when we already have 3 other tournaments going, so it'll be a busy day. And Toadish, thank you for the follow. So S1 Big is the defending European champion. Decaf says, I pulled the best worst win I'll ever pull, I think. Interesting. Tell us more, sir. Looks like we are in ranged fort with backline of marksmen, EMP storms, trying to do a range war from LMCV's perspective. And from Yeswin Big's perspective, it's kind of similar, but it's Vulcan marksmen with a pair of melting points. One of them is level 3 with a laser sight, and I assume this one might have come from a drop at some point.
And the person with the higher marksman, higher level marksmen are going to be the ones that are slowly eking it out here, it looks like.
Yeah, marksman is the king of the range war, isn't he? And is not even
not in Storm Colors.
Yeah, that in Storm Colors. It's not even elite marksman yet, but at the same range, 195 meters apiece, and LMCV does close it out against Yeswin Big. Yeswin Big right back up at the 2,000 MMR mark, so that'll be a big bump for LMCV. And the Lion, of course, is a long-time player. I think actually predates me coming to the game, or we arrived right around the same time. So experience over MMR at the moment. You're going to redeem the replay. Okay, Decaf. Math is Might has 350 hit points left. We'll see if he's turning this around or not. If he is, it's going to be with a pair of... I'm sorry, 3 with 3 war factories. Is Sobman in the house? Here we go. He's got range, Phoenix production, steel ball production, and missile interceptor on them. So they are somewhat battle factory, somewhat production factory. A couple? No, a thruple of war factories, indeed. And they're in a... oh no. They're in the runaway mobile beacon past the command center? Are we going to get... are we going to get twerking war factories as they try to go past this command center? I think that's what
we will,
get.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a conga line of death right there.
Right. So, kind of an interesting piece, right? To be running them... running the production behind the Farseers. Yeah, so that's running past the Farseers. Yes, Decaf. It is understandable.
Really seem to be working?
No. No, the entirety of
towers
his army
are
is
naked?
Gone. The towers are gone. I think we were
18-second debuff?
Yeah, I think we were running away from the acid scorpions, but that's just made the problem worse, really. And surrender for Math is Might. So another solid upset from the 1600 MMR bracket. Bad man upsetting Math is Might. That has brought round 1 to a close. So we'll go around the room a bit. We've got Sriracha beats Old Man Can Win. Rooster with the win over KGB Cross God. I think this is Master, right? Seal the Elite beats Neza. We saw LMCV with the upset win over Yes Win Big. Zemp beats Dorgon. What is this? What is this name? Is the name of this one. Loses to Armeria. We saw that Badman upset Math is Might. Happy Hedgehog with the win over Flix. So that's 3 upsets up here. Sage Akron upsets Hawk in Space, so that's 4 up in this top half of the bracket. I think seeding by MMR is a little bit better than seeding by Combat Power for sure, in terms of creating these interesting first round matchups. Further down, Alpha beats Sauron, DRN beats Subutai, Hensuman beats Godius Prime. We have a win from the Dark Paladin house over Vic, another upset there. Tissil beat Kampek. We watched Shiroha beat Lord Clenkariot. Neopulse beats Whooped. Ferganant over Doomslayer. ICD beat Renate. What's a Woman beat Illuminor Zerots. Cortex over, I think this is Thunder. Too Smart beat Professor Shadoff. Evil Coin. Wait, Evil Coin? What's going on there? Evil Coin beat Camos. Zaubu beat Sparty. Unrivaled Super Hottie over Symbios. Play Archer beat Dionys. Steel Sane luck hard with a win over Philomatico. That's a big upset. Even bigger is Tananim beating Skay. Wow, and Tasdar beats Sacco in round 1. Thump. Dillo and HT Susauer had wins. Further down, wins from Yakimaru, Darkless, Unrecovered, Rocky Heart, Effect, Forsen, TSC, Irwin H, and more. Wow, that is quite the round 1. Sacco knocked down.
Knocked down and knocked out. Has abandoned the tournament.
Oh, wow. I guess that's a little understandable. I'm actually tempted to go watch Tastar against Yakimaru now. It is the middle seed match here, which might make it the best matchup. I mean, Flix against Saracha is the other one that would be, with Flix in the spoiler role.
We can give a little spotlight to Tastar.
Let's give that a shot. Tastar against Yakimaru, coming right up. I have failed this city. I did just order coffee. Fair enough. Yes, Saab would have won that with the Triple War Factory. I think so. And good morning, Uncle Lazy. Right, channel point predictions are up for Tastar against Yakimaru, our round 2 match. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament Asia number 74. Tastar, who just upset Sacco in round 1 against Yakimaru. Yakimaru takes the Fire Badger Specialist with crawlers and sledges, and Tastar still thinking about it.
I think probably the best draft is the Farseer, but Giant Spec has some merit here too. We go for the Rhino Spec with Fang Spider. I mean, Fang Spider is very strong. They both move at relatively the same speed, so it makes a push with them very cohesive, very homogeneous. How are you feeling about Crawler, Sledge, Fire Badger Spec? I think that seems pretty strong.
Yeah, I actually love the idea of Fire Badger Spec with sledges, right? Because you get your chaff clear, and then they're both very, very tanky. So,
yeah, I think it lets you kind of lean into an idea of wanting your opponent to go melting point. Melting points don't really clear those units very well. So if you can kind of force them into a spot where they're maybe wanting to take that unit, I think you're in a good spot for the late game.
Right. Starting with the Tarantulas in Standard and Marksman behind. I mean, Yeswin Big and I workshopped the Tarantula Marksman build a lot. We were doing it up on the line. Obviously, because they have such good chaff clear, they really do need a single target behind them. But this is a little... We're going to do it from deep. So both players adding the Marksman and potentially preparing for a range war, despite having also potentially very short chaff clear. 75 meters from the Tarantula, 60 meters from the Fire Badgers.
Ooh, that tower timing is pretty good for Tastar here.
For Yakimaru, I think, the far side, right?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I have it mixed up.
Yep.
I even double-checked that. I was like, okay, yeah, it's Tastar. Nope.
Tastar near side blue, Yakamaru far side red, and Yakamaru wins round 1. Tastar picked
Mm.
a starting pack with um, a lot more hit points, so he's still at 4550. Yakamaru's at 4100. Extended range Stormcaller offered, but Yakamaru takes the laser sights. I think he's seeing a range war coming, so wants the range. And Tastar puts heavy armor on the Tarantula in front of that tower that he lost. So the tower with the 2 marksmen on it already. For Yakamaru, it's a 4th crawler on the back row, a marksman on the same side as the sledgehammer with the laser sights, and the fire badger will be joining what has been the strong side for him. Tastar adds another tarantula and another marksman. So Tastar really missing the second line of chaff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like the thing that wasn't really addressed for Tastar here is this insta lock. This now level 2 marksman's getting right off the bat. We'll see it again right here, right? This level 2 marksman is locking immediately onto this tarantula with heavy armor, thankfully.
Right.
But it won't take very long for these 2 marksmen to work through it.
Yeah, there's nothing out in front of that thing. Yeah, really good point. Insta-lock was the key element there, and of course that's just going to be more levels, more experience for that marksman, obviously not a level yet. And Yakamaru rides that to round 2 win. Still not doing a ton of damage per round. Tastar's at 4320. Get the unit reinforcement. Scorpion for Tastar.
I think Scorpion's just like good for both players here. I'd love to see Yakamaru develop some Stormcallers here. I really feel like it just does a complete.
Right. It counters absolutely everything on the board for Tastar. Yakamaru takes a.
You're not allowed to have. Oh yes, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah. It's typically you're typically not allowed to have units like the marksman and tarantula this packed tightly. Like you need to have at least some amount of spacing here, right? That should be punishable by a sentry missile or any amount of AoE splash.
Right.
I think those crawlers do not actually manage to get in front of the spider. But we still haven't fixed the auto lock, and it's happening again. Now we have a worm to contend with over here, and it's a level 2 Scorpion, so it will eventually work through it, but not before a lot of damage has been done by it.
And not in time to keep the Scorpion alive either. Yakamaru is going to win the marksman off on this right side, but meanwhile, Tastar has addressed the left side with the addition of the crawlers and wins that side.
Oh man.
Picking off fangs one at a time and winning the round with like that few hit points. My goodness. Tastar's at 4220, Yakamaru's at 4100. And of course, this is the thing with marksman carry. Obviously, it scales to infinity, but it does damage really, really slowly, so it's plenty of time to address the issues as they're coming up. Well, unless you get orbital bombardment and take out half the enemy's army first, that'll help a lot. For Tastar, it was a amplifying core on that Scorpion, which, I mean, you've increased its damage output to 30,000, but the only thing that has that much hit points is the Sandworm, and it was wasting time on other things. Yakamaru adds the Stormcaller, which you did want to see. And
vertical, no less. I think that's probably ideal given the board.
Right. And what is the other ad? Was it this? I'm missing Yakimaru's other ad. For Castar, we've got a range on the tarantulas now, so trying to address one of our weaknesses. And you can see that the crawlers are really becoming a problem for Yakimaru, especially on the left side. They have crawlers all the way in on sledgehammers over there. Did Tastar finally fix that insta-lock?
He did. He did by picking range.
Right.
Sometimes good enough.
Just stop a little bit further away and don't rush out and die. But Yakimaru is still getting round wins with 1 or 2 surviving marksmen, and importantly, it means he's not taking any damage either. He's under no pressure at all, and he's got the long-term scaling.
Mm-hmm.
Adds a level 4 Phoenix. It's interesting, I think. You're already this heavy into marksman. Both players took it. And Yakimaru counters with range on the sledges. Took a pair of sledges vertical on the far side.
The sledges and marksmen will be shooting at a very similar distance now, which can be a little problematic given the scorpions on the field. If it ever lines up a good shot, it might take out also a marksman alongside a sledge line. But that's a pretty niche outcome.
Well, he's also achieved the Phoenix will fly out in front of the sledge, which I've made.
True.
I've made that mistake many times. And also, interestingly, our laser sight sledge has more range than our marksman at 155 meters. So we'll actually be fighting from behind the marksman. You guys protect me. You guys go be the bodyguard. I'm not sure that's exactly how you want this to work.
Yakimaru has both level 1 attack and level 1 defense enhancement from the tower at round 5. I think this is like a really important timing, like one of the things that you should be trying to be mindful of in your games. We want ideally both of those upgrades by round 5, at least in my mind. Let's just scale into the mid game pretty well.
Right, you're talking 15% of extra hit points and 12% extra attack really does add up.
Oh, it's so significant.
Anytime you're no longer one-shotting your opponent, the attack really helps.
The attacks are just muscling through here with just a little bit too much beef.
And that's a big round win. It's 1,500 hit points. Drops Yakimaru to 2640.
I'm not really sure I understand.
They both took it, huh? Both of them took the attack, but haven't taken attack enhancement from here. Now that card is 30%, this is only 24%, so it's 30% for 350, 24% for 300, but you kind of think, if you're going to be taking it, you would only be taking it if you were pretty much always going to take this anyways. So, and both players adding range on the Phoenix, and 2 more Phoenix. Again, you're already in the marksman. What is... I guess...
That's where I was confused about as well.
To me, it feels like Yakimaru wanted to just sell that level 4 Phoenix and commit to his marksman.
Sort of where my head is at as well.
It's 1,200 he could have spent on marksman techs at this point, which is, range plus elite marksman maybe. And all of a sudden,
and the
those
problem
things are doing a lot of damage.
It's true, and the problem that we were having on Yakamaru's side that we're now seeing again is that we just have a chaff clear issue.
Right.
And we don't need more Phoenixes. We need more Stormcallers.
Right.
We need more Stormcallers. We need Mech Rage Sludgies. We need ranged arc lights.
We've got Fire Badger. We could go ranged Fire Badger too.
True. Yeah, we can also go ranged Fire Badger. But yeah, I think we're kind of letting the game go by making some interesting pivots. I'm not sure. I don't ever want to be like, this is incorrect, but this feels incorrect. You know.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at it as there's clearly something that both players could have optimized in terms of they each have a single target. And I do personally like Phoenix but more than Marksman, but I've kind of learned if you're going to commit into one single target damage, especially if we're this heavily into it, just commit to it. Marksmen don't pop unless you're actually investing the techs in them, unless you actually get the elite marksman on them. And yeah, if you don't, then they feel underpowered. Yakamaru does recognize the chaff clear problem, picks up a pair of Fire Badgers, and gave all the Fire Badgers range, so they're going to be out at 115 meters with temp range and temp speed. That puts them back on par with the Tarantulas at 115 meters. The Tarantulas, however, are adding Spider Mine, and we're now into level 2 and level 3 Tarantulas, so the Spider Mines are pretty beefy, right? They have 1,500 hit points for the level 2, and they'll do 9,000 damage if they blow up on something, which is enough to take out everything shy of a level 3 sledge on Yakamaru's board.
Do you think Yakamaru's long-term plan was to go into assault mode marksman here with long-range Phoenixes backing it up?
That is a possibility, because he does run assault mode on the bar. And yeah, that could have been a potential chaff clear answer for him. He also spent the 400 or so on loose formation last round, and I think was probably disappointed at how little of a difference it made in terms of chaff war. Right, because he hadn't adjusted the chaff clear problem. He was just adjusting his own chaff timing.
Yeah, and I think very smart by Tastar here, right? If my opponent's having a chaff clear issue, I'm going to click the tech that gives me infinite chaff, and Spider Mines and, bullies Yakamaru off the map.
Nicely done. You can see how Tastar beat Sacco, although this presumably is not the same board or style, but the man is having a good day. Beats Sacco in round 1, beats Yakamaru in 7 rounds in round 2 of this tournament. Through to round 3 at 2-0. I do like also the chaff board that he built over time, right? Like, I called it out as a weakness early, but to fully hit to his credit, he's added things behind towers, 4 late crawlers, and an early crawler. So it winds up with a 10 chaff on the board at round 7, and Yakamaru's only got the 5, and that is a big chunk of where this goes badly for Yakamaru, is the chaff war. So nicely done from Tastar. Even has the one anti-missile, I missed that. The one anti-missile device protecting his Stormcaller. Let's see if there's another good match going. Well, Saracha and Flix was the other one we were considering. And Flix is ahead with just a little bit remaining for Saracha. We'll step into that one. Do want to give a shout out. Hello, Baller. Says, I missed the tourney by like 3 minutes. So what you're saying is, I was awake before you were today?
We'll be right back.
Sure. Saracha running the Ion Beam, of course, is the defending mini tournament for Asia region. Flicks a Sabertooth on the far side. We saw that Saber right about here. And he's also got this heavy armor Sandworm with 250,000 hit points. But with the Ion Beam, it looks like Saracha is going to win this round. Not by a ton. We have just a couple hundred hit points remaining. But he's also going to have 3 shield bubbles that survive. These marksmen are up to level 4, and you notice he's not even running range on his marksman. He's got elite marksman, aerial spec, electromag shot, and shooting squad. No range on the marksman for Saracha. That is cooking. Wait. Okay, so it's the range elite marksman arclight and a marksman elite marksman. Okay then. Flix adds a pair of Vulcans. We're into round 9 of this match. Flix in the spoiler role. Sitting there at 2,800 hit points. We've got Saracha at 900. Oil gets lit on fire on both sides of the map. But, the level 3 fort over here for Saracha really helped clean up that worm. He's going to win from the right to the left again. So I guess the question is, does he stabilize?
Flix and it seems like maybe the other question to be asking yourself in Sarah's position, can you do enough damage before the round timer?
Yes. It's round 10 now. Flix is down to 2,000 hit points. Saracha adds bubble and a pair of new forts. Also has this rhino. I think we redeploy it? I thought it was back here, but it's up front now with heavy armor at 112,000 hit points. Well, perhaps it's getting deleted by the saber-tooth here. Congrats, Decaf. Up 2-0 now.
There is a pack of level 7 Fangs with haste module. With a range ignite on the back left side.
Oh my goodness.
How crazy is that?
Almost as crazy as Saracha's marksman tax.
Whoa, interesting.
Where's the range? Yeah, those fangs did 42,000 damage last round. Now Flix has gone to replicate crawlers. Look at this chaff board from these two players, by the way. We talk about chaff. They're both going loose crawler all over the place. Okay, I did think the rhino was over here. It's being mobile beaconed back to this corner. That's what's going on. I see.
And these boards basically in a neutral state until both chaff waves from both players have ran out. And we still see this level 3 fortress slowly muscling down the right side in conjunction with that level 3 rhino. And this might actually be a turn that Sarah really needs.
Yeah, Sarah's won every turn since we joined. Drops Flix down to 1,000 hit points. On the verge of actually winning it. They're both, well, it's 910 to 1,079, I guess. But very close. Oh, thank you, Decaf. I am going to have to remember to update that because the caster lineup changes frequently. Yes, we are live streaming to YouTube. As Saab just no, we do not have a potato gun. Sorry, guys. Acid in front of that fort on the right side. The forts now have range, and there's 2 more of them. Range plus temp range will give these guys 155 meter range.
That's crazy. And, you know, Sarah is a person after my own heart here with Fort Stang basically being opposed right now. And being the main, I would say, damage dealers probably of this push. A no man's land of smoke comes down on the left side. Any unit that enters that will die. Oh, bye, Sabertooth.
I
think the acid worked against Flix a little bit on the right side here, though. See that? That worm popped out and got instantly popped.
Yeah, the worm was in his own acid, right? Whoops. Minor details. Aha, we're gonna win the chaff war by virtue of having these 6 crawlers arrive super late.
Oh? Ooh, but Sarah managed to take down the right tower and will muscle through.
But Ford will die
the
in the acid,
middle of the board.
But GG.
Should be enough still, yeah.
Nicely played. A lot of respect between those two as well. Saracha up to 2,200 MMR in this season already, and Flicks at about 1,900 in the spoiler roll. Gave it his best effort, not able to quite close it out. I was trying to count Saracha's chaff, which is almost an impossible task once the round has started with loose formation. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 packs of loose formation crawlers. And that's just kind of... Alpha Titan had a theory at one point that the correct number was at least round plus 2 worth of chaff, at least, as a minimum. And I think you saw that from... we saw that from Tastar. We see that from Saracha. Obviously, Flix also built a similar depth of chaff board, but the Mustangs as chaff clear for Saracha really making the difference, I guess, as well as the ranged elite marksman arc lights. So that will end round 2 of this tournament, I believe. Oh, and we are already through to round 3. I'm not going to be able to go around and give you the who won which match. Let's see what we've got. We've got 31 unbeatens at this point, so there should be a good match out here somewhere.
Gurn versus Steel Sane seems insane to me.
All right, let's go there.
Yeah, also Sarah versus Zemp.
Sarah versus Zemp, my goodness, let's do that one. I mean, we know Zemp runs the standard, but that will be 2 excellent players. Channel point prediction is up for this one, for those of you that enjoy your Gamba.
I imagine Sabman in chat was asking, do shields take more damage while the unit is on acid? And I do not believe that is the case. I think acid only applies to units and not like sentries.
Right, you are correct. The acid does not apply to the barrier. Also, notably, the tower debuff doesn't apply to the barrier, so it does not take
Oh,
the
that
extra
makes sense.
50% damage. The same is true of portable shield. All right, welcome to round 3 of Weekend Tournament Asia number 74. We have an epic in the making, Saricha versus Zemp. Saricha, the 31st seed after beating the spoiler in round 2. Zemp, of course, the 2nd seed. And here they are against each other. Zemp takes the aerial specialist with Crawler and Sledgehammer. On the near side, Saricha will be a Fire Badger specialist with Steel Ball and Crawler.
I think Zep's draft is very, very strong. I think it allows for a very natural development into the boat sledge that we were talking about in a couple previous rounds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was Typhoon spec offered to Zem with a pretty awful draft in Marksman Mustang, but there is a possibility, right, where Zem it just gets offered Typhoon round 2, round 3, round 4, somewhere around there, right?
Right.
And can easily just transition into boat. And boat does very well on the defense. Sorry, go ahead.
And since he saw the Typhoon spec, he knows that he could be offered it
Mm-hmm.
even if he picks one of the other packs.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these packs are stronger or weaker depending on what other 3 packs you've seen, because you know that your opponent hasn't seen those 3 packs. So if there's a rare unit you want to see as part of your comp and you've seen the specialist, you don't necessarily have to take the specialist. You know it's going to be, potentially one of the drops. Saricha is going to attack both sides with steel balls. And steel ball is lined up straight with the tower. And that means it's lined up straight with the vertical sledges that Zemp is employing in defense. Kind of textbook positioning for both of them. Saricha is backing up the steel ball push with the arc lights, and if he hadn't had the arc lights for the chaff clear this round, he loses round 1. Instead, he's going to win round 1, wins both sides, and Saricha at 4,500 hit points drops Zemp to 3,900 to start with. We mentioned this when we were casting Saricha earlier, but they won the mini tournament for Asia this week as well. Currently wearing a champion's badge. Haste module for Zemp. And looks like that is going to be on a Wraith in defense on the left side. Saricha, the Fire Badger specialist, gave the Fire Badgers a haste module. So they're going to have 15 meter per second speed, 1 meter shy of a crawler, and starting them on the flank a little bit. So they should be pulling crawlers to themselves. And importantly, they're going to distract that Wraith.
Do you think the Wraith unlock here and Lamb from Zemp is also an attempt to cut it out of the early round unit drop packs?
That might be a secondary consideration for him, but I think it's he kind of lacked chaff clear last round. He's potentially able to throw down Degen Beam and slow down a push. So I can very much see it. Zemp also flanking with a crawler back here, and luckily for Saricha, Sarah had placed the Mustangs in that back flank screening position, so covered the call in, or covered the flank even. And because of the pull, the way that his Fire Badgers, even though the Fire Badgers died, they pulled the haste module Wraith out of the way, and that allowed Zemp to get through to tower on the left. Once Sarah had gotten the tower on the left, he gets through to the tower on the right, and those Mustangs finished off the Wraith. So Zemp is down to 3,150. And heavy armor for the second Wraith, perhaps?
Indeed. Like you are correct.
Yep, there it is.
Wraiths being an incredible unit to hold onto items really scales exceptionally well, I think, with any sort of investment on it.
Right. Personally, I really love this haste module covering the back flank because if somebody invests something in the flank as a pull, you've still got this unit rejoining the fight at 17 meters per second. So literally outrunning a crawler. That's, haste module Wraith is one of my favorite flank protectors.
Yeah, not a unit for the longest time that I think you really saw in defense. But I think, for a while people would say like standard Wraiths, what are you doing? But I think the unit has really kind of found its like settled point where it's like both very good on defense and very good in the push. But Sarah getting, I would say, like pretty lucky with Mustangs. One of the things that I am terrified of when I'm playing Mustangs is seeing a Wraith. These tower timings being really key in taking down these Wraiths.
Right, he's won 3 rounds in a row, still on 4,500 hit points, has dropped Zemp to 2,700, and now gets some things that would be better answers to the Wraith, such as 4 level 2 marksmen. That'll do. And spreads them all along the line. For Zemp,
And
there you are, the Typhoons you were asking for.
That Typhoon's going to get haste moduled up so fast, and here comes the boat. And boat unlock not being placed, so maybe Zemp will be doing some tricky stuff here next round. But yeah, this haste module Typhoon is going to be a problem. A lot of damage.
369 per shot, 2 shots every 0.2 of a second. I'm sorry, we took the tower upgrade, so it's now 4,000 DPS essentially. That'll hurt.
I love that timing of I got my Typhoon, time to click my level 1 attack enhancement. Like level 1 attack enhancement would have been fine with Wraith on the field, especially with something like haste module. But I think it just makes this Typhoon pack scale so much harder.
Right.
And man, these Typhoons are putting in the work to clear the board.
Yep. Look how quickly a level 2 marksman goes down. Does not even get a second shot off. So less than 3 seconds.
If you look at that Typhoon on the left, it lives with a magic pixel of HP.
Goodness. So that really was taking the 1 tower enhancement was enough to keep that guy alive. If he doesn't take that, that might have been the difference there. So Zemp drops Saracha to 3470, picks up 2 more Typhoons. And an Amcor.
Yeah, some great Typhoon items here. Amp core, heavy armor. The flow chart, quote unquote, that I've heard talked about with this is you make Typhoons until the Typhoons can't kill anything, and then you make boats.
That's the flow chart, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And
we've added missiles.
The reality, I was going to say with the Typhoon missiles, these Typhoons do a considerable sum of work to clean up the board. I don't think Sarah has a great answer for what's currently on the board, honestly.
Wow, we're gonna kill like 1 Typhoon before this ends.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, we killed 2 on the far side. 3. Actually, that's much better than I thought it was going to be. We managed to take out 2 whole packs. Zemp, solid command of round 5, drops Saracha to 2260. Round 6, we could have a unit drop. Don't get one. Oh no, we can't. We had that in round 4. Or round 5 even with the marksman. So,
Say we take advanced defensive tactics, make our Typhoon scale to the moon.
Yeah, advanced offensive tactics. Let's go. And he took it.
And you're coming down the fortresses. So I would suspect that next round we see from Zemp
The boat.
Overlords with ground cannon. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, this is the flavor of the month. Typhoons. You funnel all the XP into them, and if you just click through some of these Typhoons, almost all of them are about the level in the center, and that's not something you want to see.
Right.
For example, the barrier and homing missiles, sorry, Amaroq, both scale with level. But what were you gonna say?
No, it's brilliant. But yeah, we've got 2 have already leveled, level 4 and level 2 on the outside. And you're correct, all 3 up the middle are going to level next round. Even with those forts in the way. For Saracha, it's 3 forts, one of them with the heavy armor, after selling the heavy armor steel balls. And you've got to figure Saracha might actually be decently positioned for the boats if he sees it coming, which he should, right? With the, I mean, he's up against an aerial specialist, right? So, I suspect he's going to be clicking the anti-air marksman button next round. But, if the flowchart is build Typhoons until the Typhoons don't kill anything, Zemp doesn't even need to build the air yet.
I was gonna say, I think he just takes levels and makes more Typhoons, and then maybe clicks like loose crawlers and GG. I don't know. It seems really rough from Sarah's spot.
Sarah down under 700 hit points. We do get the unit to drop Rhino for Saracha, presumably as a cell, I would think. Takes barriers.
No. You clicked armor on the Rhino.
Clicked armor on the Rhino. Oh my gosh, okay. So we'll have a zillion hit points, and this thing can't get shot, because it's going to have 360 hit points worth of blocking. But these guys will still be doing 1 damage per shot. The level 4 Typhoon would do damage. The missiles will do damage. But, yeah. Level 6 Rhino with armor. That will stop these, won't it? Looks like Zemp also took the Rhino and sold it.
Oh, and there come the boats. Do we see Chin Gun? Ba-ba-ba-ba.
You are shocked. You are shocked and appalled, I'm sure.
And this Rhino on the right does not care. It is being tickled.
Right. I mean, to be fair, the Overlord artillery is actually damaging it. But, right, with all of the Typhoons locked on the Rhino, there's still crawlers alive getting in there. Now, not so much.
Too much. Yeah. It's still just too much for Sarah to deal with, and that's GG. This is the interesting thing about, I think, giant damage being nerfed, right? Is that these medium units are not being spammed, and they're just as good at killing you, man.
Right, 300 hit points is nothing to be ashamed of, and that was part of what was why I was in love with Typhoon and in love with Farseer. Is both of them doing that 300 hit points of damage if they survive. And that was even before the giant nerf. The giant nerf, if you guys are not familiar with it, is the drop where giants used to do the same as everything else, where they did their initial purchase price. So, 200 for a Fire Badger pack. Giants used to do 400 damage, so down to 350 with the 1.0 patch. But, thump, 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 thump. 5 leveled Typhoons with 2 techs, backed up by a pair of Overlords. And the Typhoons do tank for the Overlords, because the Overlords have just a little bit of extra range. 125 meters to the Typhoon's 115. Very nicely done from Zem. He'll get to 3-0. And we've still got plenty of matches in progress at the moment. I have never...
Coin says something interesting in your chat.
Yeah.
Surely Foons get nerfed in the next balance patch. How do you think? What do you think?
I actually have felt like their overall balance was fairly solid prior to the giant hit point nerf. Right, it didn't feel like Typhoons were overwhelming at the last 0.9 patch. I'd be interested to know if they have a significantly high win rate across all divisions, or if it's actually the boats that make that pop. I'm also interested to see. I know that part of the plan long term is to add text to some of these special units, so the ones that are Farseers, Typhoon, Firebagger, etc. I think the plan is to wind up with allowing the user to be able to select a tech for each of them, kind of the way that the Farseer is right now, where it's got 5 techs. You kind of pick 4 that you're going to run. So I think the plan is to have that available for the other 3 as well. And I'd be interested to see what the extra tech for Typhoon would be.
Bring back launcher overload for Sabretooth, please.
Right.
Bring it back.
The ability to change its range is huge, right? You want to be able to throw it down up front, right? I want to make it go into the out in front of my sledges and have it fighting at a different range. Yeah, that would be huge for it.
And if you thought a Sabretooth was a giant killer with just double shot, wait until that thing is launcher overload double shot and down some fortresses, man. That will go to town.
Yeah, I actually suspect those are mutually contradictory upgrades. That we probably won't see both of them offered at the same time on the unit, but I did prefer launch rapid reload, or whatever that was, the launcher overload for it, to double shot for the ability to change the range. I'm going to refill the coffee real quick. We've got HD Sour and Happy Hedgehog on the board.
I will fill in the air. Yeah, interesting idea though, Coin, with the Foons getting nerfed. I don't feel like the problem is really Foons. I feel like the problem, and maybe I'm wrong on this, is like loose crawlers. You just have to build an army that respects it. And what Sarah was trying to do, right, is Fort Stang, and Stang's not a great crawler clearer, but it's like the only efficient crawler clearer that Sarah can really go in that scenario against loose crawler. So by giving that respect to that tech, you kind of are disadvantaged in a weird way against the Typhoon player. But it's a weird asymmetry that's highlighting, I think, how strong certain techs are in this game. Yeah, I mean, it's that or the marksman drop was weak for Sarah. I just don't like that the Foons are too stable off drops. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Level 3 Foons is pretty brutal to play into.
Yeah, the level 3 Typhoon was back-breaking, I think, there. But to be fair, Zem made the other 4 Typhoons all level and dropped items on them.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's the beauty of being able to go like shield, missile. So you start to funnel a ton of experience onto those Foons.
Right. And yeah, Sojo's got some good points about Sarah not running range on Marksman and Zemp not running Photon on both. There's some interesting tech choices there, right? I'm not sure what Sarah is thinking without running range on the Marksman. But I don't think that was the backbreaker there. He was using them in a kind of a close support role.
Yeah, I think what players are starting to do now, or at least what I've seen some of what people are trying to do now, is like they wrestle for space in the middle against the aggro player.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise the aggro player kind of gets to do this thing that you're sort of seeing right now, which is this endless stream of crawlers. And by the time you have... and you just don't have the same amount of space to fill up the board with that many crawlers, right? Mm-hmm. As your opponent does. You're conceding space against aggro when you're playing defense. So, yeah, maybe in that scenario, right, range isn't important. You just need something low support, dealing a ton of damage, and clearing out the thing that's running at you.
One's only playing aggro, so he doesn't need range. That's the Saracha. And the other's only playing standard, so he doesn't need Photon as much. I love it.
Kind of makes you wonder if the reload is maybe worth throwing on the bar.
I actually really like quick reload for Marksman. I mean, you know, I run rapid reload on, or launcher overload on the Phoenix as well. And
I love that tech. I think it's so sweet. I was just gonna say, it feels like the meta has become distinctly more headbutty.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, like low support units not playing so much at your tower might be how the game is slowly being evolved, right? This idea of maybe conceding space is too much against this idea of loose crawler, so you have to, you know, be up on the line, fighting for it, and not giving it up.
Right, giving up the space to the loose crawler is contraindicated. HD Susao are trying a pair of wasps on the flank, and a level 5 Wraith flank from the other side, along with an ion beam. We're just going to try to cut through as much as we can over here. There's no anti-air in those corners either.
Yeah. I think this is one of those unfortunate drops in this game that can occur. You know, it's really hard to deal with a level 5 Wraith, and you can just suddenly appear from a drop and instantly one-shot your tower, instantly flank you.
Right.
And, you know, this looks pretty damning for Hedgehog.
Yeah, just a gut shot for sure. Actually, do sort of feel like that's the, at least to me, the piece that are that I don't like about the unit drops is, it takes something away to me from the idea of having a level 5 Wraith that I've built up towards, you know, like the ability to just get one for free on round 10. I would think I would have found that mechanic a lot better if it were always dropping level 1 units, or maybe level 2 at most. So like instead of having a level 5 Wraith, you might have had 3 level 1 Wraiths as a possibility. right?
Yeah.
Because then you've got to detect them to make them able to survive a board. Whereas the level 5 Wraith is just, oh yeah, I can throw down a single unit with 99,000 hit points, and uh, you know that's just going to be good enough to win a flank there.
Yeah, and the reality, right, is that the way this works is because Happy Hedgehog's board is flawed.
Right.
It doesn't have a great anti-air defense on the flanks, and that's Susauer kind of, uh, in a way, knowledge checking that. Um,
And
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if we think about a board as needing to answer Overlord and Vulcan and Chaff, right, and then have and Wasp, right, that
Mm-hmm.
was the knowledge check. He did not have a board that answered Overlord or Wraith. So,
Yeah.
all
And
right.
instead of a flank being worked to, it's kind of handed out with a level 5 Wraith. But also, outside of being able, having to play around spells, you also have to play around that, and we get into the question of like maybe it's not best for the game, but it is a part of the game at the moment, right? And it is interesting to see how that does turn out.
Right. All right. Going around the room, we've had a couple more notable upsets. Too Smart upsets the number 1 seed Seal the Elite. Uh, we see Play Archer did get the expected win over Alexander Justin Fritz Hutzler. Shiroha beats Yaz. Badman beats TSC. Unrecovered with the win over Rooster PB. So a very nice win for Unrecovered. HD Susauer beats Happy Hedgehog. Unrivaled Super Hottie getting the win. Which player was that Unrivaled Super Hottie? The Dark Paladin. I don't think I recognize the name there. Pantsuman beat Neopulse. We've got Ferginand and What's a Woman still on. Alpha with the win over Cassil. Steelsane beat DRN. Dillo over Tastar, so Tastar's run comes to an end. Darkness beat Rocky Heart. Cortex over Greyhound. Zaobu over Flash. And we saw Zemp beat Saracha. And I think we've just seen the other match finish out. What's a Woman beats Ferginand. So round 3 complete. What are we at here? 15 unbeaten now. Too Smart will be in the spoiler role, which earns him a match against Zemp. What else are we going to have? HD Susauer against Shiroha.
Well, to see Pantsu Man back and rocking 3-0.
We could watch Pantsuman against Play Archer. I don't actually remember Pantsuman, so. Is that a older player or like what?
Yeah, he's been playing for a minute. He likes to stream early in the morning, usually before Rooster. Sometimes I like to stream around that time too. But yeah, he's German, plays under the 501 region,
Okay.
and hovers around the 1800 to 2K range, I think. Recently
Okay.
took a break, I think has come back for 1.0. So yeah. Usually an aggro player too.
Oh, that could be a fun one to watch then. I guess the other one that was standing out to me was HD Susauer against Shiroha. Do you have a preference
Oh,
between
that's a
those two?
good game too.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Susar versus Shiroha.
Let's do it.
How has your ladder journey been so far?
I have not actually been progressing particularly, so I've been kind of hovering around 1550 or so. Which the last 2 days out, I've gone 50-50 each day. So still farming plenty of combat power. So I'm going up the league element, but I'm not progressing on ladder. It'll get there.
Yeah, I'm getting the snot beat out of me too. It's brutal, man.
It's not so much the snot getting beat out of me as just going 50-50. All right, welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament Asia number 60 or 74 even. We have Shiroha against HD Susauer coming right up. I'll get channel point predictions out there for you. Assuming they click ready here. You said you were theory crafting builds right now, like anything?
I think the only thing people are really sleeping on at the moment is high level marksman drops in the early rounds and assault mode not being teched. I think a lot of people underestimate assault mode, but the reality, right, is that usually that pack is pretty cheap. It's usually like 50 credits, maybe 100 credits, while other things might be 150, 200 in those packs. And the tech's only 150. If you have efficient tech research by round 3 or whatever, and you see this drop round 4 or 5, it's only 100 cost tech. It's like a very quick, easy answer for a lot of beef on the ground for a very small investment. But I think that's like the only thing that I think people are underutilizing. Like I think right now the Foon boat meta is the meta to beat.
All right. Well, let's see what we get in this one. You want to talk through starting packs when these guys come up? What starting packs do you like? Cost control for Shiroha.
Yeah, cost control for Shiroha. He went this, I think, 2 games ago.
Yeah, when we cast him in the first round, right?
Yeah, that seems right to me.
HD Susauer is hiding behind the tower. I don't believe that. Took Supply Specialist with Sledge and Arclight. And Shiroha got Stormcaller Arclight with that cost control pack.
And I think we're going to see a very traditional standard game from, two, I would say, pretty hard scaling specialists for that kind of play style.
Yep. Two standard deployments, Fangs for Shiroha, Crawlers for HD Susauer.
And I think this favors the cost control player with having Stormcallers on the field. But, Stormcallers did recently receive a nerf. No, they still just delete sledge bands.
Yeah, they're fine. What nerf are you talking about? if there was a nerf, it was this adding the range cost to incendiary bomb, but that makes no difference in the level 1 round 1 matchup. HD Susauer down to 4250, and Shiro is still on a pristine 5000.
Amaroq.
Yeah, they both took the subsidized arc, and they both have 3 arc lights on the field already. HD Susauer doesn't actually utilize the subsidized arc yet, and felt a need to get his own Stormcallers on the field as early as possible. For Shiroha, with the cost control specialist, able to mass recruit a 4th arc light as to go with 2 Stormcallers, so it's 4 storms and 4 arcs versus 2 storms and 3 arcs. I believe we're in an arc light carry game, guys. Carry arc v carry arc. Let's go.
And this should favor the player with 4 storms, but there might be just a little too much beef on the ground.
Adding the storms was key for HD Susauer. They are the surviving unit, and drops Shiroha by 300 hit points, drops him down to 4700. We were talking about the 300 cost units doing a whole bunch of damage to the hit point bar. That's actually one of the things that Stormcallers are valuable for. If you're winning a board and your storms are surviving, they're 200 hit points per surviving pack. So it adds up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Roha adding in a pair of distraction crawlers. Great stuff to see here. Really helps against these more centralized crawler positions.
And also goes for 2 more of those subsidized arcs with range on all of his arc lights. So, step 1 of carry arc light build. HD Susauer possibly pivoting, took the smart marksman. I think recognizing perhaps that he's behind in the arc light, race to do carry arc lights here. So maybe pivoting to the marksman. And picks up 2 marksmen. Shiroha is leaving this arc light here so that it can address HD Susauer's distraction crawler.
Man, is this like a bigger read? Like, is distraction crawler round 3 like a timing we should be playing to? I have so many questions.
Yeah, we're sitting there to take care of it, just in case.
And it almost does a good job. It almost does it all.
It only costs him 50 if he's wrong, right? It's the subsidized arc.
In this case, it's a far more efficient missile.
That's a missile that'll be there every round. Sure, it gets et by the marksman later, but at that point it's done its job. Range on the arc lights, exactly what Shiroha needed. Drops HD Susauer under 4,000 hit points.
And I might be wrong in saying this, but I really feel like that whole round comes down to how that distraction caller plays out in mid.
I don't think it's quite that severe, but I can see the idea there.
Interesting. I feel like the Wasps are the correct pickup for both players, but we see Susauer going for the level 5 Sabertooth on round 4. One of these drops that can be pretty game warping, right? At the end of the day, Shiroha's board does not have anything efficient that can counter like a field maintenance level 5 Sabertooth this round.
Right.
So
Shiroha's still really thinking about what to put down here. None of these, I think, really suit what he's got. And he knows he's going to have to play around the Wasp and the Sabertooth. Both. And think he's really thinking through the how am I playing around these more than the which am I taking. It takes the level 2 steel balls, and then one on the back line sells the other. So he's got plenty to spend in the next 30 seconds. Has a pair of crawlers, so not answering the wasps at all. Can't answer the wasps because the... well, actually he's mass recruiting now, but I was going to say can't answer them because he has nothing on the... Here it is. There's the answer to the wasp possibility. One pack of fangs hanging out in the middle, arrive late. Love it. Left a level on this Arclight because he ran out of time. He had so much money available.
Yeah, Shiroha does unlock War Factory.
So maybe it's
we might be seeing we might be seeing, I think, a War Factory, a production War Factory game. This kind of does look like what Rooster was doing a couple weeks ago, so maybe Shiroha has something figured out here.
We're floating $1 zillion instead of committing into carry arcs. That will be our War Factory next round.
And you know, if for us banking like 400, 500 credits there, it is a very, very, very acceptable loss. We are feeling very good here.
Yeah, he banked 500, and he's still ahead in tempo. He's got 4,100 hit points to 3,800. Also, could conceivably enhance and sell something. So,
he's gonna.
Yep.
We're stonking.
Stonks. Every single Stormcaller could get stonked right now. We've got one out, not taking the second. I actually like this. I think if you're doing the War Factory thing, it feels absolutely baller to throw down 2 of them, but it's way better to throw down 1 and tech it before you put in the second one. So he's taking the efficient maintenance. I'd love to see something like, if he's going production, there it is, steel ball. So production plus steel ball. He's still got a pack of steel balls on the board to tech before he sells. What are the answers coming from HD Susauer? It's going to be a range on the Arclights, a range on the Marksman. Left the level 5 Saber on the board.
And these steel balls actually pose a real threat to this the Sabertooth over here. And it's going to have a tough time turning through this, and the Arclight is not there to support.
Right, and when it does,
and this is the only real.
Yeah, it's turned onto a steel ball, and not to the crawlers.
Yeah. And without that Sabertooth, there isn't really anything that can punch down this War Factory, as opposed to, I guess, just sheer grit from the nice tower timing.
Sheer grit and a tower timing.
Or maybe not.
It goes down right at the end of the round, and that's actually huge for HD Susauer. He's not going to win the round, but only taking 100 hit points here was just tremendous on the round that Shiroha drops the War Factory. So 3,700 hit points for HD Susauer. And you're right, this feels very reminiscent of the build that Rooster was running right before, right before the 1.0 patch dropped. That was such an interesting tournament, of course, with War Factory a little bit overtuned at that point, and every single player was running War Factory in some variation or another. And Rooster was the one running production when a lot of people were running it as Battle Factory.
So, yeah. And it did quite a bit of work, too.
Did quite a bit of work. For HD Susauer, we're adding Flames, Incendiary Bomb on the Stormcallers. Shiroha has sold out of the stonked storms and stonked the level 2 steel balls to level 3, bought mechanical division for them. So now the produced steel balls from the war factory become the chaff. As soon as they're shot, they turn into crawlers on the ground, so they'll kind of continue to be a ongoing source of chaff. And he's also added range to the war factory, so it's got a 140-meter range. Still hasn't bought a second one, right? He's teching it out rather than paying the upkeep costs on them.
And Shiroha going for what I think is a bit of an unhinged play. And round 6, super supply enhancement. This means Shiroha thinks that this game is going to go on much, much longer. And, you know, it allows him to really scale into making more factories, right? If each one has a 50 cost upkeep, it means he can technically spend 5, or make 5, and be even on super supply enhancement and both cost control. And honestly, not the worst amount of damage to take.
And HD Susauer wins round 6, dropping Shiroha to 3,000 hit points. We've got 3,700 left for HD Susauer. Now I think Shiroha's cash state is getting to the point where he can just start dropping 2 more. Unrivaled Super Hottie says, I just defended a Typhoon boat push successfully. What did you run? Level towers to max and put everything behind them with scorpions and mustangs behind the towers. That is a phenomenal answer. HD Susauer takes a pair of level 2 Vulcans. Shiroha, spending plenty of time thinking about it, winds up with a sandworm. And I think what we were at was going to be sell this steel ball. But now you've got the sandworms up front with a mobile beacon. We do sell the steel ball and stonk into a stormcaller. Pick up War Factory number 2 and Phoenix production.
And tech number 4.
Yep.
Susauer electing to go for what we colloquially call War Crimes Vulcan. This is incendiary bomb and sticky oil bomb. It will fill the entire, no man's land that we like to refer to with nothing but a river of flames. The river Styx is out, and
that is so much fire. And remember, that is just from 2 units. People ask, why would you run both? And the answer is they are A, going to different places, and B, have different area of effect. So
this left-hand push basically being held down by this linchpin of a level 5 nano repair kit, Sabertooth, now reaching enough XP to get to level 6. And there is still nothing enough to punch it down.
Yeah, Shiroha sold out of the unit that would have answered it, which was that level 3 steel ball. But wins round 7 and drops HD Susauer to 3,600. And you called out the surprise of seeing him take a late super supply. But he was right. Game is going to go long.
Whoa, intensive training. This lets these... oh man, we can get a level 3 War Factory. If Shiroha decides to go that route.
Also picked up a Phoenix so that he could tech an energy shield on it. Sells out of his 3rd Stormcaller. He's got 1 more level to stonk and sell there.
You get also intensive training combo with the enhancement module, like a worm, for example.
Ooh, right.
I really expect to see like another level 2 factory or a level 3 factory here, and then probably a third factory.
Right, and if anybody's relatively new to the game, one of the points in this build is that a level 2 War Factory is producing level 2 Steel Balls and level 2 Phoenix, and a level 3 War Factory with the intensive training will be producing level 3 Steel Balls and Phoenix. So we talked about the level 3 Steel Balls being the answer to the level 6 Sabertooth. We've got the level 3 Steel Balls again. They just won't be arriving in a pack with the crawlers the way that the previous ones had. Shiroha also goes range on fangs.
And a shield on phoenixes. This means that these spawned phoenixes from this War Factory will also have the shield. And a level 3 phoenix with shield is a tanky beast.
Yes. Yeah, take level 3 Phoenix is going to be tough to kill with a shield. And a lot of damage as well, outgoing.
Vulcan falls over.
Vulcan did not like the Phoenix or the level 3 War Factory. And the worms are pushed almost all the way into the right side tower. See on the left, of course, the level 6 Saber is going to delete the level 1 War Factory over there. Remember, Shiroha can sell that and move it over to the other side of the board, but that would change the timings here so that this side was fighting from a pretty awful debuff. I think the answer here to everything Shiroha was doing was the EMP on the Marksman. So we have a ranged, quick reload, EMP Marksman. They just keep shooting and applying EMP. And critically, they apply EMP to the produced steel balls. So if you remember, those steel balls are supposed to degrade into crawlers. Well, turning that off is one of the key elements. And this build that you're seeing is exactly why I run rapid reload on my Phoenix. It's part of my War Factory counter to have something that's shooting that quickly. And the reason you need it to shoot that quickly is at 3 seconds a shot, which is the default for both Marksman and Phoenix, right? The steel ball production outpaces your ability to shoot with a single unit, right? So you need to get the rapid reload down so that you kill the produced steel ball, EMP it so it didn't create more crawlers, so you don't have other things to shoot at, and then get the lock on the War Factory and turn its techs off before it can produce the next steel ball. So I think without the quick reload choice, HD Susauer would have been in a lot more trouble. Now he adds Elite Marksman, which so many people would have added second instead of fourth. But I think that choice of tech order was really important for HD Susauer here. Now he's added a level 3 Melter as part of his drop, one would presume, the round 9 drop. And Shiroha just sold his... sold out of one of the worms, takes 3 more War Factories. Holy factories, Batman. Shiroha's drop was these pair of level 3 Wasps. Those will get out in front of the War Factory and Phoenix and try to tank all those EMP marksmen that will incidentally tank the level 3 Melter. And oh, by the way, they're also immune to the War Crimes Vulcan.
These wasps will prove to be quite difficult for, I would say, Susauer to deal with. I mean, there is a bunch of late arriving fangs, but we really want these marksmen to be shooting the stuff that matters, right? Phoenixes.
They shoot through it
in the War Factories.
And now they're shooting the Phoenix. And only now are they going to start getting locks on factories. And there you go.
This is enough damage, though.
All of the factories are locked down.
There's still one angry worm.
And one angry Phoenix. And that has gotten this factory unlocked. And you can see what I was thinking about in terms of getting out in front of the production. So there was that period where that factory was in front of production and it looked like Shiroha might win the round. Then all of a sudden, as soon as it gets locked, HD Susauer is back in complete control. So that stun locking those production war factories is the key to beating them. HD Susauer putting on a masterclass in how to do it. Shiroha adds advanced targeting, so all of his units will have the extra range, 10 meters.
It's terrifying.
It's just what you wanted to see, right? Is a level 5 war factory with extra range.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, reminder, we removed 10 range from a factory not too long ago because of how strong it used to be. Oh, both players go for it though. Interesting. Kind of one of those scenarios where, like, advanced targeting system is probably something worth considering. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, are we gonna stonk this worm? No, we're not. It's just a level 3 worm with enhancement module coming out.
Wow.
That's a crazy pivot.
We'll just let it level. And of course we can stonk back out of it if HD Susauer tries a bit of an overreaction. We've also shielded the wasps. We're buying 3 more. Goodness.
This is one of the scenarios where I feel like I would really want a launcher overload on my birds. I want range and launcher overload. At 5 factories just producing them. Click quantum reassembly at some point.
Yeah, I don't run the quantum reassembly for my factory build, but yeah, you're right. This is a spot where range and launcher overload would help, in part because it gets the Phoenix out in front of the build, right? Mm-hmm. So for those of you that missed the round action during ad, Shiroha took the worm up to level 3 using the intensive training and the enhancement module. I believe it'll show up over here in a moment. Also took 3 more packs of wasps and gave the wasps shield. And you can see the side that he's got all of that on is still doing really, really well. The other side, where they get the locks on war factories, anywhere that they stun lock the war factories, HD Susauer won. Wherever he did not stun lock the factories, Shiroha won. And a big round win in round 10. Drops HD Susauer down to 850 hit points. Shiroha takes a second advanced targeting system, so 10 more range. We've got 2 of them back to back now. I mean, you can fund that when you're running super supply enhancement.
That's 175 range now. That's scary with temp range from the tower.
175 meter range war factories. They almost outrange the Stormcallers with temp range from tower, but fire. These storms have 185 meter range. War factories will just sit out at Stormcaller range. I sold my Stormcallers, but I bought new ones.
Shiroha did sell that level 3 worm, by the way. He is floating 2,200 credits right now. It is round 11.
I mean, at that point, you're just running into trouble spending it all. Sure, we'll level 1 up to level 4. Oh, we double-teched the Phoenix with range and launcher or range and elite marksman. So that took 1,000. And we get 1 more. This one survived last round, so we've got it up to level 2. And this guy will be making level 4 Phoenix, and we've got them mass-teched. And oh, by the way, we're going to enhancement module our way out of this guy next round. If there is a next round. Hard to imagine. Orbital bombardment. I mean, what is it? Killed a couple of crawlers that would have run into fire and 1 Phoenix, I believe.
Yeah, this is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So this is we saw half of the answer from HD Susauer. We've not actually seen the other half. The other half of the answer here was putting acid on the ground to try and ensure that you're doing full damage to these guys. And that will be a win for Shiroha. Only one interesting thing about that last round is the change to the Phoenix meant that they were hanging out behind the war factories, and because they outranged them, allowing the war factories to get stun locked a little bit earlier. That was why this level 2 war factory, despite being level 2 instead of level 1, was in hit point trouble right at the end of the round. It had been targeted a lot more in this round than it was in round 10. But other than that, everything was really nicely played from Shiroha. And you can hardly argue with the results from the last round, so you can even say he made the right choices there. Range plus elite marksman just turned these level 4 Phoenix coming off the right side war factory into absolute beasts.
Yeah, and the reality, right, is once those Phoenixes start to stack up like that, they can do a crazy, crazy amount of DPS.
They really did. All right, around the room, Zemp beats Too Smart, so that's the spoiler knocked out. I believe we're on the down to 8 unbeaten, with Play Archer getting the win over Pansaman. That would have also have been a really good game, Clint. You were not wrong. We saw Shiroha beat HD Susauer. Unrivaled Super Hottie said he beat the Typhoon boat push from Darkless. Alpha knocks off What's a Woman. And we saw Dillo over Cortex. Zhao Bu with the upset win over Steel Sane. Very nice. And Badman beats Unrecovered. So a couple of new names here for me in terms of just folk that it's interesting to see get to 4-0. We've got our quarterfinals. Zemp.
All these are crazy games, by the way.
I know. Zempdillo, Play Archer Zhao Bu, Shiroha Unrivaled Super Hottie, Alpha, and V Badman. They're so good. Which one do you want? I'll let you pick this one.
Let's go check out Zhao Bu. Are you familiar with this player?
I am not. Do you know them?
Yeah, they're a sledge enjoyer.
Oh,
they love sledgehammers, and man, they suplexed me on ladder before the reset recently. So
very
I'm curious to see if they're still cooking.
I love to hear it. So they were listed first, I believe. Were they first or second here? No, Play Archer's listed first. Okay. All right. Channel point prediction is up for that. Run an ad real quick. Reverse caster curse, unrivaled super hottie. Possible. But we'll let unrivaled super hottie play without the curse. I appreciate all of you joining us this morning. Welcome to the quarterfinals of Weekend Tournament Asia number 74. Near side, Play Archer, Fortified Giant, Farseer, Fire Badger. You said Zhao Bu was a sledge enjoyer. Here they are with a marksman specialist and a sledge start. I love it. I love it.
You know, Sledge Arc, not a terrible opener, honestly. It does pretty okay, I think, into spiders.
And having marksman against the spider will help. Also, Elite marksman arriving. This looks kind of range war sledge storm marksman to me. And Play Archer, the giant specialist, added the pair of marksmen with the tarantulas in standard. We talked about this formation a little bit earlier, and you can see his positioning is just a little bit better than in terms of not letting that tarantula get insta-locked by opponent marksmen, if there were such a thing.
Mm-hmm. You can see, right? Like, this does pretty okay into Spider Marksman. It will lose, but, sometimes the hardest part of dealing with the Spider is just removing, like, 1 or 2 in the early rounds, right? Just preserving some extra HP. So, taking 300 in round 1 is, like, very acceptable, very comfortable.
Yep. Ooh, would you like Saber Teeth to go with your with your sledges, or Typhoons, or
Yeah, I mean, it's either that or that, right?
Or a pair of fangs in the back corner. Play Archer took the sabers, answer to the sledges, I would presume, and we'll see what Zabu is thinking in a moment. I actually really like the saber as an answer to Tarantula, personally. Zabu takes the fangs. I presume those are going to be in flank screen behind tower? No. Far.
Whoa.
Aggro upright.
That's crazy.
That
And he adds on a sledge. What a Chad.
Unfortunately, these poor folks are going to get insta-targeted by the Stormcallers, but luckily, well, we don't so much care that we're feeding XP to the Storms. The thing we wouldn't want to be feeding XP to is the Tarantulas, which he placed them outside of. And that being cognizant of that is why I would have had them in that flank screen behind my towers. I've been using the level 3 fangs in that position because if you give them range, right, they'll come forward and they'll fight from right in front of your tower. They'll be one of the last things to die and give away XP. Of course, a level 3 pack gives away five times the experience that the same pack at level 1 would have. So you really want to make sure that you're getting value for your XP conceded. Or not dying at all. That's one solution. And Zaobu has gone for that one, and drops Play Archer to 3750.
Really efficient giant manufacturing, but both players electing to not go for it.
Play Archer. You remember that you're a giant specialist. You know you're a... Oh, never mind. Instead, we're going to have a Rhino boxing match in the back corner. And Zaobu adds 2 level 1 marksmen. And with the mass recruit, picks up the 4th sledge. Let's go, sledge enjoyers. This is the match for you.
Yeah, do you see the text he's running on the sledgehammers as well?
Is it full carry?
Oh, it's pumping, dude.
Oh, Zaobu, you are my new favorite player. Let's go.
Yeah, kind of interesting that, efficient giant manufacturing is offered. You do end up slamming a giant, but not taking that specialist card. And instead going and electing for a more tempo play with the Rhino Assault.
I mean, I guess I can see it. It's round 3. Maybe he had more he wanted to do and couldn't... was thinking, I want to slam down 600 in my Vulcan and my Storm out here on the left side. So he's thinking I can't really do that if I've also taken the 100 for Efficient Giant. But it just hurts to... I mean, isn't the math come out exactly the same? It's 100 for efficient giant, it's 50 for the rhino, right? You just saved the 50? Seems questionable. Orbital bombardment for play archer. I'll put it right down the middle. And Zhaobu took the missile strike and is going to put it on the storms and, well, what would have been level 2 crawlers. Instead switches sides. The ad is a 5th sledge. Sledge number 5, crawler number 3, range on the sledges.
Electing to not shield against orbital. Zhaobu will eat a lot of damage this round.
Right, both these giants should survive this round, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got marksmen trying to clean up crawlers here. It's all sorts of problems. Eventually the sledge gets, or Sabertooth gets in on the big sledges. So, orbital bombardment buys, 1,200 hit points of damage. Drops Zhaobu just under 2,400. Play archers at 3,700. Heavy armor for play archer. Efficient light is a trap, right? That would have been solid earlier, but I mean, maybe if you go into a whole bunch of marksmen and storms from here. Yeah, Zhaobu thinks it's a trap too. He took heavy armor, so it gives one of these sledges 80% extra hit points, up to 12,000 hit points. Takes range, well, had range. Play archer is putting down the oil in front of this left side, and put his heavy armor on the left side, level 2 Vulcan. Sledge number 6. Mass recruit. Note that he sold an arc light out of that spot.
I imagine Zhaobu really wants mech rage here, but it goes for the 7th sledge.
Goes for the full sledge line. So this is Cody style. Range and armor piercing. So instead of trying to clean out the chaff more efficiently, he's going to clean out the giants more efficiently once he gets there. They're actually going to be worse at chaff clear because their attack interval is reduced by 30%. But there are so many of them, and once they lock onto the giants, it goes pretty quickly. Same when they get locked onto the onto the tarantula. I mean, you can see they're doing some real damage over here. The ones that got stuck in the fire, not so much. But right at the middle,
yeah, that tarantula got locked on and popped like a balloon.
Yeah. But again, 2 giants and 2 storms surviving. Drops Zhaobu from 2,300, well, 2,400 down to just under 1,100. So he can't afford another round lost like that. Needs to stabilize immediately. Scorpions for play archer. Well, possibly just to sell. That I heard it sold already. A lot of people would think of Scorpion as the answer. Play archer is clearly in the I've already got my problem solved camp. I don't need to go solve my problem by buying into another and potentially teching another unit. Just going to sit right where I was. Could afford to take Scorching Flames. Still afford to take Scorching Flames. There you get your mech rage. And Zhaobu took the Scorpion, sold the Arclight, and positions the Scorpion right here. So Scorpion's not going to have anywhere near the range that these sledges do. 100 meters versus 135 meters.
Certainly a nice unit to hold down round 6, though.
Right. As far as needing to stabilize, looks like he's got that. The one thing I'm noticing he's vulnerable to is Wasp. Right. We have our single target damage dealing. We have our ground clearance. We have some chaff. And with the mech rage and the sheer volume of numbers here, our sledges should clear chaff as well, but we don't really answer a wasp push unless you think that these level 3 fangs is doing the job there.
It really comes down to how quickly these sledgehammers can churn through these Vulcans.
Right. He took temp speed also. That's part of how they advanced so far. So really going to try to clean up and get locks as soon as possible. Wins on the right with the help of the Scorpion. Wins in the middle without the Scorpion. Gets the right side tower, and that'll let him get the left side Vulcan. And that is a solid round win for the tanks. Let's go, Sledgehammer.
And I think this is something Xiaobu was playing to from a minute now. I think he very much elected to take the full damage of those spells with the intent of hitting this like round 6, round 7 timing.
Right.
Where now now that he has the initiative, right, and he has this Scorpion that he can sell off and make more sledgehammers or what have you, he can start to focus on shields, his levels, and getting his comp online and fully scaled up.
I have all the levels. Wow.
Yeah, and this is where it gets scary, man. These sledge volleys will start to do a lot of damage.
Scorch and Best Partner together for Play Archer. And he's shielding against what he knows. He knows that the smoke was out there. He knows that this missile bubble was out there. And Xiaobu kind of intelligently plays around the positionings. And plays around the bubbles by dropping the missile on the backline crawler. Play Archer will have his Rhino coming from the back. And Xiaobu has it from about the same position in the back. Same place that he put it last time.
Just to give you guys an idea of what these sledgehammers, these level 3 sledgehammers in the center are going to be doing, if they ever, all 5, if those 5 level 3 sledgehammers ever lock onto this level 1 Vulcan in the center, it's 2 volleys, and that Vulcan's dead. Oof. This push comes at you fast, and it can really stack up. So not playing around Smoke Bomb, but maybe we don't care about Smoke Bomb.
And what he did do was play around the possibility of Incendiary Bomb by placing these flank crawlers. So he was more worried about losing his own chaff. And you can see he did push right through the middle, pushes through the outside. They just did not care about the Rhino at all. The Rhino, I blinked and the Rhino was gone. And
yeah,
a thump. That is Sledge Gaming. Let's go. Play Archer on 808 hit points, and it is looking awful grim after 3 round losses in a row. Even with the smoke on the board, he's going to drop the sticky oil, presumably on the smoke. If I'm Xiaobu, I'd love to see the shield airdrop and just put it in the smoke area. Because I wouldn't want my units to get stopped in the smoke, particularly.
Yeah.
Play Archer is going to put the oil on the other side anyways, but and is missiling out the 2 side crawlers. Let's see what Xiaobu picks here, but
and honestly, what we're seeing out of Play Archers, in my mind, is like a relic of last patch. Certainly, right? We have Vulcans in sort of a default position, Marksman backing them up, and, like another Sabertooth to maybe help out. And this tank push, which used to get utterly stuffed by this, is able to muscle through. And here, again, is something I want to highlight. We have level 4 sledgehammers in the center. If those get a full volley off, this Vulcan is on death's door.
Right.
These level 1 Vulcans in the center, it's very scary.
7,000 hit points. Yeah, if you get 1 extra tank from the other pack targeting it, you actually kill it. So six level 4 sledges will one-shot it.
Just watch how fast this push is going to come down mid. It will utterly punch through everything here.
Loose formation crawlers for Zhaobu.
It goes to Sabertooth, it's gone. Here comes the Vulcans.
Boom, 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 boom,
They're
boom,
gone.
Boom. Boom. Goodness. But the Vulcans have done a bit better this round.
Yeah, Fang Shields really slowed down the push. But
Yeah.
Is this tower locked on? No, it's not. Oh man, Play Archer. That's enough for Play Archer.
Wins it. Stabilizes, rebuffs the tanks. Gets the win. That is fun. I'm saving that replay to study later. I want to watch what Zhaobu is doing to get to this point. This is just so cool to see. And I almost wonder, I think on this last round, this missile for Play Archer was absolutely key. In terms of kills this crawler. Zhaobu had dropped the oil in that diagonal. And if he's relying on the units that are already down here to kill it, to kill those crawlers, and he's like, well, that's not going to matter. And then he lights this oil on fire, kills his fangs, and I think that left side goes a little bit differently. Note also this guy had 290,000 hit points, so while the level 4s are doing great work against the level 1 Vulcan, over here the level 1 and level 2 are taking forever to kill this level 3 with the heavy armor.
Yeah.
So we need more DPS out on this side.
You just need a better answer to Fang Shields as well. Turns out sledgies, even with triple upgrades, aren't that great.
Right. I actually feel like the piece that's missing here is, I called this the Range War build, and the piece that's actually missing is the storms, right? A line of 4 storms behind. If they had survived, do additional damage so that we might not have had a round 8, and B, do actually clear those fangs a lot better, because one missile will come in, splash a bunch of fangs, and knock the shield off. The second missile comes in and kills them. So even without fire, a pack of storms shooting a volley of 16 missiles will clear through a shield fang pack.
Yeah, no, Sledgehammer. Sorry, not Sledge. Stormcallers have been a fantastic pickup here.
Yeah.
Helps churn through basically everything on the board. Marksmen, Vulcans, Fangs, other storms.
Into the... And yeah, Yakimaru, I agree. Zhao should have expected the shield for the fangs. I'm into the Shiroha's Unrivaled Super Hottie game. It's round 9. Shiroha has again picked up the War Factories, has 3 of them with anti-missile, as opposed to the efficient maintenance range Phoenix production build that we've seen previously.
Are they cost control again?
Rhino Specialist this time. With range siege scorpions. So, very different build, despite the apparent similarities. It's fire stormcallers instead of selling out of the scorps. It's the range siege scorp. Siege scorpions, attention, this is not a drill. Yes, Simp, and hello. Nice win over Dillo. Congrats. Makes it to the semifinals. Unrivaled Super Hottie says, man, I hate this game sometimes. I take it that means this round is going poorly for us.
I was going to say, I feel like Super Hottie doesn't normally play this sort of standard style.
Right, we're in...
I'm very interested to see how this plays out.
Sitting back in a very standard position. We've got outside Farseer with range and EMP, level 4, level 3 up the middle. I love that. How are they winding up pushing out in front of our Vulcans here? And of course, the
Oh, this is just
anti-missile.
infinite damage.
Yeah, the anti-missile is shutting off the EMP, so it was a really good choice from Shiroha. Cleans up all of the.
Oh,
Cleans up all of the. Not that it mattered in the end, all of the AMDs, and wins against Unrivaled Super Hottie. So, aggro is dead. Did you start aggro, Unrivaled? It doesn't look like you started aggro.
this patch has everyone all topsy turvy, man. Unrivaled Super Hottie's playing standard. I'm playing aggro. I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, we will have our semifinals. Zemp beats Dillo, the 8th place finisher from last week's Americas. Play Archer beats Zhao Bu, 7th place last week here in Europe. Well, we're in Asia at the moment. Shiroha beat Unrivaled Super Hottie, and Badman knocks off Alpha. So we've got 4 left. Zemp, Play Archer, Shiroha, and Badman. And I mean, I kind of feel like we might need to see a Badman match since we haven't seen him yet. Oh, although
Badman.
It's Zemp against Shiroha. That should be epic also. Goodness. But we've shown both of them. We haven't shown Badman and Play Archer. I think we need to do this.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right.
Also, it's the only 501 hope left. I don't know if Badman actually is from 501. I think they're not. Question mark?
Question mark, indeed. They beat
so far. If I remember correctly, this is a 201 player, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, he's beaten Math is Might, beat Unrecovered and Alpha, so has some real wins along the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. Wrong player. I ran into them once.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember what they played, or?
They did the bubble oil exploit that used to exist in the game, and I literally went, "Wait, why didn't that ignite?" And I lost. God. I think shortly after that.
Ouch.
I think I was like stun locked by what I saw. You know what I mean? Like I
think we've all been there for something. Yes.
Yeah. Like, wait, why didn't that ignite? But yeah, no, pretty brutal game.
Yikes.
Play Archer, have you played against either of these players? Amaroq, have you?
Oh, I have not. I've watched Play Archer plenty. I have not seen or watched Badman before, so. But I do have the sense, at least, that Unrivaled Super Hottie is correct in chat. The aggro players are not in the final 4, because I think of Zemp, Play Archer, and Shiroha as all playing very standard positions. Play from deep. Badman's the only wild card for me. Play Archer, of course, is streaming in Russian. If you are a Russian native speaker, want to go say hello? I know he does speak some English, but Russian native. All right, on one side of the board, we'll have Zemp against Shiroha. I do expect that to be the longer of these 2 semifinals, which is why we will be starting with Play Archer and Badman. Of course, we'll put your channel point prediction up for you. There you go. Prediction is up. For some reason, you keep hearing Batman. I love it. Batman. Wait. Also, welcome in, Hamlet. How are you doing tonight? Or this morning? Or wherever you are? Right. The channel point predictions heavily backing Play Archer right now. Welcome to the semifinals. We're continuing to follow Play Archer at the moment, coming up against Badman, who has had a good tournament. Started off with a win over Mathis Might, and has kept going. Play Archer takes a Marksman, Crawler, Stormcaller, Classic, Range War, play from Standard pack. For Badman, it's a Sabertooth Specialist with Mustang and Marksman. And that's interesting. You said, Clint, you were working on a Mustang Saber comp at one point and just found it was not getting the job done. You think that's what you're going to see here?
Well, mine's more of an asym aggro push when I'm doing that, and this looks to be a more standard kind of setup. And I think the reality, right, is that Mustangs do pretty okay on the defense. It allows you to develop into things like melting points. And the Sabertooth, in some capacity, if it's a mini fortress, it's also kind of like a worse Scorpion. Right. And Saber Stang is a classic tried and true comp. It does incredibly well. It's incredibly synergistic. So is Scorp Stang. Right. But yeah, I think this is like a pretty neutral start for both players here.
You're right.
It's really going to come down to how good these storm volleys are on these Mustangs.
Yeah. At least on the right, they were very good.
The right side's pretty good. Yeah.
The left side, not so much.
Yeah, this usually favors the Stormcaller player. But we're going to see, it looks like the Marksman player maybe out here.
Oh, tower timings.
Nice.
So, Badman wins round 1. Play Archer down to 4183. Badman's 2 surviving units. He's sitting on 4,800 hit points. Casting with me today is Clint Leetwood. Appreciate you joining me so early in the morning, my friend.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
It's a joy. We've got a shield airdrop for Play Archer. I love the value on that. We've talked about this before, but if you're new to the game, new to the cast, this shield is worth 50,000 hit points. The one you get here is worth 40,000, and this one comes back, and you can think of it as also costing 100. So if you're ever going to buy a shield in a game, this one makes sense to buy, and you're going to buy it. So a round 2 shield airdrop, you're going to get it back in rounds 5, round 8, round 11 if it goes that far. So you're going to get more than your money's worth out of it. But importantly, this early in the game, if you drop that shield airdrop and you're playing anybody other than the Sabertooth Specialist, you're often pretty likely to see that shield survive the round. Here, though, Batman has added... Yakamaru, you got me doing it. Badman has added the Sabertooth on the same side as that shield airdrop. And a Marksman on that same... a Stormcaller on that same side. So you're going to get the shield bubble going down, I would expect. Badman took Assault Vulcan. Thoughts?
I was going to say, yeah, some asymmetry already occurring here, right? Batman going for Assault Vulcan, which is very interesting. I don't know if it's particularly good.
A very bold choice, I think. Play Archer wins round 2. Badman is on 4136. Play Archer on 4183.
A big part of why Play Archer won that last round so hard, by the way, was the addition of additional crawlers on the left side flank and a little tempo missile that missiles out the left side crawlers. Mustangs don't favorably do too great into crawlers at the same level, right? So once those crawlers get in on the Mustangs and clear those out, there's no chaff clear in that marksman. And that tower does go down, giving Play Archer a little leg up. But both players now going out to 3 storms. And here we see, again, that very interesting timing of a round 3 distraction crawler. Yeah, I wonder if this is something we should be mindful of in the future.
I think it's actually
we're still just lacking chaff clear.
One of the things I think is interesting there is that distraction crawler actually distracted our own storms by the way that Play Archer's crawlers followed Badman's led to Badman essentially distracting one of his own new Stormcaller units. So interesting. If we get the chance to look at the positioning here, it's this back crawler that came in and turned into that distraction. Lacking the chaff clear, I'd love to see Badman take the Fire Badgers. Play Archer takes some single target in the Phoenix.
I think Badman is struggling to not take this Typhoon. And he goes for interesting.
This again feels like a mistake to me when you're this heavy into marksman. You've got 3 of them on the board already. What are we taking the Phoenix for when our chaff clear was the problem last round? Wait, maybe we're relying on Incendiary to be our chaff answer? Incendiary in our Mustangs?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but we do add on a Vulcan, right? So we're seeing the kings and queens of standard here and nano repair kit. So we have an assault Vulcan with nano repair kit. That thing's not going to die very efficiently.
Nice synergy there, right? The extra 40% hit points. So this one's on 52,000 hit points and recovering hit points compared to the 43,000 over here. And of course, Play Archer has taken the defense enhancement, and Badman has not yet. So we can add even more hit points to this one for 100.
I did want to talk about the marksman and Phoenixes being introduced here. I think when there's this many Stormcallers on the field, it's very likely that the Play Archer will add on his 4th Storm on the left side here soon. It becomes really hard to keep marksman alive, but with the use of Phoenixes, right, we have the evasion kind of built into the unit to avoid that. So I think it's very natural to develop out of marksman in this position and into Phoenixes, right, primarily to play around Stormcallers.
I just feel like if you were going to be 3 deploys into the marksman, and obviously they've both made the same choice here, right? It just feels to me like you're throwing something away there. And, obviously with range and elite marksman, marksman can outrange the storms and kind of sit out at the maximum range possible. Would you like a second nano repair Vulcan for your other side, sirs? There you go.
Both players picked so fast I didn't see anything else in that pack, but they just windmill slam nano repair kit. I mean, I don't blame them, right? It's busted on Giants.
It's very silly on Giants. It certainly is. I'm not even sure why you unlock the Arclight at this point. Yes, I know it's free. Are you ever going to take it? Probably not. Okay, so we have we have range for the Vulcans for Batman, and yep, there's your 4th Stormcaller. We have the mirror in terms of the distraction crawlers now. This has gotten extremely silly. Oil for Play Archer, probably the biggest difference here if that gets lit on fire. Takes out a whole bunch of storm colors.
Oh, man.
And that helps a ton.
And the shield barely going down on the left side. I think there's maybe a slight range mismatch there, but I'm pretty sure that marksman was clearing crawlers that whole time.
Play Archer in complete control. Badman on 348 hit points. Good around 6. It looks pretty grim for the assault mode Vulcan. And we both get the melting point. So let's just finish this out in classic style. We have mirrored all the way. There's no reason to stop mirroring now. Oh no. Badman, make the read. If you're going to keep up the mirror, you've got to take the wasps.
Oh yeah, I mean those wasps will just do it, right? Unless there's enough HP on these melting points, but I don't think so.
Yeah. So second melter for Badman and range with EMP on the storm. So he's really throwing the kitchen sink at it. Also took lone and range. Play Archer, no lone.
In the past.
Go ahead.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead. I was just gonna say in the past it's a snap fire pick, but now with the nerf right now it's a much harder decision to make. But go ahead. Sorry, completely.
Right. I was just going to say, Play Archer, no lone, took extended range. And Kat, I completely agree with you that it's the round 2 decision that is the big difference between these two players, right? In terms of the Play Archer took the shield airdrop and it has done so much work versus Badman taking the assault Vulcan, which has nerfed the Vulcan range, causing him to lose the Vulcan range war.
Yeah.
And yeah, even with his melting point winning on the left side, that's I think all she wrote for Badman. We will shift over to the Shiroha and Zemp match, which I expect is still in really good shape. Play Archer, a comprehensive win over Badman. And yeah, both of those are still over 3,000 hit points, so we'll jump straight into it.
I felt like Play Archer was just one step ahead at every point in that game.
Yep.
Nerfing your range in a range war is probably not the best idea. Yeah, that shield drop did not die. That is true.
Yeah, the shield on the right side never died. So. Okay, welcome to round 7 of the other semifinal, where we join Zemp and Shiroha in progress. Shiroha, a supply specialist who has taken advanced offensive tactics. Zemp, a quick supply specialist. And what are we seeing from these two? Zemp is in ranged elite marksman line behind Stormcallers with ranged Arclights. For Shiroha, we've got ranged Vulcan for the chaff clear, ranged Storms, so trying to outrange Zemp's Storms and possibly even outrange the Marksman, which he's achieved, and unranged. Wait, is this unranged Arcs and unranged Marksman behind the line here? Obviously, both of these players have tremendous chaff boards. We're seeing some smoke and some oil.
heavy usage of Stormcallers on both sides here. Kind of looking a lot like the last game and board that we were seeing previously, except it's not mirrored, right? The players are playing a little asymmetrically here.
Right, it looks like
does this Farseer go down?
Shiroha pushes through on the left side. Eventually gets tower with a level 2 Vulcan. Level 2 Vulcan has laser sights. It's got 170 meter range. And eventually goes down. We're down to, oh my goodness, one marksman and 4 storms. The storms win the round for Shiroha. Zemp on 3768. Shiroha at 3220 as we get to round 8.
Another advanced tactics coming out.
Advanced
Someone could grab that up
this time. Skip for Zemp, passing up the Amp Core. He's not in Giants in this game. Doesn't look like he's planning to go to Giants. Shiroha, I think, could use it, although if he's... Well, he might not be selling out of the Sandworm because he's got armor enhancement on it already. But I was imagining Amp Core on the Vulcan over here. For Zemp, we're seeing a trio of Wasps added. Wasps get range. I expect Shiroha's answer to that will be range on the Fangs next round. That's the build that Shiroha's running here. Interesting that we've wound up with...
thinking long and hard.
Yeah, Shiroha takes their time on these unit drops. Did sell out of this worm. It's a pair of...
Oh, that's so sick.
Pair of siege mode scorpions. And the Vulcan
improved siege mode scorpions, by the way.
Oh, improved scorpion. So improved scorpion, if you're not familiar with it, improved scorpion is increases the range by 10, increases the attack and hit points, and makes the recruitment cost go up. But of course, this deep into a game, you don't really care about 50 cost on a 300 cost unit, so it costs you 350. That's fine. We've got 3 of them, and we're bombing. We're bombing at 245 meters here. You want to win a range war? Let's go. Of course, they don't answer the Wasps. And the Fangs without range are, outranged and outgunned by a pack of Wasps. So the Wasps will win the round, tear down all the shields, get some experience. So Zemp wins round 8. Drops Shiroha to 1790. But would you like Mustangs as your answer, or are you going to commit to your Fangs as your answer? Shiroha Snap picks the Mustangs. No long thought here. There was also Fort with the potential of anti-air there, but it's already range on these level 3 Mustangs, and you could mass elite recruit 3 more level 2s if you wanted. Note that Shiroha has already clicked range. He's making sure he doesn't forget that. He clicked enhanced range. It was one of the very first things he did this late in the game. Just make sure I don't run myself down to $0 and forget to have done this.
Yeah, it's really important to be doing those things that you need to do first, right? Sometimes that is lone, temp range, speed, and then you're at your turn.
It's such a good habit to have.
Zemp leaning into fire 2 alongside range. I almost called this out. I was wondering if him ranging last turn, not only matching the Stormcallers on Shiroha's side, but if it was to add in an incendiary bomb, and sure enough it is, which means this oil will be ignited, and all of Shiroha's chaff over here
it's not
will
just
likely
the
die.
Chaff, it's the Mustangs that were supposed to answer the Wasps on that side, and on this on the left side. So
and they're gone.
Yeah, they are done. The Wasps are still alive. there were 3 new Scorpions added, so more of this 235 meter combo. Super artillery, but with no answer to the air, Zemp is going to win round 9. Seems like we came in at about the decisive moment of this one. Shiroha down to 287. Needs to turn it around, needs to keep the Mustangs alive this time.
Oh, Assault Vulcan.
Would you like the would you like the Assault Vulcan? Would you like to nerf yourself? No, thank you. Zemp too good, nerf Zemp. Okay, you've heard it here.
True.
Bear-like, please nerf Zemp. Again with the long thought, but understandable. He's up against a brutal position against a very, very good player. So, taking his time thinking, what has Zemp done? It's EMP on the marksman now.
I mean, you just have to shield.
Yeah, so it's advanced shield device, so we've got the extra 40% hit point shields.
It's such a tough spot to be Shiroha here, right? You want both shields everywhere and anti-missile sentries everywhere.
Right.
And you only get so many of those devices per round, right?
Yeah, he has already spent all 8 devices on 5 anti-missile devices and 3 shields. And, I mean, you can see why he had to.
And this Electromag, despite being a 100 cost spell, including the skip cost, is going to pay its weight in dividends by both blanking these Mustangs and these Wasps. It's huge. It's a crazy amount of value.
Right. So on Zemp's side, we've added a couple of Wasps, attacks, and range. For Shiroha, it's range and anti-air aerial specialization on Wasps. So that's his answer to the air problem this round. I've got something that can't die on the ground. We'll go win that this round, but as soon as Zemp clicks aerial specialization on his own Wasps, it should come back the other direction. Don't think it's going to be enough for Shiroha yet. We'll win this round clearly.
The chaff war is so tricky on the ground that both players have basically gone to trying to win the air chaff war in the Wasps.
Right.
And how much it does, right?
Huge round win for Shiroha. Drops Zemp to 1,000 hit points. But now Zemp gets to hit the aerial specialization of his own, and he's got a the numeric advantage in the air, right? 6-3. All 5 of the AMDs and 1 shield live for Shiroha. He's got a second smoke up. I love it. So does Zemp, really. So if you're going to want a shield, and you probably want a shield pretty far forward. I mean, I would have liked to have seen this shield up here, right, where your units are going to walk forwards to fire from. But we don't care necessarily about this firing spot.
Yeah, and I think what was originally a very precarious position for Shiroha is, for Shiroha is now becoming 1%. You have a lot to play around. There's a ton of anti-missile devices left on the field. Shiroha has a ton of money, can easily develop more anti-missile devices, more shields, and really not affect what they're trying to go for in the air.
It's going to be shield on Shiroha's Wasps and 3 more. So he's got out to 6 Wasps with shield and range and aerial specialization. Zemp matched in aerial specialization, but is trailing in shields, and I think that's going to be game. I think the air war goes Shiroha's way here.
Yeah. The Mustangs will help with that somewhat too.
And there's a whole bunch of new anti-missile devices on Shiroha's port. can see how effective those have been. The fire storms took this long to light the oil on fire. At that point, the air war is almost over. Shoutcast pushing through on the left has won a stalemate on the right in the air. And Zemp's choice was shield on the fangs. It's bought a lot of time. Has it bought enough? I think we're down into
Oh my goodness.
Let's see these scorpions cook. Unfortunately, the timing, they're shooting the same targets. Are we going to get around 12 out of this match? We are. Look at this. No. 3, 6, 9. We are not.
Oh my gosh.
Finishes it out in an 11-round epic. Beats one of the greats. Bear-like, apparently, nerfed Zemp right when we said.
And I know Zemp is feeling it after losing to Siege Scorp.
Siege Scorpion.
He says it's underpowered, but here it is. Churning the butter. Getting it done.
And remember, those are the improved Scorpion, right? So the extra 10 range, getting the job done at the very end. Those Scorpions, like, they don't feel like they were super powerful. This one only does 9,500 damage in the last round. This one, silver damage at 42,000, 10,000, 30,000, 28, and 31 for third on the board for Shoutcast. But, they were alive at the end, and that's what they needed to do.
Yeah, I think a really underrated aspect of Siege Scorpion is that it's an uninteractable method of artillery, right? Mm-hmm. You cannot stop it.
Yeah,
once it's in the air, it's gonna do damage.
Right. So the AMDs can cancel all of your Stormcallers, but there is nothing that shoots down the Scorpion shots. Well, that is our semifinals complete. Sets up our final, Shoutcast versus Play Archer. Coming right up, folks. We'll have channel point predictions up for you. You've got about 5 minutes to get those in. Congrats to those that had, and it was a 90% vote, 9 to 1 that Play Archer would beat Badman. I don't think this choice is as clear, and it should be a lot closer to 50-50. In fact, if I were going to favor one, I think I'm going to favor Shoutcast. Play Archer for a long time had a tournament duck going, had the worst luck in basically at the semifinals and finals of tournament, and I think it was in his head. He broke that recently, won his first weekend tournament title, and seems to be at least back out of his own head in terms of, not having trouble under pressure, or however you would say that. Clearly he's gone 6-0 here, and has had no trouble at all with Badman. Welcome to the finals of Weekend Tournament Asia number 74. We've seen them both do very, very well all tournament long. Here is our final, Shoutcast versus Play Archer. The last two men standing from a 128-man field. Shoutcast, near side, Typhoon Specialist with Stormcallers and Arclights. Play Archer on the far side, Marksman Specialist with, surprise, surprise, Stormcallers and Fangs. Both players add Crawlers, which will go behind towers. Play Archers are horizontal, Shoutcast are vertical. And Shoutcast's Arclights are really deep, so positioned where they will intercept that underground threat, so he's already playing around that spell without even having seen it in round 1.
Yeah, I think we saw Shiroha do this similar position in this game. He kind of makes like a bow with the arc lights on the outside and the Stormcallers being 4 of going down the tower line.
Right.
I can't help but wonder if Typhoon spec here picked up for Shiroha wasn't so much of a wanting to play Typhoons as much as it was a I can stop my opponent from playing Typhoons.
Right, I can prevent this from showing up. Although he knows he's completely blocked the unit, right? But I don't remember. There was a point where I would see Typhoon show up in round 2, even if you were the Typhoon specialist. I actually haven't seen that since the 1.0 patch, and I haven't seen it in a patch notes anywhere. So does it completely block it now?
Well, so the Typhoon can still show up in round 2 and round 3. Just like how a Rhino drop can occur on round 4. You can get 2x level 2 Rhinos on round 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And if that were to occur like round 5 against round spec, Rhino spec, that just can't occur anymore.
Right, because the Rhinos.
So similar. Yeah, so there's a Rhino unlocked in on the field, but similar scenario for Typhoon spec, right?
Okay.
You're basically gambling with the first 3 rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I understood. Just making sure I hadn't missed something there, because the way you had phrased it made me think. Think of the other meaning, and then I was like, wait, I haven't seen it show up in a while. I guess there's just enough units that it's pretty unlikely.
Mm-hmm. A little jab from Shiroha, though, getting completely stuck.
Almost completely. There's one wasp left. He had the love it. He's got the emote for it. Spectacular. Yes, Blair, that was pretty spectacular.
These 3 crawlers here doing the Lord's work, though, about to die. Oh,
but they bought enough time for the tower snipe. So that crawler pack in the back corner actually responsible for this tower get by these Stormcallers here. That mitigated a whole bunch of damage for Shiroha. He's got Play Archer on 4400, he's dropped it to 3856. It could have been a lot worse for him without that tower snipe. Now he gets his Typhoons, and we'll see if he's taking them or selling out of them. Both players with efficient tech research. And 2 more storms for Shiroha.
Yeah, I think both players are going to definitely be playing for this very long game now.
Right.
Especially with efficient tech research being picked up on round 3. That's like one of those times that you're really looking for. Like efficient giant manufacturing and tech researchers are like pretty takeable, and you should almost always consider taking it on round 3.
Yeah, round 3 is just such a good choice. You're going to buy those techs, guaranteed. So Shiroha takes the jump drive for his wasps, backs them off the line a little bit, puts a crawler there to allow the crawler to take the hit if there's another missile, and backing that up with Typhoons. So this is looking a little bit more Balfoon aggro. In fact, decides to put one of his storms up on the line. So these are those two new purchased storms. He's going to put them in the T-storm formation right next to the Typhoon. So transitioning from standards to aggro, something we haven't seen out of Shiroha all tournament long. Obviously, this formation he's going to be able to put down a barrier for 250 next round and protect those storms. And with the pull creating the opening, has a whole bunch of units pushing in here, trying to get that, not just the tower snipe this time, I'm going to win this side and win from left to right in this particular round. Missile in the middle covers a couple of crawlers. And we'll see if that makes a difference when the fight gets over to the far left.
Wow, what a beautiful little pole and tower snipe there from Shiroha.
Yeah, really well executed.
Some really advanced stuff.
He does all of that pull with one crawler, right? Now, Play Archer can answer that
one crawler, yeah.
Yeah, Play Archer can answer that one crawler with a missile. We've seen him do it before. But it'll be interesting to see if Shiroha's planning to reinforce that. It also gets Elite Steel Ball, so you could really pivot this to a Typhoon push with Elite Steel Ball. Or a haste module on that Typhoon would be really powerful also for pushing in deep. For Play Archer, here is the standard answer. We have Vulcan with tank production line. We'll throw it down in front of the push. He had to spend 200 to unlock it, and goes ahead and buys. I think his storm was last round. So what's the other buy here?
Ooh, haste module.
Yeah.
Is Shiroha really going to be transitioning into a late aggro build here? Whoa, we totally are.
Mm-hmm. I love it. I knew the barrier was coming because of the T formation, and I really think the haste module adds to this. This is great.
By the way, if I'm Shiroha, I'm missiling this Fang pack every game, or every round, and I'm making you bubble it every.
I see what you mean. Although Typhoons will clean it up pretty quickly.
I would just want my stuff hitting the Vulcan as soon as possible. I think that's the only thing that we do not want to scale here.
Right.
If that hits level 2 and it gets scorched, like these Typhoons could be in a lot of trouble.
Now that's where we add some ranged steel balls and we've got it covered.
Yeah, hopefully.
Or go with our boats.
Yeah, boats. Yeah, boats would do it. I think we're going to see boats here very, very, very soon. We might be waiting for a round 5 or a round 6 drop to see if we get a boat, but if not, I think we'll see it here probably around 7 for sure.
Yeah, so Play Archer's 800 spend in round 4 was that tank prod, Vulcan, and Vulcan unlock. So that was just such an expensive way to try and stop it. And it doesn't even stop it in round 4, right? He still needs to tech that. He's still going to have to shield it. At least he's up into, being able to afford some things now. And here's that underground threat we talked about. Shiroha has already covered this with his Arclight position. So he can just kind of skip right along and think something like the absorption module for his second Typhoon there. Play Archer passes up the barrier because he's already got an item on that one Vulcan, so he can't afford to barrier up this side, which is probably what he'd rather have. Play Archer putting the underground threat defensively. Shiroha goes for the same choice. Play Archer with a Phoenix flank and mobile beacon. There is no anti-air back here. We've talked about this build needing the fangs behind tower to protect against that. Shiroha going with the cheap answer right now. I'll just throw down my pair of sentry missiles. Oh, beautiful read that this might be coming. Also leveled up this tower to level 2. And Play Archer doing everything he can to buy some tempo back, dropping the oil in front of the push. Trying to hit the tower, adding the defensive underground threat to make sure he doesn't lose out in the back corner. And I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Now this is beautiful ASIM play. Missiling and leveling up the tower is such a strong idea, and it's something that you always need to be mindful of. While the oil is good to slow down this push, right? And clear out the chaff. The underground threat is a real problem. While we can missile out that right side flank, right, and then fix our unit positioning, we can never missile out an underground threat.
Right.
That will always pull our units. And here we go. We get another tower snipe. And I think Play Archer is making a mistake by not fortifying this tower. I think Shiroha has made his intent very clear from the get-go here, and that is to ASIM the right tower.
Right. So Play Archer does stabilize for a round. Shiroha's on 3271. Play Archer at 3450. But I do agree with you that throwing a 100 or 250 into that tower to make it take a little bit longer, let it lock up the let it lock up the typhoons, and well, now it's the boats. Shiroha not waiting any longer, sees them in the drop, takes them in the drop. Easy peasy.
Yep.
And
like I mentioned earlier, we're waiting for that round 6 drop, and here it is.
Yeah, you absolutely called it, but I did not see the War Factory defense coming. Play Archer with the level 3 Scorpion from drop, and unlocks and buys a War Factory with efficient maintenance. So again, he's paid the full unlock price, and he's going to go give up a deploy for the second time to drop more giants in front of this tower and try to play defense. And
I'm not sure how I feel about boat range over chin gun here.
Right. Chin gun is the
like
natural choice.
Mm-hmm. But you're not too unhappy seeing a War Factory as a boat player generally. I think that's fine usually.
Here is something else Shiroha has done that a lot of people are not necessarily thinking. Has gone ahead and leveled and ranged the Stormcallers. So the range will help these ones from the other side. He's also got a Typhoon over there. That was to protect against that Phoenix and then be involved in this left side. But range on the storms, levels on the storms, he's really letting them do their work and to be countered. And, now I think Play Archer's going to pay the price for that a little bit with not taking Missile Interceptor. He's taken efficient maintenance instead. And that means these storms can just sit back and do some real work, even on something as buff as a War Factory.
Yeah, absolutely.
DPS will add up.
Absolutely. Chew through that health bar. Yeah.
So Play Archer wins again in round 6. Shiroha down to 2720. Play Archer does have efficient maintenance, so he's playing for the long game.
Oh,
Lightning Storm on top of that packed attack. Skips the oil, which he could have put down instead.
I know. I think this is the correct play. This is one of the few things that this comp is like really weak to.
Mm-hmm.
Is these spells, these big AOE spells. You can't really shield your overlords from it, right? You can't really shield your wasps. And if these shields ever go down on these foons, right, they are fragile enough. So yeah, I mean, like Play Archer saw Lightning Storm and didn't even think twice about it, just slammed it and immediately threw it down on the field.
Right, now he's got 2 more War Factories, or well, 1 more War Factory, but with the Missile Interceptor on it. And Shiroha established these 2 crawlers on the flank, so it's a 3-crawler flank. And what are we going? Shiroha takes Mobilized Battleship on the left side, and it's going to be Range Launcher Overload. So this mobilized temporary battleship is going to have the full set of techs that the other overlords have, double teched already, and also adding a pair of crawlers on the left side to pull this whole set of units out of the way. Try to hit with a mobile beacon.
It's super smart. We're going to see the similar distraction crawlers pull aside that, and that tower is immediately going to go down, which is going to save us so much grief on the right.
And it is going to cause a lot of problems for Play Archer on the right as well. Now, note, of course, Missile Interceptor does intercept the main guns off of Overlord, but doesn't intercept the chin gun. So if Shiroha had chin guns, he'd be dealing more consistent damage from the Overlords. It doesn't appear like it's going to matter much because he's kind of created enough Overlord pressure here. You can see the anti-missile is shooting an almost 360-degree circle for that poor War Factory. It eventually goes down, and it's down to just a single marksman and a couple of fangs. Well, Lay Archer losing round 7, 3 surviving boats. I think this was the 10th boat. Maybe not. All 3 boats leveled for Shiroha. And full damage dealt. So those were the 3 real boats that survived. It was the temp boat that didn't have the mobile beacon got itself killed. Play Archer takes a pair of sandworms. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, and this is one of those things that is absolutely crucial. Play Archer needs to win that round. Not only is he down in terms of just raw currency, right? Because Lightning Storm costs 400 and Mobilized Battleship only costs 250. So, Shiroha got out ahead of that, but that spell round should be the round Play Archer wins against this comp, and we're losing.
Right.
And I think this kind of comes down to maybe a slight stubbornness to not level or fortify these towers at all. If the left side was just reinforced slightly, this push doesn't come as fast. The debuff isn't as long, and we don't have to play a guessing game, so to speak, against this aggro player that's asking all the questions. You can have a bit more of a assured answer to what they might be doing.
Right. He has finally fortified that. One of the towers he fortifies. Shiroha's left, Play Archer's right. It's now level 3. And as he's doing that, Play Archer is mobile beaconing from that side back over to the unfortified tower side. And added 2 more boats. For Play Archer, the worm in the back corner is going to be a bit of a pull. While Shiroha has added the level 3 Fire Badgers, they are cleaning up on that outside corner. And actually did pretty decently up the middle as well. For Play Archer, the Mustangs with aerial specialization are the answer to this push, or in theory, are the answer to this push. The theory is not working out in practice, but his worm survives with like a few hit points. So few hit points it goes down to a Stormcaller volley. And, right, Shiroha wins round 8 as well. Play Archer a lot closer to stable, but on 1530 at this point. We know Play Archer likes shield airdrop. We know Shiroha likes the extra range, but he takes the shield airdrop as well.
It really feels like this game's on a knife's edge. There are many things where if that right side went slightly differently, it's huge HB implications.
Right.
So I'm very curious to see how each player might tighten this up. And then we see, right, Underground Threat coming in. Play Archer is going to use it to pull a bunch of loose crawlers back.
Right.
I think something maybe Play Archer should consider clicking this turn is Replicate. Replicate would answer a lot of this flank, would give an overwhelming late wave chaff, and maybe even kind of cheese out around in behind Play Archer's power line here. Oh, Play Archer reverses it, walks it back, puts it behind in a defensive positioning now.
I actually really liked it in the aggro positioning for exactly the reason
I did too.
That you said. That addition of the melters just demolishes the worm on the back corner. They get instant locks on two of the war factories, really nicely positioned. Just devastatingly scything through Play Archer's lines here. And I believe that will be making Shiroha our Weekend Tournament Asia number 74 champion. Well played. Shiroha, a absolute gentleman, could not happen to a nicer guy. Brilliantly played, sir. And they said aggro was dead.
Just an overwhelming push from something that we've seen a bit before in Typhoon Boat. In this scenario, right, it was a lot less Typhoon and a lot more Boat. But some real studs showing up in this T formation Stormcaller and these melters. Instead of playing the anti-missile game and like maybe considering a third upgrade, we just unlock melters. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And if Mustang Melter is good, so too probably is Typhoon Melter, right? Or at least is okay.
Yeah, Typhoon Melter is solid. That is a good question, Kat. Kat says, I'm a bit curious if the range on Storm was intentional to bait the anti-missile out of the War Factory. Because remember, the War Factory, when it first came out, only had efficient maintenance, and he could conceivably have gone production or range on it. And by taking anti-missile or taking range, bringing out the range overlords, and then he's kind of baited Play Archer into a point where the range enhancement on the War Factory is expensive and doesn't feel like it's necessary because he's being pressed into, and that allows the melting points to completely outrange the War Factory. Certainly possible, Kat. It's really nice. And the carry boats with range and launcher overload, Sacco has said this for a long time, they really do overwhelm War Factory anti-missile. It takes a little while.
Quickly,
yeah, it takes a little while, but they do it. And you still, you can't just answer them with that. And the combination of Overlord, and note that he sold out of one of them at the end there. But the combination of the launcher overlords and the leveled storms throwing down, there's 8 things generating lots of missiles here. And there was a round in the middle there where we had a poor War Factory that was trying to shoot anti-missile in every direction. They actually do spend time rotating the anti-missile turrets. Those turrets don't insta-rotate. So that is one of the ways to overwhelm anti-missile, is to force it to spend time on, reorienting. What have we learned?
See cats. I mean, what have we learned? Boats and Typhoons are very hard to answer. I think we almost saw a competent answer in this Mustang spam. I just don't think we had enough, and I think we might have sidestepped a little too hard into the AM War Factory. But I also want to hit on that. Kat was asking about Storm Range potentially baiting out AM War Factory. I think it's maybe a little bit of that, but also this T position right here with this first Typhoon. These Stormcallers can hit the tower with range. And the ones behind that can hit the Vulcan. So basically, once this round starts, right, this T formation doesn't move. They are just DPSing the whole time.
Right. They're involved from the get-go. Yeah, I think that's really nice. So that's actually something to remember for Kat. Kat loves to throw down what they would call tower cheese Stormcallers, just put a Stormcaller on the line with the 180 meter. But this T formation a little bit off the line, you can even protect it from a missile. This is...
very easily.
Also, by the way, very cleanly protected from a Scorpion. So if you're thinking of Scorpions as your answer to the Typhoon, if you'd had a Scorpion here, its first shot goes at these crawlers, its second shot goes at these crawlers, and the typhoons just keep advancing and chewing things up.
Oh yeah.
So that formation is really, really nicely done. I like it a lot. Okay, fine. Just this once we'll allow that term, Cat. On this channel we're family friendly, so we call them a T-storm, the T-storm formation.
Oh, did somebody call it the forbidden name?
Yes, yes. It's fine. Well, we've got one match going. It looks like Badman and Alpha are presumably in the long-range range war. We don't need to go see that, I don't think. We'll stick here for just a moment to give you the formation that shall not be named. Yes, we'll stick for a moment to that. Congratulations to the only 25% that backed Shiro. Well chosen there. But we will wrap up here in a minute. But I'm actually, I'm actually feeling pretty awake. I might just want to go play on ladder a bit. So you guys are welcome to hang with me for that. We'll knock some games out, see how we can do. Kind of been excited to go try this, and did save.
Oh, the T-storm.
Did save those two replays, the Xiaobu one and the Shiro one, to look at later because I liked the way those builds went. Oops, did the tournament just end? Tournament did just end. Okay, so here's our finals in our rookie group 1. Congratulations to Rinlia, who's our group winner. Beat Flypaper in the quarters or semis, and beat the runner-up in the finals. Our intermediate group went to anybody have Google Lens? Right, there's our intermediate group, and our advanced group 1. Congratulations to Shiroha, your winner. Unrivaled Super Hottie, the runner-up, and Play Archer, 3rd place. Badman finishes 4th, having beaten Alpha in that last match. HD Susauer 5th, Cortex 6th, rounding out the 6 and 1s. Happy Hedgehog, Zemp, Alpha, and Darkless finish out the top 10. Since we had such a big tournament, we'll show you all the way down to 50th. So congratulations to any of you that are having your first big match. I think is that's the highest I've seen them before. Xiaobu dropped after the one loss with those sledges. And there you go. Clint, thanks for joining me. I really appreciate you being here. What are you up to next, sir?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just existing for the time being.
All right.
Although I will say, good luck on your ladder shenanigans.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna go.
I will be lurking in chat, watching what you're doing.
All right, cool. Well, thanks again. Appreciate you being here. Let's give Clint one more shout out. If you guys like Clint's commentary, like his thinking about the game, or were at all impressed with the frequency with which he called plays in advance, that certainly had me all a quiver, let's say. There's the shout out. Please give him a follow. Really appreciate you being here, Clint.
Yep, I'm out of here. Cheers, everybody. Bye, Amaroq. See you later.
Enjoy your coffee, sir. All right. Again, that's Clint Leetwood. Shout out is in chat. So really appreciate him being here, especially since he's also Pacific, and therefore is up before the dawn, up before the sun with me. All right, we have Hootie missing the Blowfish. No Blowfish, just Hootie. I think I can take Hootie. If their Blowfish were here, we'd be in trouble. But I think I can take Hootie. Unrivaled Super Hottie, yeah. Congrats on the second place there. Well done, man. And yeah, Clint is really solid. I really enjoyed having him as part of the booth. Hootie's a buddy of yours, Momaro? Uh-oh. You're gonna tell so now you're gonna tell him I was smack talking, huh? Alright. I've never actually played them, so I don't know. Channel point prediction should be up for this one. And let's go. We've got sledges. You're a supply specialist with what's potentially an aggro build, right? They keep finding you in the 2v2 queue. Fair. We'll throw out some crawlers behind towers and see how this goes. I'm hoping to build the full line of sledges. We'll see what they let me do here. They're going to come out aggro on the right side, so I might have a different approach. But we were ready for it with our vertical sledge formation here. It should kind of handle the crawlers a lot better than if we had been in a horizontal sledge formation. I had been doing a lot of horizontal sledge when I'm anticipating aggro because you can kind of pull right to left and get the quote-unquote vertical sledge on the other side. But off we go. Okay. Wow, you guys are heavy backing Hootie here. Goodness, 1% for me? Ay, ay, ay. That's it. Ban all of chat. And I love this formation from him, the full... I used to call it the pitchfork. I'd do something very similar looking. Yeah, okay, you're gonna win on that side, it's fine, but you understand what you're gonna do to yourself, right? I don't know if he understands what he's gonna do to himself there. But we'll get the left side tower, then we will lose the round, I think, is the plan. I'd have 3 hero crawlers. No, we do. Yes, right? Like, what am I gonna do with this? Why would I not pivot to Vulcan from here? When you're gonna run like me run at me like that. Counter crawl them. Just run the crawlers right up the middle there. I mean, I just think I throw down the Vulcan. It's easy peasy, right? I'm sad because I really wanted to throw down the I really wanted to put in the sledge formation this time, but, you know, it's all right. Vulcan really did appear. I mean, we had the monies for it. This is how you want to go. It's how you want to go. It's fine. Alright, you have Phoenix. Double Phoenix, even. Yeah, you can afford the unlock for 50 and 400 for the buy. It's gonna take him a while to work his way through this, though. And I think his formation is just gonna put crawlers right onto it the whole day long there. If not, we'll get the... Yeah.
I want you to lock on the crawlers, please. Keep working on crawlers. Yeah, good. All done. No problems. Keep working on the crawlers. Perfect. Crawler problem? What crawler problem? Now, yes, you do still win the fight on that side, but tower before you do? Really? If only we still had some upshoot. This round would be much better. Okay. I think we'll just take some fangs. Marksman. We want a crawler on the back corner. We'll take a fang front and central to try and pull everybody to the same spot. You lost 7 games in a row? Ouch. Yeah, that'll get frustrating in a hurry. Ah, okay. You're gonna add the opposite side, I see. I almost sold that to range my own fangs here. It's been quite amusing. Means my marksmen to get levels here. Hate running marksmen. Hate them. Why do I run marksmen, guys? They just don't do the DPS that I expect. I expect them to do Phoenix DPS. They just don't do it. Oh. You guys are pretty. You guys can have some range. Yeah, the assault marksman would delete chaff quickly. Unfortunately, I don't run that, so, you know, we'll make do with what we have. We will outrange you, sir. He did correctly predict the missile out, I think. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, what are you going to do? Oh, that's funny. Vulcan did not care about 5,000 hit points worth of damage there. This Vulcan's doing fine. Yep, we've invented Carry Fang from deep. I think. This is gonna be fun. Fang Vulcan, that's a build, right everybody? Fang Vulcan Marksman? I guess. I mean, Fang Vulcan Marksman actually sounds like a real build. Deep dish cooking. Do like deep dish, it's true. You know what? If I was him, I would consider... I would 100% consider a worm as part of my answer to this. We'll run something like this for now. And add some damage for the fangs. Nope, no worm, you've just gone with the saber-tooth. It's fine by me. I mean, it's working. It's true. Get Marksman summon on the Vulcan, Fang summon on the Marksman. Oh, that! It's true. I remember that build. Unfortunately, no, I'm not running either of those two techs. But yes, it's the very first build that anybody who picks the game up, a newbie spots, right? You're like, oh, I see a synergy here. Like I could tech the fangs, I could tech the marksman, and then Vulcans make fangs, or the Vulcans make marksmen, the marksmen make fangs. Yeah, leveling this guy up turns into a mistake, as it turns out. That's a little painful, but okay. That was definitely a mistake. So the reason that was a mistake is the level killed the crawlers too quickly, so I got the lock on for the tarantula faster. Also, the tarantula with mech rage got me faster, right? Moves a little quicker. Yay, fangs, go! Yes, Sir Limbo, it's the gateway drug to the Vulcan marksman meta. Oh, good. Let's give our fangs more range. You can have that. You know, gentlemen, you can have that, I think. Birdie DPS OP. I actually love Birdie DPS, it is true. I'm missing the bird this game. So Hootie's on 3,000 hit points, we're on 1,700. What do we got? I suppose we should update stream title. There we go. We made him sell his fangs. He's given us all these levels off these fangs. And oh, by the way, we're hitting them with, we do want some mech rage, I think. But we're also hitting them with Ignite. That poor, this thing is in a lot more trouble than it was. It's not going to be the big problem that it was last round. Yeah, he wins the round. You think we need more Vulcans? This thing's ranged now. He's gone for, like, full delete me spec. .125-meter range on the tarantula. I actually think it's Incendiary Bomb to start with. Probably Mech Rage. Yeah, I skipped it for Improved Steel Ball for now. Maybe what I should have taken is Mustang. Make sure he's not. Yeah, there we go. We're glad we have that. Glad we have the fire happening. We're glad we have the mech rage happening. We have cleared crawlers much more efficiently. The rest of the board should be fine. Right. Now we get that shield down. Now we get the tarantulas down. Now we are cooking. Right. It should be game over. You might not be wrong. He took the elite crawler, so he's throwing down level 5 crawlers. I mean, the other thing you can do is just missile out level 5 crawler. Goodbye, towers. Goodbye, crawlers. Goodbye, everybody else. I think it's quite kill range, lethal range. We've got about 700 left. Still solid for us. Yeah, I think we just try to hit as much of this as we can. You guys get the ground. Hit that whole side, hit that. I think this is it. Oil right side, not the left. I think he's gonna... I think he's gonna shield there, but okay. I guess I see. Not much comes through there. We still get that far side tower. Wow. The level 3 Stangs were the biggest threat. Alright. I had apparently hidden the hidden chat, so apologies for not giving him chats earlier. I mean, his initial formation with the 4-crawler run right onto tower invited the Vulcan, and it just went from there. I don't think you want to bait out the one of the best units in the game, right? And you are done there. I don't think that's the one to bait. So brave for not making forts in front of that one. Yeah. All right, we have that's a recognizable. What is this one? I know that. That's the Doctor from One Piece, right? Yes, Choppa. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, some gummy bear. It was gonna be driving me crazy. Oh, you're so cute. I don't remember what happened. Did we leave him on an island somewhere for a little while? I don't remember what happened to him after that. I haven't seen him in forever. Because I'm not current on my One Piece either. A reindeer that ate the human fruit. Exactly. It makes me so happy. Yeah, it's all the characters got separated, and that's where I lost track of him. I don't think I've seen him since. Age of Alpha Titan, a 7-month sub streak. Thank you, my friend. How are you doing today? Don't watch Timepiece after the watch One Piece after the time skip. Okay. It's sad because I loved that show for so long. Happy Saturday, indeed. Oh, we're getting aggroed on the left side this time, everybody. Look at that. Well, you did get a very unprotected tower. Nicely done. Would somebody shoot these crawlers, please? Perhaps you turn. Okay, never mind. The Mermaid Island arc was the low point in the series. Yeah, I did call it early yesterday. I had a friend in from out of town, and haven't seen since. Let's say I haven't seen her since about the start of COVID. So, Shiroha won the tournament. Yeah, exactly so. Well, hello there, Sabretooth. And quick teleport, huh? Okay. That's going to be unfortunate for the Fire Badgers for now, but I think we... Do you turn and shoot this? Surely you shoot that, not these guys, right? Patty, Shiroha one. So. What do we get? Yeah, nope, you're going to shoot that, and we're going to be deleted one at a time here. That is a bit unfortunate for us, but it's fixable. Aha, you also won the prediction after Amaroq versus Susauer. You have 10k channel points out of nowhere. So. Went in at 2730, got 10,000 back. Very nicely done. Oh. No. Wait. We still... Oh dear. We still have These 4 crawlers cost me a sentry missile. Well, you guys better level for this. Not the missile. I know. You idiots. Oh, hey, look, you did damage. Good job. Well. Oh, perfect. I wanted this. Anyways. We'll have some single target. And it will be good. What are my intentions for triple threat? I am around, I'm awake, so I am here. What else do you need to know? Fresh coffee. Checking in and taking census. I am here. I'm awake. I've had coffee. I can play if needed. I can not play if needed. We just slammed down a Vulcan in the way here. No. Not a level 3 Mustang. I think we need to fire the ground here. I know they nerfed heavy armor. It's true. Alright. We seem to have fired our own crawlers on the right side. On the other hand, we have fired the Mustangs, which is what we wanted. No, that's super heavy armor that you're thinking of. Hmm. How am I gonna make crawlers with sledge levels of hit points? It's true. I actually wonder if the right answer for some of those items is that they scale depending on the price of the unit they're placed on. So, for example, let something like let something like nano repair do something depending on the unit. If it's a giant, it doesn't repair quite the hit point percentage that it does on a non-giant, sort of thing. Alright, I see you trying that other side. And you've tried some anti-missile. On the other hand, we're going to be in Vulcan Hacker here, so don't care much about your anti-missile. Win this round, I think, and I think we stabilize next round, right? You guys get range. You guys are our top damage dealer. What I would like to do is have you Oh, right. We want you as well. Alright. We have Vulcans. How could we lose? I mean, again, he's thrown down a zillion chaff, right? We talk all the time about win the chaff war. Actually, I love adding wasps with ground spec for him. That was a really good choice. He's got the high-level wasp and the high-level mustangs. There's going to be all sorts of problems for us. And that's another round win for Chopper. Go, little doctor, go! There we go. All right, so Titan Cat, what's the deal here? Do we have an Apuchi? Are we ready? Where are we at? How did that happen? We had Vulcans. Vulcans, I tell you. They were untacked. They were untacked. Oops. All right, so 1 and 1 plus 12 is our record for the day. Haven't heard from an Apuchi. Okay. Nor from opponents. All right, so I have nothing that I need to do other than pay out the 1 and 3 that correctly bet Chopper. Thank you for the follow tier, much appreciated. And I'm going to run a quick ad and grab myself a coffee while waiting for this triple threat tricksters to start. And so we'll run ad. Back in a minute. All right, we are back in the saddle. Have coffee, will travel. And have a Meowsmith? Meowsmith? All right. I want to call them Meowsmith. Channel Point Predictions is up for that. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're up against a similar MMR opponent named Meowsmith, and not Meowsmith. Right. We have Storms, Speed Specialist against Typhoon Storm. I feel like this is going to be About as bog standard a start as we can get. I don't see my guy coming out in that T-storm formation. We'll find out in a minute, I guess. Let's see what happens. Nope. Very standard. Standard from deep. We don't have our crawlers or sledges lined up, so that first volley misses. We don't need to think about a distraction crawler yet. We are not running the full quad tech sledge, so maybe I can't do the fun build we saw in... Not quite Frostwall. It's close, but not there. The back part still gets hit. It's only 3 meters per second faster, so... But sledges can, at 10 meters per second. They can start to dodge things there. We could intensive one to level 2, or level 3 even. Woof. How gross would that be? But it costs me $250 to do it. I think it's better to just skip and take 2 more, right? Skip, get 2 more on the board, see where this goes. Alright, it goes to more Stormcallers. I see you. Is that really the best choice? Okay, we should be ready to try and coordinate starting this triple threat tricksters once we're wrapping up. Perfect. No word from Mapuche, so it's likely the 3 of us. Okay, that's fine by me. That is the price we paid for this early match, and I'm in much better shape than I was last week. Last week it would have been a disaster to try. Today it's probably fine. Wait, this is the Zemp team, right? Yoicks. Okay, they're still down a member. That is fine by me. We'll get there when we get there, right? Yeah, right? That would be nice. We'd appreciate it for sure. Come on, Abuchi. Where are you at, man? Alright. Oh, Arclight in the exact right position and Typhoon in the exact right position? That is not what we wanted to see there. This volley is slightly unlucky for us, but we do hit some of the lead element out there. Now, you know what is going to be really good at stopping these typhoons? We will just armor our tanks in a moment. There's some very nice typhoons you have, but they will do next to nothing in a moment. If you want to take a test drive on a strat in a skirmish, sure, we can do that. Oh, well, that'll do this nicely. Perhaps I should have I think we're just going to sell out of that one so that we can put the matching unit on this side. Oh, you're adding a ranged hacker at 150. I outrange your hacker, sir. Good luck. Outrange your hacker, and we took extra hit points as well, so I'm sure this is really the build for you. It might work. It'll work for a round. We just triple out the storms, right? Do I want another? Shield bubble typhoons, sure. I do wish I had the extra ATK. Fighting through tower debuff was really painful there. Official start time is 2 hours before European, so in 40 minutes. Okay, got it. Everything over there has bubbles now. We'll level our storms, I think, for penetration. Probably take Phoenix for single target DPS that doesn't get shot by most of this. We can put it out at 160 meters. Sledges will be at 165. Oh, you're going to stick us in this. Okay. I mean, you'll be in smoke. Don't necessarily mind hanging out here. Well, the hacker army is really doing the business now. And I think that's GG. I have been meow-smithed. Alright, let's do our scrimmage there. Titan? Congrats to the... wait, 0%? Also, can we stop having this here? I don't really want that there either. Alright, there's a Titan. Let's go. Can you change it off of desk, please? Right. I do hate that it drops that. Hacker does still drop as a unit from cards, but wait, no, I don't think it does anymore, Switcher. Maybe only in round 2. We want to put down here. So Titan is coming out as a Rhino Specialist with a Stormcaller start. We'll see. Oh, that's fair enough. If Zemp is watching, can I politely request not, since it's meant to be tourney prep? There you go. Thank you, Zemp. This is a tourney prep match. Team Vulcan watching is a thing. It's not the end of the world. Okay. We shall see how it goes. Alright, we seem to be doing alright on the left, lost on the right. Yeah, Titan wins by a single storm. Wonder what he is cooking here. Rhino. I passed on round 1 chaff clear. I'm not going to pass on chaff clear this round. Go ahead and put out 3 fire badgers and call it a day. See what he's running. For cost control, we'll take our attack enhancement, so we've got plus 12% back. That actually makes us better than a default. So default crawler is 79. Oh, we're actually 78 because of the way that additive and multiplicative interact together. Alpha Titan takes a level 2 wasp. All right. Well, we didn't have wasps, so we didn't have wasp protection. We'll probably add mustangs. It'll be fine. I wonder if the Fangs are going to do all right here because of how tanky the Fire Badgers were. Let's go Fire Badger. Get some good work done. And the Fangs are enough to clean up. Oh, I think I know what he's cooking. Right. I have an idea of what the cook is at any rate. Have you invented the Ghoster's Supreme special? That is my guess. Nope, he has sold out of the wasps already. That is not predicted. You were assuming they were Shiroha wasps? Bait Mustang? jump them around a bunch and then sell. Yeah, that actually would have been right. It would be value against the aggro player. Whatever Titan is cooking, I'm not buying yet. Let's take our hit points as well. Yep. Oh, it's an early War Factory out of a Rhino. Alright. Is he cooking over here? Oh, it's a efficient maintenance War Factory, so he's kind of committed to it. I mean, not that committed, it's only 200. He's only got the 2 techs. And we've got flying, so popped. 2830. We're gonna want attacks. We are going to want attacks for sure. We are going to start with range and range, I think. Alright, now he's got bird production with birds with range. Sure, we are going to have range and scorpion range. Now, note that we do not actually have scorpion siege. You're down 206 MMR today, whooped. Ouch. Yeah, I'm Wait a sec, I lost against Miwo Smith, so it's actually records 2. We are, yes, we're getting the, here's how to defeat War Factory is the plan. Of course, note that a lot of this is depending on the chaff board. We've got the fangs arriving. We'll get the, we don't have acid yet, so we may not win this round, and it's fine. No. Chaff was... Oh, we won the chaff war on the right, I think. He's fine. Yeah, we're not going to win this round. It's expected. So part of the key here was maintaining hit points so that we could afford to lose a round or two and not go down hard. Don't care, don't care, don't care. I think we'll take the shield airdrop for now. I think what we need is acid from this fellow, range from these fellows. I'm going to agree with you about needing one more there. I want this level and another Phoenix. We're putting the Phoenix on the other side, primarily because I'm expecting there to be a second War Factory out here, so we don't want to be horribly behind. It's a second War Factory on the same side, so okay. I'm not betting on this round. I would bet on next round-ish, I think. Both sides lose bubble. Yeah, he's going to win this round as well. We need Scorpion here. Popped again, so we're not going to take much hit point damage. And off 3,000, I think we start to stabilize from here. Might as well take the melters, although they are not they're not what I think of as the right quote end quote answer. If Bearlike is going to give them to me for free, I'm going to take them. It's fine. We'll add you. We'll add you. And we keep adding bird, I think. And we keep adding chaff, right? We're going to add a fang back here as well. And a fang here. Not sure who's the most important to add yet. We'll float our 50. We have the econ advantage. There's no need to get into loans to try and finish this out. Next thing up might be napalm on the ground for the fire badgers. There's another, sure. Yeah, I think it may be napalm. I think he shoots these guys. So we might have lost these guys with napalm. So we need a front chaff ahead of them now. That insta lock on them was painful. And in fact, I'm wondering if temp range was needed this round. He hasn't temp ranged yet. Yeah, I think taking range on the melters was actually a mistake. We needed to invest more on the other units first. So this is a big round. This is why, like I say, melter is just not the answer here. And now... I think we have to do something different entirely. Which is going to be... Go ahead and put fire on the ground. We absolutely have to have this. And that. negotiables. And we need to bubble, I think. Just bubble out for the bubble out for the smoke. Right. Anti-missile device is going to be a little painful. But we have our smoke where we wanted it. We're going to get fire on the ground where we need it. We actually don't have the chaff clear because of the badgers getting too far out in front and getting deleted here. Good-ish, not good enough. Well, it went well. I feel like if I had played it a little bit better, and I had a little bit better chaff clear, I could have beaten that. As I was losing the chaff clear war. The clown car strikes again. Indeed. Alright, let's... So what's our official start time? And Kat, go ahead and give Titan the feedback there. Official start time is in 15, I guess, 14? What was the Miwo Smith was minus 20? Yeah, okay. So that's us for the day. We should score some... I don't feel like Gilded belongs on level 1 skins. Nee. So let me know what we're doing here, my friend. I need to do something for stream entertainment. Make the 2v2s go away. Let's see. All right, what was the other thing I was thinking of? There was something I saw in one of those matches I wanted to... Oh, Triple Threat Trickster can start after I wrap up my next match. Got it. Go ahead and do a quick ladder match. Perfect. Will do. Nobody backed me, wow, Smith. That's okay, there was only 10 riding on me, so somebody gets their 10 credits back. And we'll be into a match here. We'll probably have an ad a little bit through it. Around 4 perhaps you might miss, if you're not a subscriber. Doubt Castle. We are up against... Oops. Oh, I meant to cut and paste this from where we had taken. Gilded looks great for level 3, I think, when it's like... well, and Lyusov, thank you for the follow. I hope I said that right. Lyusov. Alright, Doubt Castle. Interesting name. I don't think I've run across them before. Woohoo! Rock on! Yeah, it's the fire collars into the anti-missile that was the problem for me. Alright, if we're gonna do Triple Threat Trickster in a moment, I'm gonna start with my aggro form here. Actually ran this really nicely against Mike Tyson recently. I think we lose round 1 if he gets good locks. If he locks the steel balls and misses, that helps the storm, the arc lights quite a lot. Opponent is marksman specialist, so we still have the possibility of the typhoon drop. That's kind of what we're hoping for here. And Lyusov, first time chatter. Yay! Appreciate you being here. I don't normally stream this early. I'm gonna be honest. Only on Saturdays for the Asia tourney am I up this early. I'm in California, so Asia tourney starts at 5 o'clock Pacific for me. Alright, we'll take the improved War Factory, and then we want to distract that first volley and lock off of our folks here. We're going to let a late crawler arrive off of one corner. It's probably not useful right now, but it will be useful later. Opponent goes for the fangs in front of towers. That's fine. They'll be running crawlers into those fangs, and we'll be hitting them with the arc light. But next round, we'll be hitting them with missiles as well. The whole build's not online yet, but it will get there. And winning round 1 so that we did some damage to him instead of taking damage is actually pretty big for our tempo. As we're going into storms, it's unlucky for us for a round or 2. The storms are so good in defense. We're down to, 33, 35, 50. That's fine. And there's the typhoon. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful typhoon. Now. Hello. We're here now. Need to build out my chaff board. Chaff. Probably chaffish. Chaffish? Opponent is an Age of Empires 2 fan, a pro player is named Doubt, and he's infamous for not completing his forward castles. Hence, Doubt Castle. Brilliant. I have my forward castles. He has 3 saber-tooths now. That is going to do well against the typhoons for a little while, but as soon as we get the right chaff behind, I think we're going to be in really good shape. I think we lose this round and start stabilizing next round. I'm sorry for the cough there, guys. Coffee down the wrong pipe. Right, we do lose this round. It's kind of expected. All right. There we go. Right? I'm just following Titan's advice here. I hope I haven't completely insulted opponent here. That's the laugh. I see. Time to start selling out of these folks. Time to add our steel balls up the middle, I think. Poochie! Hello, hello. Good morning. We are just warming up, so we've got until the end of this match to get your coffee drink and other necessities taken care of. We're gonna float, yeah? I think we float here. These guys stop at better range. We're in much better shape. So. Nope, no, it has not already happened. Yes, Apuchi and Cat versus Zemp and Super Huddy, and then one of Titan or I taking on Teddy. It seems like the correct approach here. Okay, now we get to tech up, and we do have
this. We're gonna go with you and you. God, why will these steel balls just not level? Ah. Oh, sell arc. Yes, thank you. Sell arc. Probably sell this one also for this round. It was here that we wanted. Right, we are, official start time is now, so you guys could go ahead if you wanted, or, yeah, we get, steel ball locked on wrong thing, or correct thing, finally. We're still losing round, though. We in trouble. Oh, that's too many hit points to take. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Eep! Perfect. Perfectly calculated, right? We got this. What are we worried about? Not worried about nothing here. Time for the comeback. Exactly, Saul Greatman. I appreciate your optimism. It is clear comeback time. Hope dies last. Our ball range is not added. We added no tech this round. We have Overlord this round. What we've added are 4 units, all central, trying to clean up and KO. Oh, thank you. You're actually going to stop the steel balls. I still need this line of chaff. And he's going to stop the steel balls at range for this round. I love, we're on 158 hit points and do not loan. Opponent has loaned. So, winner go home for us. But yeah, you've given us these perfect stops on those steel balls. Thank you so much. That opponent helping. Don't look gift in mouth. Did lose this steel ball, unfortunately. On, oops, I've lost mouse also. So, yep, that is good enough for opponent, I think. Doubt Castle doubts Amaroq successfully. Okay, you'll be in Melter, got it. Hello, folks. How are you? Check, check. And
Hello,
check.
hello.
Hello, hello. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Excellent.
So, Apuch in for a moment into your chat.
Oh,
I have not seen hide nor hair of him since.
All right. He's says getting up. So
Gotcha.
tricksters.
Again.
Nope. I am ready. More steel ball check could have been good. The problem was I had let those. I'd let the sabers level, so that was where we went badly.
So, are we going ahead, the three of us then? No Apucci?
I mean,
Or is Apucci revving up and he'll be joining us
I
any moment?
believe he's revving up.
I see.
But
Okay.
he is logging in right now. There we go.
Perfect.
So, assuming it's a Zemp up front, I think we would want an Apucci versus Zemp. Although
Probably yes.
Zemp, of course, is warmed up, and Apucci is not. So,
Also true.
hit the ground running, sir.
The other
Do
option is
well.
theoretically, if Cat is so inclined to tee off the 1v1.
Right.
Not sure.
I mean, I am happy to let you guys run this however you want. So, throw me in if you need me. And, what's opponents today?
Team Vulcan.
Thank you.
Gucci?
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry to have you up this early.
Good morning, sir.
This is the worst time for us, right? Yep. Yeah.
Right, we don't get to be warmed up off the European.
No.
We get to cold hit. So, they're going to be fielding Teddy, Super Hottie, and Zemp. And I was just saying that Amaroq or I should probably be the one to step aside. I'm fine with doing that. I'm also happy to play. Amaroq is kind of voiced the same, so ultimately, Amaroq, do you want to cheer on or do you want to play? Because I know you've missed a few, but you've also enjoyed watching and spectating.
I've played 2 and spectated 2, I think. What are you at?
I've played at least 3.
Okay,
I know
so
that.
I'll play this one then, so that we're kind of fairly rotating through the team.
Then I'm fine by that.
Seems fair to opponents this way.
Sure. So, Apucci, you're not warmed up. Does that affect whether you would want to tee off as our 1v1 hold, or would you want it 2v2? Okay. Well, then I'll make this simple. Then we can keep our regular pattern. Apucci, you can be our 1v1. Amaroq, Cat, y'all can be our 2v2.
Great.
And I will relay that over, and then we can get the rooms running.
Sure, and I know I have Zemp and Teddy both in friends list, along with 3 of you.
I also have all 3 of them as well, so making the room shouldn't be too hard between both matches.
Perfect. If you would be so kind as to create a room and
yes.
Make sure it is daylight and not...
yes.
Thank you.
I'll make it nighttime just for the added...
just for Apucci. Let Apucci's room be nighttime.
Right.
Okay, so Kat is going to be in Amaroq chat for now, since we are teammates. Works for me. I'm going to... We just ran ad, I think, so... know how to... Yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right. So Apucci, it's going to be you and Zemp squaring off as expected on the 1v1. So
right.
I assume you have him and can easily invite. Okay, I can invite you both, I think. Yeah, I can.
All right. Presuming I'm up against Teddy, let's. Any scouting report there? I am up against Teddy.
Teddy generally likes to play standard.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 sec to
Sure.
finish finalizing the room for Zemp and Apucci.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
That's really weird. Okay. Okay. I'll start inviting then for the other. Teddy tends to play standard, although he's toyed with aggro.
Right.
And let's invite Teddy.
You are inviting.
2v2. Let's invite Amaroq. Let's invite Cat. I think I have Unrivaled. Rolling. I don't actually see Super. I may not have Super Hottie.
I have everybody. This would have been.
I see. Well, let me switch out.
Okay. You switch out now. Am I the host? You are still the host. You have to leave.
I'm still technically host.
Go away. Perfect.
Then we'll join. Oh, the room is private. So if you could invite me back in so I can spectate.
Yep. Of course, you'll be on a 90-second delay, so I don't know how that helps you, but...
That's true. I'll watch from your stream.
Yeah.
That's a moot point. Also, Apucci is in a match, so should we head over to your channel? Or is Apucci muting?
I can just.
Right. I mean, we're here.
Okay.
Might as well.
Okay. Perfect. So, additionally, Teddy loves his storms.
Yeah.
And...
But he's not using them.
I don't know, he's been experimenting a little bit.
Right.
He hasn't been like giga spamming them like he used to, though.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not using them to bait a response. He's just using
No.
them.
Yeah. If he uses them, I've never seen him sell out of them.
Right. Okay. Yep. We have cost control, which could actually be useful in the throwing things down.
Right.
Or speed. I think speed with steel ball here.
Okay, makes sense. That's gonna be elite Fang gaming. Well, he's gonna have elite with Fang, I should say. That does not mean he's Fang gaming. I would actually be surprised.
Right.
What is Teddy? Go easy on me, I'm new to the game.
Yeah, right.
Super Hottie says.
Yeah. So Super Hottie is a Sabertooth, Teddy is a Supply, I've gun speed, and Cat is Elite. Teddy is Mustang Marksman.
Interesting.
Fang and Steel Ball.
I assume with ball and speed you're playing aggro.
Yep. See what Teddy has learned.
I suspect Teddy will go Vulcan defense.
Good. I've failed to place. I was trying to click on a spot, and it didn't click.
Oh no.
Yes, Woot. Three-ish months is enough to make you lose track of certain things, for sure. Alright, we're gonna get tower on the left. So that's one tower.
Very nice. You're outside steel ball getting the farmed EXP.
Yeah, half a level. We'll get two
Gotcha,
towers
gotcha.
over here.
That's something I can do. I can do tower count in real time. Assuming.
That's 4 towers total.
Okay, so y'all got all 4.
And one round over here.
Very nice. Okay.
Going right.
Maybe the left front flanking corner, so that way you're making use of that surface area.
Mm-hmm.
I would, like with your push, yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking out here.
Cat has really precise measurements. Yes, like
Yeah.
right there. Cat has really precise measurements with his unit aggro, so I would coordinate with him if at all possible before you put something that might change those draws.
Right in the center. Yep. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Nah, we'll just run it right up.
Oh, you're gonna put the Wraith in the corner.
Just thinking about it.
That's a choice, like fort or other units. I don't know. I'm not a super aggro player, so I'm not the best qualified to comment.
Right.
Um,
Well, it's a choice spot, and the Wraith there is a choice unit for it.
okay.
So, but we'll get, see, because we're gonna get all that pull, so I would have had all that chaff clear out there. You see what I mean?
Yes. But
No, don't.
I think you're also pulling.
Don't butt it. That's all what I was thinking. Badger is rude.
Okay.
Got it. 'Cause we would have cleaned all of that up, but we've got one tower. We'll, you know, and it would have been TTT points for the board. I don't get the second tower. We killed him too quickly. Cat gets a second tower, however. Is there? He's not going to it. I'm going to it. Sea wall. We will get that one.
One steel ball.
Three towers and round. One
steel ball.
knew the mission.
Exactly.
Oh, subsidized staying to add to my push. Sounds like a plan. Level steel balls.
A sad thing from round 1.
Mm-hmm. That sad thing has gone. I wonder if it's actually been important, because it's been, I mean, yes, but it's not horrible right now.
mean, Wasp levels are always a concern, but yeah, Wraith is a very strong answer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Teddy sell them,
The wasps.
truthfully. Yeah. He might tech them and use them as his Wraith answer, but I suspect that he sells them and probably goes AA Marksman if I had to guess.
Yeah, I feel like he should go AA marksman. Let's range on subsidized stayings for now.
Oh, nice. That'll give your Wraiths huge value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he sold out of the...
Mm-hmm. BB Wraith farming.
Mm-hmm. And he's drawn us deep enough. Well, we've drawn ourselves deep enough
Right.
this time that we're going to get towers.
Mm-hmm.
Marksmen have leveled, unfortunately, both of them. Two towers over here.
Nice. Any from Cat.
Looks like Cat got a third. And round again. So, towers 3.
A little spooky you're both leaning into Wraith, but so far it's working. And now we take Mass Prod Wraith. No.
No, I don't think so. But I do think a tower upgrade essentially works for us.
One fort level on your outside tower would be really valuable if you can afford it.
Outside tower, you say?
Yes, because you're winning the engagement hard on the left, and one level to fort your other tower would prevent you from fighting under debuff. Because he doesn't really have anything that can kill a level 2 tower.
Right. We're also adding 2 units to that side. So, but yeah, I agree with you there. So added, done. Still no techs. We do have subsidized marksmen or subsidized Mustangs available to us, but haven't taken them yet.
Right. I feel like beacon and range on Wraith would be a really valuable add.
Yep, that is the plan. I want him to commit to an anti-air solution. But he hasn't.
He has a ton of stuff that Wraith just tears apart.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if he thinks I'm trying to bait with the Wraiths right now. Yep.
I don't know, but
we don't run armor. We do run field maintenance. So. Two towers again.
Nice.
More Mustangs? Wait, I feel like I've just faced this con.
Does the marksman have AA?
It's dead, so... Nope. Towers 3.
Nice.
Oh, well, let's give the Wraiths more range, shall we?
Or is there an enhancement level on the Wraith on the other side?
There would have been, yeah.
Gotcha.
He's really
These
just
raids do
not
have
answering
great
it.
range now.
Yeah, I mean, they're a real unit. They have 105 meters. Basically, I'm going to sit here and wait for Teddy to solve this problem before trying to present him something else. There hasn't been. He's got these three.
Right. Do your steel balls run armor? Because unironically, that might be an immensely strong tech to tank the Mustangs.
Unfortunately, no. It's the one that gives way for fortified target lock.
The lock. Right. It would be so good right here.
Yeah, he's recognized that he doesn't have the. He needs the armor-piercing bullets. Like he needs something to answer the steel balls. He's added the scorpion, but it's not even gonna. I don't think it ever gets a lock on a steel ball before it dies. Ah, he missiled out some chaff. Yeah, it never got a lock on a steel ball. So.
Nice.
Oh, spoilers, Diana. This thing's up to level 2. That was the biggest problem we had here. Tower 1. Looks like Cat is working on a level 3 tower over there. Probably going to level this one up. That's fine, though. We'll have to level this one again, I think. Actually, maybe we don't.
Marksman.
Maybe we don't.
That's really valuable.
Oh, we did not. So only 2 towers this time. And opponents have finally won a round. Down to 6,500.
Maybe time for the healing donut. If he's only killing them with trickle damage.
He was only killing them with trickle damage, but I was thinking I would do 8 gun and just clean up. We took ER Steel Ball, so they're less tanky. Might have been a mistake. I maybe should have just done it on range. But I don't think Teddy's faced the Carry Wraith before. You guys are off into Fort Spam. Got it. You got a lot of trickster points.
Nice.
Did you win it? Sorry, I lost that in the all the call-ins at the start of the round. Was that a yes?
Yeah.
Nice. Way to go. We are getting a ton of trickster points. We've just gotten the far side tower and fought our way through a...
Nice tower snipe.
Yep. I believe we had that tower, but I'm not certain. Somebody would have to watch that on replay. They went down right around the same time.
That looked like a kill to me. I'm 90% certain there were Mustangs behind that tower that died.
I think
after
so, but I can't say for
the tower
certain.
went.
You guys agree?
Okay.
Wolf Factory
Round is
said
this?
agree.
Round 6.
Yeah, round 6, it's definitely a watch in slow-mo.
How many towers did Cat get?
None, so it'll be
No
1
towers.
or 2 for our team. And
I'll asterisk this one.
yeah. What do we need now? I feel like a
Oh.
level 6 Rhino is the
Or
rude
the Rhino.
answer here.
It was a Melter drop.
Right, but
Definitely speed and beacon.
mm-hmm. Okay.
Lone. It's 622 on their health.
Okay, loans for both. Got it. At that point, we're gonna loan
And I
for
kind
range
of
as
like
well.
drill because you got so many crawlers. Drill might literally just make your crawlers pop off. Unless you don't have replicate yet, in which case
We don't.
might
We
be
haven't
better.
taken replicate, but we're not really surviving much here.
Already went a mobile beacon 20
Yeah,
seconds.
let's mobile beacon first, I think.
$300 money.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
I think replicate's gonna go hard as soon as you get one tower.
Hmm. Certainly could. You're too poor for what you wanted. We mobile beaconed over and got the
Mm-hmm.
right
That was a
tower.
beautiful mobile beacon.
Thank you. Thanks for reminding me to do it when you told me.
Welcome.
Perfect. This time, no doubt about it, tower, if there's still that Rhino alive
Mm-hmm.
for us. And
Is that your Rhino or their Rhino?
Yes.
That's their Rhino, actually, but you drew his.
Mm-hmm. So three
Nice.
towers there.
Cat is winning his side, and that was a huge Rhino that you dropped on the flank
Yep.
for trickster points, so we. Whew,
Yeah,
making it look easy, boys.
we popped off there. You got
Yes.
nothing on flanks today? Yeah, we won. We had things on flanks, and we got lots of towers. So, I mean, we got 3 or more towers every round except one.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Well, you had 2 rounds with 2. 4, 3, 3, 3,
Oh.
2, 2, 3.
Got it. And the second 2 was questionable in round 6. So
Yes, we'll do a
yeah,
rapid replay on that.
It needs a slow mo replay. I love it. Love it,
My
Abuchi.
phones are kind of scary right now.
I was not the
Just a card, and he
But
leaned
he
into it.
also-
I love them right now.
He was going for asym defense, or he was going for asymmetric. I was push,
Right.
didn't put the side in the fight it, and I was just gonna leave that ball there.
Exactly.
Right.
Especially for tricks.
And then I just like asymmetrically attacked his defensive. Let's
Nice.
put all of our deploys here, and every round.
Gee. How rude. Well done, sir.
You know what your score ended up being?
I ended up not having that high. I was 50,
Gotcha.
about 11 out of 4.
Oh, wow. So let me do some quick math. You said that your flank percentage was what?
Percent.
That means, Apucci, you had a trickster score of 1.944. 1.945. I don't know how many digits they was.
There are 3 fangs behind tower. We're coming in on the slow-mo here. Oh, those fangs are starting to walk forward. There is 1 fang left. That fang dies. So it's not a tower take. The tower pops because the fang went down.
Yep. So that's a 1.
Yeah, it's a 1 on that one.
And Tim, if you could skip to the very last round, and we
Sure.
can do a quick math on the flank percentage for you guys, then we can have our total scores.
Oh, sure. That should be easy enough. Hey, sorry, Zemp. the skipping the typhoons was the mistake there. Each.
That does sound like a mistake kind of play
Yeah.
in this meta, but that's fair.
It was. I almost picked the Mustangs. It was a Typhoon or it was a level 2 Mustang. No, there's colors. I think it's gotta be the.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, I have about. Oh, really? I have 100, 200, 800 from the Wraith, and 600 from the Wraith, 700 from the Rhino. So that is 1,500.
So you have 1,500 flank.
Yep. Main board is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Sorry, 11, because I leveled those two. 15, 19, 21, 27, 3150. And
3150 on your board.
Yep.
Non-flank.
Right. So your forts are 650 each, okay? Yeah, 3150 was non-flank. I did not count my flanks for that one. So 150, 550, 1,000 even.
Boats. The boats are 400 because they were before he got senior man.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you click on it, it'll show the cell.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay.
1,100, 1,200, 1,800, 1,950, 2,350, 650 becomes 3,000, 3,400, 3,550, 3,700, 3,800, 4,200, 4,850, 4,950, 50, 5,000, 5,400, 5,550, and 5,700.
5,700.
Yep. Yeah, they get the full cell value because they're a drop, which is kind of neat.
What was the formula for tricks?
So the formula is if you win, it's 1 plus your flank percentage plus your tower percentage. I'm 90% sure. I'll double check that, but I'm almost certain it's just straight math. And then if you lose, it's your tower and flank divided by 2/3. And not getting the +1. So
Right.
with 3,150 on Amaroq's board, 5,700 on Cat's board. Plus the 1,500. Then we take 1,500. Divide that by the 1035. Then we add tower percentage, and you'll have a 67% tower.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the Amaroq Cat 2v2 was 1.82. Trickster score.
1.82?
Huh?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we had a 1.945 and a 1.823.
Oh, that feels good. Yikes.
Or is your
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we basically scored 2 for this week.
Yes.
Which is
ridiculously good.
That was phenomenal for the right people played the right games today.
Yes, I think so.
Jumping in, knocking it out.
It
Yeah.
felt good
Teddy
to
is
show up,
definitely-
warmed up, and just go.
Mm-hmm.
And
Teddy was not ready for Wraith rebuttal, and
nope.
I'm glad that you were able to get all of your buttons pushed on that last round. I know that
Mhm.
you were making like 90% of the decisions. I'm glad that we got all of that value in, because that beacon diagonally with that steel ball absolutely tilted the entire engagement
Mm-hmm.
there
Yeah,
at the end.
You coaching me on that one was pretty key on that round 6 even. But
your Wraiths just cooked him.
Yep. Yeah, he had no answer
All due
to
respect to Teddy.
old Wraith aggro. That's the old carry Wraith build. That's not
Mhm.
the modern play of the Wraith, and I just knew he was new enough to the game that he hadn't seen it, you know?
Right.
So the moment it was presented to me, it was kind of a lean into it moment. And I had the right start from the Typhoon build, you know?
I mean, he went damage on the Mustangs, but he didn't even take... I don't think he pushed an AA button.
No, he never did on either of them. He took damage on the Mustangs to try and get the damage to knock down the steel balls. So.
And you know what else? He didn't have a crawler clear. That was probably his biggest challenge. Was he was relying on Mustangs to clear crawlers.
Yeah, the Mustangs were all of his clear. They were his chaff clear, they were his crawler clear, and they were his Wraith answer, and they couldn't do all three.
No.
Click.
And when you pick one unit to do 3 jobs, it usually doesn't do any of them.
Desktop.
Oh, did he?
Game hangs. Because UI 0 speed to replay.
Gotcha. So he did click AA on the Mustangs on the very last round, so he had triple text things.
He triple teched them. Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, we are done reporting this bug. Now we can close the app the rest of the way. Sorry for viewers who might have been wondering what was happening there. We had managed to managed to pause the game in a way that we were...
Right. So if y'all want to post the replays of the games that y'all had, Abuchi and
I've got
Amaroq, then I can post the Trickster scores that I calculated for both of y'all's specifically for that, or y'all can include them.
Sure. What
I posted my Trickster score.
Okay, is that
in results?
I just posted it with the replay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Cody uses results. We posted replays 100%.
Right, got it. So just drag that thing over to there. PC, please just remember that I always want the replays folder as one of the defaults.
Right.
Like, quit trying to intelligently predict. I can tell you what I want.
You'd also think, as much as us Mechabellum players use the replay folder function, that our computers would be smart enough to know better by now.
Well, it's...
Mine does just have it in quick access. I don't know what y'all are doing.
Mine does too, for the record. So
okay, to be fair, the other 4 are... The 4 that it's using are screenshots, Mechabellum assets, Launch Clash Tournament assets, and the one that I'm using to go back and forth with my artist. So, like, it's all channel related. It's just...
On my work computer, I always just have to, like, manually decide what's in quick access and just purge out whatever my computer thinks should be in there, because it is
right.
It's always like deep subfolders within project folders, and I'm like, nah, just the project folder.
Just the project, yes, the main project folder.
Give me the home source and let me dig deep instead of like having to revert back to the main menu.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and there's so many different projects that have like same named subfolders.
Oh my gosh,
so it'll be like if it's a folder full of wave audio, it'll be like waves. So there'll be like 3 different waves in my quick access, and I'm like, that's not useful.
Or, version XYZ, and you don't remember precisely what number you're on, and there's like 6 or 7 different folders that progress along the way.
Right. All right. I think I am done there. What are we doing next, gentlemen?
Well, I am all for playing some matches. If either of you want to 2v2,
I can 2v2.
As partnered up.
I can 2v2 with somebody. Apuchi, what are you up to next? Oh, Wolf Factory has gone with challenging me to a 1v1. So apparently I'm going to be doing a
I
1v1.
didn't know that was a redeem.
It is.
Oh.
Has been for a while. So,
Interesting.
my next action is spoken for.
That's fair. And Wolf Factory is rusty, so enjoy your wins now while you can get
Yeah,
them.
right? He says, "Oh, you're going 2v2, ignore my redeem then." Well, either way, it's up to you guys. But no, I'll do this.
Poochie, would you mind going a 1v1? I have a build I'd like to run and see what your take on it is, and if it just falls completely flat on its face, then it'll be good for me.
Maybe. Sure, sorry, I had stepped away from my mic. I'm just getting my tea and getting ready to start up.
No, I mean, yeah, sure. And if you've got other things on your agenda to do, then feel free by all means.
All right, I'm gonna move back to my booth.
Yes, I'll probably pop over for tourney time with
you. Okay, but I've got somebody joining me from round 4. So if you're gonna do that, it would be round 1 through 3. All right, coolio. All right, what am I taking here? My sabers. I don't know. I see. Just testing how the game feels at the moment. That's fair. You took Farseer Specialist. So, Kat, you're just spectating. You hanging out with me? Coaching from the sidelines? Nope, I want the room. Hold up. I want the room for the saber, right? Saber Specialist will be 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a 3 there. Okay. I think this is it. So he's on the back line playing from mid-standard, as a lot of people are doing with Tarantula. I think we should lose this, right? Because he's got single target. We don't. But it's going to be fine. We had the sabers in the saber spots that we left, and yes, a messaging feature would be really nice. You are not wrong. Of these, do I actually want with saber? Come back and protect one side. You're slightly offset to this side, so we'll protect this side a little bit. Let's save the laser sight. I don't think I need it yet. Okay, I did bump the can't believe we're closing in on 200 bugs for Bear Like and Team. It's silly. Okay, he took the shield. I do like the shield spec, or the shield device, so much. It's so good. And he's adding storms, sure. So we'll have our bubble answer and our tarantula answer all together. I like the way our crawlers are lined up with, or our mustangs, sorry, our arclights. Goodness, what is with the Englishing today? Let us English, please. More coffee, maybe. Something about getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning today. Might have been the cause there. Did you really blink one of my saber-tooth? You did. Look at you. Rude. Do win the round. Alright. Oop. That was Phoenix that I wanted, so I think it's Phoenix I will take. You can have your extra ring. Add our own storm colors here. Farseer with 125 meter range. We've now got two things that outrange it at 140 and 180. He's got a second Stormcaller. I can range Sledge and or Saber without clicking range on the Phoenix, right? He took a pair of marksmen. No, he's had the marksman for a while. They've just added range here. Raspberries. Is buying range for units a good use of money? Absolutely. It is almost always the... Well, it depends on the board state, right? So, you know, just in general, I can shoot you, you can't shoot me yet is good. A lot of times it'll be my first tech, and on a board like this where I'm thinking about a range war, it looks like we're going to be playing from as far away from each other as we can. I'm very, very happy to get into range as a tech. It's basically why I took the laser sight for an extra 20 range on the Phoenix, so I didn't have to range them right away. Something like the Stormcaller that's already out at 180 meter range, I don't feel like I really need to add 20 more. But for these guys, I want to kind of thinking about who gets shot first and why. And go ahead and level the... We sort of stole the experience, I think, from the Sledge and Saber from this guy. That Saber was so close, 5 XP away from what I'm taking. Boy, that's a good question. How do you decide what items go on what units? So in this particular instance, I'm thinking about Phoenix had 120 meter range. I want to click range on either the Sledge or the Saber, but I don't want the Phoenix to get out in front of the Sledge or the Saber. So I wanted to bump its range up past 135 meters, because this is going to add 40. So that's one of the things I'm thinking about.
And then the other piece is for items that increase damage, you can click around and see who did the most damage last round, or, you know, this round, as it turns out. So our Phoenix was the gold damage dealer for our team, despite only being on the board for one round. So it was a good choice to have had an item on. And the other ones that you can think about are the items that increase attack are really valuable for the units that attack frequently. So Mustang, Typhoon, I think not Farseer, but I meant the Tarantula, whatever it is. I can't click on it now. Why will it click on the dead unit when I don't want it to do, but not when I do want it to do? Ah, there it is. Okay, so this guy attacks maybe too infrequently. That's not the Tarantula. That's marksman stats, game. Yeah. It's only showing me the marksman stats. So he's won this round. The Tarantulas, I think, attack every 0.4 seconds. The Mustangs and I haven't taken any techs. This is super late to pass up an orbital bombardment, but I think we're going to take the efficient tech research. It's very greedy. We are going to shield against the orbital bombardment, and I'm going to let that delay taking an additional Phoenix or teching the Phoenix. So what did we learn last round? The sledges are dying too early, I think, and the sabers were tanky enough. So what we're going to do is range the sledge and maybe even field maintenance these sabers. Let them heal themselves. Get out there, be tanky, do your thing. We want one more crawler here, and I'm kind of thinking a late fang on the Phoenix side. Now again, I'm expecting that orbital bombardment to come down. Maybe he's not greedy enough. We'll see. So we've been super greedy. We've done super supply enhancement and efficient tech research. So we were going to pop off, right? So this is the first piece of range. We're just trying to turn this into a very long-range fight. He did take efficient tech research, which I think is the right choice for him. But since he didn't orbital next round, you know, I didn't buy the Phoenix this round because I was respecting the possibility of an orbital. Of course, our short-range Saber gets out there, tanks, and then heals. You can see that working here. And what it's doing is protecting the sledgehammers that have the long range behind it. So eventually, he's going to kill it. He should have enough concentrated DPS to out-damage the healing. But by then, we've got most of the way through. We've knocked down one of his shields. We're deep into his back line. And round win. Go ahead with you two. I'm kind of expecting him to also be taking or considering the Overlord, so that's why the 2 Phoenix is kind of answering DPS there. We want this level. Do I want you on the outside? I think so. Let's go ahead and try to win this side heavily. I I'm going to take one of these. I haven't decided which one. Actually, you know, the other thing we could do is... try to bring them out and around. Make sure the marksmen never get a lock. Go out and get it. Upgrade Saber, that is the other thing I should have done. Thank you, Switcher. Yeah, this guy getting a level would have been huge. I was kind of not seeing it exactly. Yeah, I'm glad we mobile beaconed. So we're going to go out and around this everything. And he's trying to melting point our healing sabers, so that's fine. Now we switch things up. So what we don't want now is for our healing saber to be leading the charge, because it gets the insta lockout here. So that's why we lost that side. So we're going to change that up on the other side of the board. How much do I want those boats? Do I want those boats, guys? Sure, we'll try the steel ball production line. We'll sell you. We want these guys to get range, so we ranged them explicitly because they were getting locked by the melting points, right? We're going to take mech rage in part so that the tanks get out in front of the Sabertooth now. We're going to kind of rely on their speed here. And we're going to add an extra pack of fangs out here. This is kind of screening against Phoenix or wasps on flanks. We're out in this direction. Oh, lost our beacon. Oh, good. We've managed to drop it right into the fire. Now, opponent has gone for the mines. That is sort of expected. It's part of why we've been building, or why we haven't sold the arc lights, which I usually will sell arc lights, but I don't tend to against these guys. He did get some good locks here, because of killing off all of the chaff. And it's a problem for us. Rest of the board, though, you can see our fangs. This is how this side was supposed to work, with the fangs and the sledges getting out in front and really slowing down the melting point. He has got the round win for us. Ruh-roh. Problems. Hello, hello, Zach. How you doing? No, I'm doing well, thank you. I'm gonna cast, but I think I have a full casting crew. What about you? What are you thinking there? I do, thank you. You lost your spot. Oh, minus 50. Sorry, man. I mean, I knew you're doing tourney org stuff. Honestly, you do have, well, no. Let's see. It's all good? Okay. I just didn't want to be overburdening you, and, I know last week it was more that you were feeling ill, but just let me know ahead of time that that's what you want to do, and we will make it happen, because I know that's important to you. I actually have 2 different casters for different rounds for this one, so... Seems silly. Alright, we added the anti-missile up the middle, and that made a huge difference for us. Even keeps the shield bubbles alive on the left. That was a lot of value in those anti-missile devices. Alright, go do life stuff. Good luck. Ooh, we could... That's actually interesting to me right now. So what I'm thinking about right now is whether I want to... I think I do. I'm gonna... We've got one more unit we can drop, right? I think I'm gonna save that mass-produced Overlord for next round if there is one. I'm not even gonna loan this round. It's kind of greedy. We might pay the price here. He did go with wasps. Look at that, level 3 wasps with range. No, he's got elite wasp. Dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I could win him this game. On the other hand, we've got plenty of fangs. And the Phoenix do a decent job against the wasps. Yep, we're gonna win heavy on the left and cover the right. Very nice. So there we go. That's the classic range war. So back to things that were said earlier. So Razgrees wanted to know about range. and you saw we basically used range on our sledge, saber, and phoenix, and then we were taking temp range off the tower as well for an extra 15. So we wound up with sledges with 150 meter range, because we took the same for the sabers. The Stormcallers are up at 195. Phoenix are at 175. This guy's up at 195. So they're just fighting from the back row, right? Like, these guys almost never move. The Storms basically, like, this guy's firing from the very start of the round, right? Has an instant lock and is deleting the shielded fangs. And because we're clearing stuff out so quickly from so far away, something with short range like the Wasps, which at 105 is short for this board, right? Comes into range of my fangs, which we're still sitting in under the, under the shield buffer. So the Wasps would only work if I didn't go that hard into birds. It's true. And you said you should have gone more staying into AA instead of forts. Yeah, the Phoenix here were my carry unit, and I had kind of planned that from the get-go. Although, wait a minute, who turns out gold damage dealer? It's the level 4 saber on the left side, getting to delete the melter over here. So, actually surpassed the level 5 Phoenix by the end of the game. And on that penultimate round, somebody else did silver. You're kind of not silver. Yeah, so this one is the number 2 damage dealer on the last round because it has the absorption module, so they're rehealing. Yep. So this pack here, and remember how I said I stole a level from these two? That's why this side is weaker for the rest of the game, because this Stormcaller was around too early. It stole that early level from these two. Forts would have been good. It might have been getting close to too late, but I'm not running the extra DPS for sledges. Yeah, you didn't have anything that dealt with the sledge as well, is I think the takeaway. Possibly just doing something for your marksmen, right? So that getting them up to the point where they can one-shot the sledge would have been a good thing, I think. Hey, Raspberries, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. And I hope it was instructive. Wolf Factory is a better player than I am back after a 3-month break. So, knocking the rust off, I think. Baum QC with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. And congrats. Congrats to those. Wait, nobody did back me. Hold on. I would say congrats to those that backed me in that one. All right, we're going to go out on ladder, I think. That seems like the next piece. And we're going to update the stream title on ladder until Europe. There we go. What was our record before? I feel like I've been playing better since going off ladder, right? Yeah, we were 1-3 today. I feel like I played way better against Teddy and Wolf Factory than I did in the ladder matches previously. So we're up against Vargo. There you go. Channel point prediction is up for this one. And I'm going to start the ad now, just so you guys can afford to miss round 1, I think, more than missing a later element of the match. I mean, it's just better for you guys, right? So stick with us. You'll get to see what we've taken. I'm thinking Speed Specialist with the Storms. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I think I had broken. Wonder where I'm at. Yeah,
I was up. I broke the 36. I broke the 36, and then fell back to 31. Oh, I got the elite. I meant to click the speed. I thought I clicked the speed. Hmm. Oh well, we're elite today. Oh no, 0 chaff elite. Yeah. Let's. I wouldn't want to do things the easy way. Are staying openers good now? They used to be a minor grief. I mean, they're not as bad as they used to be. Let's just leave it at that. And opponent is doing steel balls from behind the tower. I don't understand. Why do so many people want to do steel balls from behind the tower? Okay. Don't make sense to me. Liasov, I am not planning to run a standard from depth game. I'm planning to run this from aggro. So they wouldn't be involved in the fight. Everything else I have on the board is fast. So I wanted to just throw down more fast things. Hello, Mr. Krieger. What do I want? What do I want? I can grief him with the wasps for a round or two. So I'm putting him on the side where we have the weaker Mustang. So the stronger Mustang is more likely to level. I don't want to steal experience from it. Alright, he took the fangs. Triple fang. Well, you sold out of whatever you took, right? Yeah. Wasp's doing well on the left, the Mustang's not so well on the right, but the Mustangs are going to love the fact that he's got fangs out front now. So he's going to have, I'm going to have 600, maybe two, it might be 2 Mustangs early. Ah, you wanted to know how you pick a unit to put an item on. So, item on Mustang, very, very good. That is just what we're going to do here. Yeah, with Stangs being my chaff clear, you are not wrong that that was a mistake there. I think we can pull all of this and just have a straight charge up the middle here. He should be answering this with something. Okay, he's added Mustangs of his own, but we pull them. Yes, damage items so good on a Mustang, armor items not so much. So we have triple threat Trickster to his tower. Does he see the same play coming on the other side? What do you guys think? Does he see the same play coming on the other side? Nah. So we just run the same play on the other side. Oh, you think he goes Vulcan and makes us sad? Ah. Especially with a portable shield? Cell balls get Vulcan. Question. Are you giving him too much credit? If he goes Vulcan, let's have some extra DPS. Bro gives party pooper vibes. Love it. Nope. Nope. Now he's going to answer the crawlers out there with level 1 arc lights. And he did see it coming. He really did. We get to tower on left, thanks to everybody being stuck in the smoke. Come defend my tower for a moment. Yeah, 18 seconds of debuff is a long time. That hurt. There's no way I should be allowed to win with this board. Yeah, we've got to clear the something up the middle. Oh, hey, look at that. And I think you guys need range. Ah, yeah, the tower debuffs do add up. That's true. Their summation, essentially. Yes, just the time, not the quality of the debuff. And welcome back to those of you that sat through ads. I appreciate you guys. Alright, he's going to try to oil that side. Sure. But now he has a Wraith to answer. I guess he's got Farseer. He took Farseers. So we sell out of the wasps now, right? I think. Wraith had a day up the middle. Everybody else has problems. We're gonna get the towers. I'm trying to score as many triple threat trickster points as I can here. Sell wasps, go forts at this point. Actually, you're not wrong, right? There are also some great packs to just hit, right? You guys sell. It gives us perfect money for it, too. We did leave fort-sized holes. It's true. I love that he did nothing at all about the Wraith, right? Like, there's just no answer. None. Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking about with the steel balls. They do cause a problem. Right? He could have aimed for the Wraith. He's gonna get this this round. It's not bad. Oh goodness. That's just gross, right? That arc is only level 5 now. Did we get out of the way? Pretty close. Yeah, we take a nick. Take a couple of nicks there. Yep. It's not dealing with a giant this time. Yeah, 2 more forts outside, you think? And let these two just do the charging. These things won't ever be anti-air either, so and looks like we'll be leveling this Wraith in a moment. Alright, opponent takes the melters, he has to, right? So we need to basically cover the melter angle. Since we're elite, we're not really affording 2 forts outside. We can't afford 1 fort outside. Thing there. I don't know if he remembers that we have this. But we're going to block that whole side. You obviously get your level. You get your level. And speed, probably. Damage. Wraith did 47,000 last round. It's got 60,000 hit points. He took worms into my fort build. I am confused. Also, oil behind tower. Also confused. Finally adds some marksmen in the middle. They don't run anti-air techs at all, so not sure where you're going. Oh, something's getting it. The Farseer's doing a good job on it. Wraith all the way to the end of the round. No problem. We've dropped a bit much in MMR because the enemies are taking the anti-counter. It appears to be true. Does appear to be true. Alright, we'll take you and you. You're going right here. You here. You here. That is going to let us go. Oh, no. Where? Shoot. It'll be like that. You in this back corner again. Range speed. Now what? Do you just field maintain yourself out of that problem? Boom. More chaff could have saved him. He's sitting there on 8, 9, 10, 11 chaff units. It's not like he's got a weak chaff board. Might have just won yourself a viewer there. Possible. It's certainly possible. Not going carry arc plus worm into fort could have saved him. Yeah, I think he wasn't sure that, or didn't know that fort is such a hard counter to worm, and the advocate for warm love, but I can't deny how horrible they are. I mean, this was not the spot for them, I think. We are also good morning, Boyd. How are you? Well, it's good afternoon to evening for you, isn't it? All right. We climb a little bit, not too much there. Tournament. Tournament is in 24 minutes, so you've got time for one last match. And your Trickster team finally showed up fully on week 5. And 24 minutes is cutting it a bit short, you think? Oh, so you actually got to do the coaching thing. Very nice. And then you win. Harpix. We are facing Harpix. All right. Channel point predictions are up. Ooh, Typhoon. But it saw the wrong units for my Typhoon gaming. But maybe we do it anyways. I've got the seasonals. I've got the ability to unlock them, yes. But I haven't actually unlocked them. Yeah, I think we're happy with Typhoon Specialist here. Now, do I do the Shiroha thing? Look at me, I'm bog standard, nothing to see here. Don't even think about it being anything other than standard. Also, I needed to get lunch before tournament started. Oh hey, you've never asked where did the Wolf Moon logo come from? Well, there's an actual answer to that. Is there? No, I don't. You can turn off streamer mode for a moment. So, so that's the original, the Amaroq Howl there. Now, that painting is by Annette Bake Amundsen and was used as non-commercial by her permission as my gaming avatar for many, many years. So it is now my my homage to her and appreciation of her at this point. So I don't think I'm a furry, no. I mean, I have a very furry-esque beard, perhaps, but yes, it's loved the picture. Wolves were my favorite animal as a youth. I grew up reading Jack London, and that's what a furry would say. I see your point. Actually, do I want to do this as my round start? You were more of a vampire guy than Twilight happened. I mean, for me, vampires were just odd. They were like, I've just never seen the point. I know they are very popular. I've never quite understood why. Where's Automod when you need it? Automod blocks Void on all sorts of non-controversial things and lets him go with that. Fine. Automod's slacking, I tell ya. Ooh, that would actually be kind of cool. Alright, we're trying this Shiroha strat. Saw it in tourney. Loved the idea of it. And, right, opponent has unlocked and placed oil in the wrong spot. That's oil off of tower, too, so he's not going to have it next round. Trying to slow down the sledges while everybody else gets to do work. Typhoon with a barrier doing some good work from the outside. You are both right, I think. No fighting in my chat. Yeah, look at that. Hero Foon, halfway to a level. Christianity would have flopped with the sparkly juice. I can't touch these things, you guys. Give me something I can work with. Ay. Sparkly Jesus would be a pretty good band name for sure. Oh. Alright, opponent is going to try the sabers outside. seems to be working for him. Ish. I feel like we're doing all right here. I'm getting full value out of the crawler bait. Let's take the short and quick version. Surely opponent sees this coming. Oh, sorry guys, I need to turn that back off. Where is it? Streamer mode, activate. Sorry guys. Alright, and so level, presumably range you guys, I think, is the answer here. Get them involved in the fight, or I'm just selling them. Maybe I'm just selling them. Yes, we need more rockets on Typhoons. You are not. We'll be there in a minute. I am shocked. Shocked that you would lose to a Poochie, sir. 2v2'd and had a close call due to you getting double jabbed, followed by a nuke, and then KO'd in 2 turns. Very nice. I love it. Let us... Alright. So we think homing missile. We also think improved steel ball. We also think you. And that is everything. But we're probably on loan for speed. If he mobile beacon, if he does something, it's going to be there, right? Yeah. Should be right here-ish. I think I'm right with this. Let's go with it. Nope. Oil is... Oh, have we moved ourselves into the oil cleverly? Well done, Amaroq. We've just badly needed the levels in them. I think you're right about taking the missile first to get the levels in them. Alright. Tournament in 10 minutes. We'll send our GG. I think. Yep. Here we go. tournament in 10, I'm going to make a sandwich. It's 10 minutes to go. It's fine. It'll be fine. You should play a 1v1 tourney. What could possibly go wrong? All right, we're also going to exit. We're going to put up our I think we have, show that one, not that one. There we go, Europe 74. And I'll be back with that start of that cast in a moment. Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where we are 5 minutes away from weekend tournament week 74 European region. had a blast in the Asia earlier, where Shiroha took top billing with wins over Unrivaled Super Hottie in the quarterfinals, Zemp in the semifinal, and Play Archer in the final. Brilliant work there. So congratulations to Shiroha. We have a full lineup coming. Apuchi, Xanatos, Jeremiah, I am Znart, Cosmorgo, I guess, is the starts there. A set of gift subs given out by Xfire X. Welcome. Giving subs to Unrivaled Super Hottie, Ailden32, Lost Rook, Jano565, and Awari1812.
Hello.
And joining me in the broadcast booth is Alpha Titan. Welcome. How are you? Sound check? It sounded like you were a little low.
Testing.
Still pretty low. Hello, Znart. I am Znart
no.
here in chat. That sounded better. Test again.
Hello.
Yeah, that's better. Gets you up.
Okay.
Where are the high MMR players? I don't see them.
Yeah.
The game is not necessarily refreshing for me, because there's no way that is 380 players in my scroll bar. So we are up to over 3 groups of 128. So very nice. Going to be 4-group tournament. Now I believe the way that works is the top group gets 128, and the others get the remnants divided equally.
Gotcha.
Going to be crazy. Ms. Diana says,
that's wild.
Ms. Diana says, forgot I have work. Whoops, no tourney for me. Good luck, Amaroq in chat. Go get him. And Katsei Mew joked that they're clearly, Diana is just trying to run from Amaroq's caster curse. So, love it. Dregs, he says, I don't think I'll ever get into a tourney. They go on for so long and I have ADHD. I can't sit around for that long. I mean, I find them fascinating. You just go watch, right? But I expect that's why we play the game. It does just enough to hook the ADHD brain, doesn't it? Wolf Factory wanted to know if, since you have no combat power, would you join the rookie side? No, it's actually sorted by MMR now. So MMR is the new sorting algorithm for tournaments. So the rookies with one is going to have the folks with 1 MMR, 130, 150, the 200s. I think that's a much more fair way to do it than sorting by combat power was.
Agree.
So I'm very happy to see that.
400 plus participants now.
419? You know, if it breaks, what would it be? I guess if it breaks 500, right? It would be 512 to get to a
right.
To get to a 5th group. There's no way, right?
I mean, every 10 seconds, 10 more people participate. So if we keep that math, we could get there.
It's close, yeah. 70-something. I don't believe this. I don't believe this list is updated.
Correct.
There's just no way. So,
probably a little inundated.
It seems like it's a little inundated, yes. Why can't you see your friends in the list? That would actually be a nice ad. Like, who are my friends? Another nice ad would be having this just auto-populate to everybody every so often, so that we were all seeing the correct. How many are playing on the multiplayer screen? We have 6,410 online.
Wow.
Of whom, you know, a 5% or so are going to be, well, more than 5%. 8%?
Almost 10.
Yeah, 8% are going to be in this tournament.
I've been seeing a lot of showcase game videos on YouTube for Mechabellum among people that I enjoy just in general. It's been popping up everywhere, and it's been really fun to watch. And everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Let's go. We've got some good ones right
my
off
goodness.
the bat. Teddy draws Saracha. That's unfortunate. Prince Boji against Smooth Jazz. HD Susauer against Bellicose Drake. Dillo against Dorgon. B-Man against Salt Monkey. I love it.
Oh my gosh.
Flix and Sir Par. Of course, Salt Monkey and Sir Par, both part of the team that will be putting together the Launch Clash tournament tomorrow. So, might want to give them a shout out by casting them early. Dionys against Zemp. No, my goodness.
Oh,
Bearlike
wow,
and
like...
Skay. Yeah, I'm going to go into Bearlike and Skay here. And that seems like the one. Oh no, Rivers, has the game crashed and I missed the tournament. And that is quite unfortunate, sir. I don't know if you guys noticed, while you guys had that nice little splash screen, I had restarted the game app just to ensure I don't get that sort of thing.
What factory during the 1.0 release, everyone's MMR dropped by about 10%, and every new season that will be repeated.
Right.
So everybody that was at that 2K2 threshold dropped down to 2K. So you're probably used to seeing numbers that are roughly 150-ish off of norm until somewhere close to the midpoint of the season, and MMR has climbed back up.
No, it was 2K
yes.
players online on average. Yes, the game released. The game had its official release. A whole lot of people are playing that didn't used to.
Yeah, and they did a really good job of getting the PR out there through a lot of different other channels.
And promoting, yeah. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament European number 74. Bearlike, the game dev himself, near side in blue, Skay, far side in red. With me in the booth is Alpha Titan. Welcome, welcome. What do you like from these packs?
Glad to be here. I mean, Typhoon has been absolutely amazing. Right now, it just clears air chaff, ground chaff, and the units for it are versatile. So Typhoon specs jumps out at me here. But honestly, all the new unit packs have been really strong. So like Badger, for example, is certainly a solid option.
Bearlike took the Fire Badger Specialist with Stormcaller and Arclight. Skay on the far side at the Rhino Specialist with Sledgehammer and Crawler. Sledgehammer and Marksman adds Crawlers to it. And, obviously he's going to add Crawlers because he sees the Stormcallers. And Bearlike adds some Fangs vertical. Well, there's a... What are you cooking, Bearlike?
Hello. That feels like you're begging your opponent to go vertical storms round 2. Just giving them a single file line of targets. Briefly before the round starts, touching back on opening specialists, in case we have a lot of people watching that may be, getting their toes dipped in the water, as we mentioned with the higher player base. Unit specialists that give you a new unit is incredibly strong. Right now, pretty much all of them. Not only do you get an extra unit on board, but if you sell it, it's additional economy, it's a bonus unlock. It could be even a rare unit. And for the most part, I put all of the unit packs in the A+ tier spectrum, some of them being S tier.
Unit specialists, you mean, yeah.
They've been really strong.
Bearlike's positioning is going to take care of the crawlers pretty nicely with those arc lights, and that'll let the Stormcallers go to work on packs of critical units like the sledges and eventually the marksmen.
Having the marksmen spread out like this is going to help them survive so that they don't get dogpiled on by the same storm volley, and we're kind of seeing that happen now.
So, Skay wins round 1, Bearlike down to 45-60. Bearlike 35th in this competition last week. Gets his Fire Badgers now. We've got Elite Steel Ball available, a bunch of things, but both players skip it. Skay was 38th in this tournament, but I suspect, I don't know if both of them played all the way out. It was a very full group. And Bearlike is going to place his Fire Badgers in the back right corner, which...
classic flank.
Classic flank, yep.
We do have the Stormcallers coming out for Skay. When you line up a bunch of slow units in a line like this on Bearlike's side, you are asking for storms. So you either have a plan in mind to counter them, or you're going to likely have a thorn in your side going at least into the mid game until you can get a distraction running. Both players, for the most part, just fleshing out chaff.
I like the addition of, it's a full commit flank back there with, was that Crawlers, Fire Badgers, and a Marksman. So he's got a single target, he's got a chaff flare, and he's got a chaff. So.
And that will absolutely push towards tower. And even though the Badgers draw the storms, the Marksman can work on the tower. The opposed tower timing, of course. Right. Still puts a thorn in that.
Dies to a single Snacks Rhino. It's true.
Incendiary, laser sight.
Yeah, those are the two that stand out to me.
And
Bearlike takes improved Sandworm.
Bearlike, being a dev, does love to use some of the underpicked or underutilized cards at times to showcase where they can shine, and there is nothing on this board for Skay that can really answer a Sandworm at the present. An improved Sandworm gives a bonus to the splash as well, and the speed, which can make it a very powerful aggressive unit.
So, the Skay is going to run that. Still needs to answer the Fire Badger flank, and Bearlike is going to run the Sandworm right in on the right side to tower where everything's already distracted.
Also, there's enough units on board that this worm could end up soloing a lot of it and getting a bunch of experience, and if this worm levels to 2, that could be very powerful in particular.
Right.
Because killing a level 2 Sandworm is now vastly more difficult than trying to beat it while it's still at level 1.
Right. Skay, the Rhino Specialist, doesn't wait to answer that with a Rhino next round. Went ahead and picked up a Steel Ball on that corner. And that is going to win that flank really, really quickly. But you can see how the flank has done. It's bought all sorts of time for that worm to get into the corner. Unfortunately, now he's got the Crawlers arriving to keep the worm on the surface, where it dies to the Steel Balls. This is one of the reasons I love Steel Ball.
Yeah.
They do so much good work.
The last minute Steel Ball ad was absolutely fantastic because it stopped that giant from getting out of control, because it was a scaling damage source that was otherwise lacking.
Right.
And there's a melting point drop potentially for Skay or Scorpion. Scorpion with acid or melting point with suck on it or absorb can both really shut down improved giants.
Yeah, now we get the Rhino in front, and Bearlike going with Assault Mode Marksman. So, fortunately, I think that Assault Mode Marksman just gets demolished by the Rhino. Bearlike's ad is the level 3 Farseer from drop. And Skay's ad is a pair of level 1 Scorpions.
An interesting point. If your Fire Badger spec and your opponent specifically is Rhino spec, then the Fire Badger flank, I think, is suddenly a lot less appealing. Because you know your opponent's going to have a very powerful tempo answer coming for free. And you've only got basically one turn without a summoning cost on that Fire Badger before the Rhino can hit the board.
Right, and that one turn was answered by those steel balls. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't already sell out of the Fire Badgers in that corner.
Right. He also took double tap on his marksman, which is honestly one of the better ways to get like real DPS out of them if you need to, because suddenly level 2 marksmen are doing 10,000 damage a shot.
And in particular, that's going to be really helpful into the Sandworm and into the level 3 Farseer on the left side.
Right.
So Bearlike down to 1700, Skay not breaking a sweat at 4400. We go to round 5. We've got Ion Beam possible. Skay takes a haste module. I would actually love to see Bearlike take a haste module for one of those Farseers, leveled Farseer perhaps, to get them off that back line and into the fight a little bit quicker.
I could also see a quick teleport if he wants to reinforce the flank, but it's losing hard enough that I think that is a value sink.
Yeah, I wanted
There's
to see
no
him,
way to try and answer that Rhino efficiently.
I wanted to see him sell out of that flank rather than commit harder to it. I mean, it's just hemorrhaging XP right now, in my opinion.
And Skay is losing almost nothing in the fight, so the units are surviving to come as kind of a late wave of reinforcements.
Right. I guess Bearlike just wants triple threat tricksters points.
Right.
Wait, wrong tournament. Sorry, my bad.
No brownie points here for using flank units.
No.
Haste module on the marksman. Wow. That level 3 marksman in the middle is essentially doing 25,000 damage per shot with double tap now.
And he covers the board at 13 meters a second. He can keep up with a crawler pack or a steel ball pack. That is
yes, he can.
Fantastic.
That's really interesting, actually, because pretty much nothing. Like, he'll take a giant down in 3 shots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a game with a flank once where I had the haste moduled marksman like that, and the guy just didn't respect it until it was far too late. And he was like, I just didn't understand how it was so fast. Like, the haste module doesn't just increase the damage, it makes it fast. With the Ion Beam, we finally get that worm doing what it was designed to do. And it actually beats the level 2 Rhino, in part because the Rhino has been softened up quite a lot on the way.
Yeah.
Worm still alive.
That was a very good Ion Beam.
Boom. And boom. Did that level it? That is the key question. Yes, it did. Now we have a unit reinforcement pack on round 6. Triple Typhoon, double Vulcan, level 5 Saber, or double Fortress.
I love Typhoon for Skay here.
Okay. For Skay, interesting. Skay goes for the
one thing that I feel
Saber.
Like they were lacking
Go ahead.
Is potentially a chaff clear. They've basically got 2 sledgehammers untech as kind of their chaff clear role, with marksmen and scorpions wanting to focus on single target. So to me, Typhoons answered a potential wasp problem and a potential crawler problem.
Right, we've talked about needing to answer the potential of the wasp, and for sure answering other chaff, but it's not like Bearlike has built a deep chaff board the way that a lot of the top players do. So this game may not be respecting that yet. Bearlike going to force him to respect chaff with a bit of a replicate crawler. And gets a little bit, I think perhaps a little bit lucky if this doesn't lock onto the marksman right away. If it turns to the crawler on the left, it prevents it from deleting the assault mode marksman here, and then also the worm is going to go right to that Saber. Saber will deal 40,000 damage. Sandworm only has almost 112,000 hit points. For Bearlike, the ad was a pair of Vulcans, and he's given them range so that they can sit a little bit deeper.
And that does turn to shoot the chaff, giving the worm a cleared shot to eat the saber. And that's going to be a huge chunk of experience for that worm.
Get it. Gets there just in time. That crawler saves Bearlake's board this round.
Still looking like a struggle, though.
Yes. Yes, but without the worm, it would have been way worse.
I think it would be game without the worm, truthfully.
Yeah.
Or without the crawler, distracting the saber specifically.
Right. It's really close anyways. We've got something like 1,000 hit points left of damage left. We're like down to 558. Skay is on 3726.
Another haste module. They're going to go on the marksman.
Another marksman.
What I'm curious about.
Another fast marksman. I would love to see it. Same.
I'm also really curious to see if he missiles this chaff and puts one in front, or if he sells the saber.
Right.
I was curious which of the two options he would lean on.
Usain Bolt with a sniper rifle, as someone in chat said. Love it.
Yes.
The electromagnetic blast, going to turn off key techs, including those double shot for the marksman, and mech rage that has been the chaff clear. So that is tough, but you can see from the GG, Bearlake goes down in 7 rounds. We'll see how it plays out in a moment. Bearlake added Scorch to the Vulcans. But really a atypical placements for him.
Yes, this seems like a very experimental board. And honestly, these Farseers having anti-missile for 2 untech'd, unleveled Stormcallers feels like a huge value win for Skay as well, just as a efficient trade.
I mean, and it's not even like the Farseers are up to anti-missile some of those early volleys.
Right.
So
they're not even positioned to capitalize on the anti-missiling out of the gate. So it's a delayed value.
Right. And again, we've got so much invested in this flank, and just never sold out of it. Never wins it.
Also, so these rhinos are absolutely brutal. They have armor and photon, which means they're taking 1 damage a second from these Vulcans, even with Scorch.
Oof.
Because the 30% reduction and the 120 reduction is basically making the Vulcans 182 damage be
And
0 damage.
And that's because the 30% damage reduction happens first, and then the armor is applied on
Right.
what's left. It's an important
That
thing
was
to
just
know.
a super hard read, and Skay even elite recruited those rhinos specifically to lock those Vulcans. That was a very clear read from Skay on
Right.
how he was going to close that out.
The Skay back up over 2,000 MMR. Bearlake will get to 2,000 MMR by the end of the season, most likely, but as he certainly was
sure.
previously. 1,700 right now. Obviously, with his game launching after 6 years of hard work, he hasn't had as much time on ladder as the rest of us. A very clean game from Skay, and he'll be through to round 2. Let's see if there's another match ongoing. That is...
Dark Seeger, you ask what rhinos bring to a board. They are a single body with good health, good damage, and speed. So at level 2, they have 40,000 some odd hit points, and they do several thousand damage per punch. If you can get them up close and next to medium units, they will absolutely bully their way through. And they can also be used to cover angles where you want to answer medium units, and their speed gets them back into the fight, or they can charge towers if you can create an opening for them. So that is most of their use case identity.
We are in round 8 of Nun versus Eagle. Eagle the 16th place in this tournament last week. So, and also a very long time player. Generally think of Eagle as being around my level, and therefore not scariest to the top end of the table, but very, very solid player against those of us in the mid to high echelon of the table. Farseer with range, I think that's a much better choice of for the Farseer. He's not even running anti-missile, which could have been useful for protecting his wasps from the fortress anti-air.
I also actually don't run anti-missile on my Farseer. I value the other tech utilities more.
Yep.
It's really expensive to put anti-missile on a 300 cost unit that only anti-missiles one anti-missile per, so to speak, per body.
Right.
Now, in this particular fight, there's only one pack of wasps on Nunn's board. So something tells me he's been selling out of them, is my guess. Otherwise, the anti-missile, anti-air tech for the fortresses on the other side is probably was a bit of an overkill response.
Could certainly be. Eagle is a Rhino specialist with advanced offensive tactics and extended range Phoenix. Nunn is a saber-toothed specialist, also with the advanced offensive tactics. It doesn't look like the Sabres got a ton done last round. We have a Farseer with an enhancement module.
Nunn does have orbital bombardment, but there are 3 shields up on the other side of the board that survived. And we have
Nunn
war
adds
factories.
a pair of war factories. War Factory Gaming.
Very strong, but into level 3 fortress, it can actually punch toe-to-toe with a war factory.
A level 3 fortress has 197,000 hit points and does 31,000 damage per shot. Of course, the war factory has 168,000 and does 10,000 per shot, but has 4 guns concurrently to the 1 on the fortress.
War factories get armor for a honest health bump up to 250,000 apiece.
Ooh.
And will mitigate incoming damage from any chaff that managed to get too close.
You don't see armor on a war factory very often, but
No, you don't.
as Titan says, being used right as an honest hit point buff. We're just going to stack more HP on them because there's no beam damage source on Eagle's board. And we're not even worried about acid off of Eagle's board. There are some Scorpions, which could get acid. Note also that with the long-range units back here, if those survive and Nunn wins the round, that is a lot of damage, right? I think that's 2,200 hit points of damage. So unless both war factories go down or the back line gets chewed up, this could be curtains for Eagle. The back line is starting to get chewed up. Go ahead.
There's also a bunch of anti-missiles going down for Eagle, which is really big because those have been mitigating a ton of the damage and a ton of the clear from Nunn.
So Nunn gets the war factories down. In fact, is going to even have a level 6 Phoenix survive the round. So Eagle's not going to lose 2,200 hit points here, only losing about 400. He'll be on 2168 with Nunn at 1350.
I'd really like to see some of these sabers get sold as part of funding the war factories with either levels or techs.
Right.
They are rather outclassed at the moment and are both all $300 paychecks waiting to be better utilized, I think. Acid on the Scorpion for Eagle makes a ton of sense going into these war factories.
Yeah, that would be my first thought as well.
The spread crawlers, though, for Nunn, I think were the actual unsung heroes of that last round, just making sure that the fortress did nothing but shoot crawlers while the war factories got to kill it. Have an absorb module, and yes, that goes on the steel balls.
Yeah.
Maybe it goes on a Farseer.
Steel ball didn't do any damage, so I think it might be the.
Yeah.
Well, would have to be something on the far left, and there's really nothing over there that survives long enough.
Right.
I think the absorption module might be a little hopeful. In fact, it could even be this saber in the middle here.
If it has shorter range than the War Factories, it'll take some damage, could heal some damage. It might be the right home for it.
If nothing else, it's 30% HP, but I think for the most part, there really isn't a good home for it on the board. And he's pulling these level 3 Mustangs to the right, so that way they survive at the end, so he doesn't lose to a Phoenix again. And really, I'd like to have seen the Elite Marksman tech on those Phoenix. A level 7 with the Elite Marksman would, like, blow up anything in one shot.
Yeah, he's got it available for 600. And there's second Phoenix is level 4. But yeah, with the acid on the ground, these War Factories are in a lot more trouble. And I think the acid and buying more Scorpions was probably the right choice. If he couldn't afford
Orbital
both.
also wrecked the crawlers this round, which really helped.
If he couldn't afford both of the acid and the Phoenix, and the Phoenix Elite Marksman,
right,
was the right choice. So Eagle wins the round, doesn't quite close none out, down to 431. Yes, that factory did get deleted. Just wrecked.
And a round 11 unit drop.
Yeah. 4 level 4 marksmen? That could handle your Phoenix problem. Give them anti-air and let's go. So it's just this one and one other match. Alright. I'm more interested in giving the around the room than watching the end of this one. So
okay,
if they don't win out this round, then I might jump out to do that and
fair enough.
you
I think
narrate the tail end of it.
I can do that if this isn't the last round.
We do get GGs there, so this should be the last round. And I
don't know that I think that teching range on the melting points was the right call here. You already have War Factories, and they are hungry for being made stronger.
Right. Double them up, get them up to 500,000 hit points. Though, I mean,
range them so they can stay out of the acid and do their job.
Right. There was steel ball on the board to give mechanical division to. There was steel ball production available, not taken. Instead, it's been levels and upon levels upon levels in Stormcallers and EMP on the Storms as well.
I think there tends to be at the intermediate and lower levels a instinct to continue to level high level units, but increasing levels can get diminishing returns because you're only adding 100% of base stats. And for something like missiles, you're kind of putting your eggs in one basket that leaves them potentially counterable.
And these
as well.
ones are being anti-missile, even if Eagle lost a bunch of those. He did rebuy them.
And this looks like Eagle is going to close this out pretty effectively. These melting points are mostly chaff clear.
They finally locked onto something real.
That's true.
A little late, and they're deleted, but it did lock onto something real near the end. So Eagle through, GG's. All right, we've got about a minute and a half to get through the set of upsets. So working our way up from the bottom, Harpix, who just beat me on ladder, was the buy. We had a Lucky Flow, a Metzomat, a Flash Meta Zero, a Beckamelum, Wild Rumpus, T-Prime, Kess 841, Malagand, Bobbler, Lade, Family TV, Market Sniper, Eagle, Sennheiser, Demandrid, and Skip getting wins, along with Ex-Champion and Sobmon. Welcome back, Sob. If you guys do not know, that is the War Factory expert. So I hope he is streaming. I know he has been offline for a while. Effect, Recovery 1, Prinz Megahertz, Blonde Lover, Kuriso, Kebab Sniffer, and LMCV beating Mike Tyson. You've got Rookie 1, Dry Leaves, Poncho, and Switcher getting the wins. At the top end, the conclusion, playing under the Fun Police, Rooster, And Illuminati gets upset as the number 6 seed. Masao had a bye. We saw Skay beat Bearlike, Zimp beats Dionys, Steel Sane Overlord Clinkariat. So, a bunch of the favorites getting wins that far down the list. But, further up, you have another upset. Dachshund goes down to Setting Sun. No GG for Boats. Hawkins Space. Null. Esperlion. I Am Znart. Chemtrails. Carl Franz. Cortex. Softboy Dream. Only Fangs and Crag get wins. Ferginant. Cursed. Sir Par with the upset win over Flix. Congratulations. Salt Monkey beats B-Man. Woo! Let's go, Zach. Math is Might over Godius Prime. Dorgon with the win. And the number 1 seed as well. Upset. Where is that? Number 1 seed will have abandoned. That was Saricha, upset by Teddy. Congratulations, Teddy. Woot loses to Smooth Jazz. Very nice work, guys. And Dillo out to Dorgon. So 3, I would say this is 5 major upsets, and a bunch of them from folks in chat. Teddy, congrats.
Beating Saricha is like one of the top 20 players in the game at their best. They are absolutely phenomenally strong.
Exactly. And Zach beat B-Man.
Of course.
Wow. That is amazing work, you two. Well done. That does put us into round 2. And let's see if we have anywhere interesting. I'm kind of thinking we might go with Teddy after getting the upset win against Saricha. That is amazing.
I'm down. That's incredibly impressive.
Other possible shout would have been Xanatos against the conclusion.
Right.
Or welcome back to Sob by putting him on the... All right, we'll go with Teddy and Harpix. So, Teddy, interestingly, was my opponent in the Triple Threat Tricksters, and then followed, I felt like I handled him pretty well. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European number 74, where Teddy is coming off of a shock win against the number 1 seed Saricha, and is up against Harpix in round 2. Harpix had the first round bye. Will be the far side red, a quick supply specialist with Tarantula and Marksman. Teddy on the near side, a Farseer specialist with Stormcaller and Crawler.
I really like Teddy's start. Stormcaller's round 1 is very solid and standard. It's also going to be really good into the Tarantulas and Marksman. And having a Farseer coming on round 3 is a great backup support unit. So I will say opening specialists, I favor Teddy's position pretty strongly here.
I think I agree with that, although there is a slight contraindication in taking 2 different missile units that have different speeds and different ranges, but, there's all sorts of different ways to make that work.
Worst case scenario, you get $300 and exclusive access to Farseers in the future.
Right.
Via cell. Best case scenario, it answers air units or a flank efficiently, and yeah.
Right. So Teddy's added a pair of fangs in front, and Harpix took a moment thinking about it, but does the kind of traditional thing, picks up a pair of crawlers, and has Marksman behind the Tarantulas. I think going for the I will float my 200 supplies from Quick Supply to round 2. I do like that as a play. I've talked about this before, where if you're not certain how your opponent's going to play, if you're not sure what you're looking at, it can be really helpful to, have the flexibility rather than committing hard to something on the first round. Obviously, though,
right.
4 Tarantulas might have been what he was thinking until he saw the Stormcallers. We know storms are very good against a Tarantula. So, that may have been.
Not a huge fan of. Sorry. I agree. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how close together the marksmen were on Harpic's board. I don't know if you noticed, but they actually shot the same crawler like 6 times over the course of that round. Because of their spacing, there was just only one target that drew both of their aggro, and it was a lot of overkill.
Right,
and
then it also put
very
them,
abusable.
It also put them, as you mentioned, in the same splash zone for the Stormcallers at the end. Teddy, fairly traditional set of plays, takes 3 Arclights, so he's got his chaff clear, takes 2 Marksmen, so he's got his single target. This is a super solid standard board. I've got my chaff, I've got my storms, I've got my chaff clear, I've got my single target. And he doesn't need to buy any unit outside of those 5 for quite a while if he just wants to focus on teching. For Harpix, picks up the level 2 Rhino as the drop and puts it up front behind a pack of crawlers. The crawlers, of course, will draw the Stormcallers. Now he's rethinking this. I spoke too soon.
I like the Rhino pick. It'll bully the board. It's fast, so it can dodge the missiles. So it will require a dedicated answer in order to really kill it. I'm not a huge fan of its positioning yet, but just like the crawlers were moved, I imagine it will also be positioned elsewhere, potentially either on a corner flank to be late arriving, or I'd kind of like it to be in one of the far corners, right or left, so that way it's not trying to get focused down by the entire board.
Right. I think Harpix may be looking at it the other way around, wants it focused down by the entire board. I've got a big 38,000 hit point unit. I want you to waste all your time and effort firing at it. So, for example, the Arclights are shooting it instead of crawlers. And if Teddy hadn't had a good single target add in the Marksman, that might have worked a little bit better. As you can see how far the whole army has advanced here. And main set engaging. He's back, getting close. Gets the tower on the right side, and we'll clean up and win the round. So Teddy, who won for round 1, put Harpix on 4,000 hit points. Harpix drops Teddy from 4,000 to 3,700, and now you get Teddy's Farseers available.
Interesting options. The classic ER Vulcan if they want to go into a standard range war. Otherwise, both items are great, and Missile Strike into opponent clumping up their marksman like this with the Stormcaller is enormous value. So honestly, all 4 of these are just great tech options or pickup options.
Teddy takes the Missile Strike. I'm expecting to see it right here. That would be the... Oh, look at that, and he's got it. I mean, this is worth looking at from above. He's positioned it perfectly. Teddy has been on a triple threat Tricksters team with Zemp and Unrivaled Super Hottie, and the secret there is he's getting coaching. So he's done some coaching practice with Zemp, he's done some coaching practice with Unrivaled Super Hottie. He's not as consistent and doesn't have the breadth and depth of knowledge that those two do. So that was, we talked about this a little bit in my Triple Threat Tricksters game against him. I took advantage of building a comp that I knew how to build. I'd run it many times before, but it's been way out of the meta. So I knew that he didn't have an instant answer for it. He gets so much value out of this on the perfect positioning to actually hit all of the units he wanted to hit there. And he also
500 credits
around
worth of units.
Mm-hmm. And that should make this a relatively easy round win for him. And that's great for Teddy because it's going to round so much experience into his units and just make this whole board start to pop. So many of his units are things that need scaling.
Yeah. For him, I would really like to see range on the marksman and potentially 2 more elite recruited this round. At this point, he has the backbone of a really strong range war, and if he can get his marksman scaling,
and
he'll be in a really good position.
Somebody's picked up 5,000 combat points and has the gilded skin, the season reward for his marksman. Very nicely done. 5,000 season. What are we calling those? Season credits?
I think they are season credits.
Yeah, season credits. Harpix skips with as packed as opponent is, I could see the Ion Beam being value, and of course it comes back again 3 rounds later, so... Right. Teddy...
I wonder if it's a little expensive. It definitely will come back. I think that this one probably wanted to be a little bit more diagonal and take out that storm line and clip the marksman as it walks through, though. I think that's a positioning mistake on that Ion.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now, I can see what Teddy is imagining. He's figuring he's going to Ion the Rhino. If it had walked its normal path, it would be right around here as the Ion Beam walked through, and it would just spend its whole time in the Ion there. And then he'd also pick up the Tarantula and Storms behind. So you can see what he was going for. The whiffs on the opponent buying a mobile beacon from his right side tower. Obviously, a research center has these 5 kind of permanent things that you can unlock, including selling a unit and mobile beaconing. And Harpix dodging the Ion Beam with a nicely purchased mobile beacon.
It is Harpix that gets range on the marksman first in this range war, and is actually choosing to go into Tarantulas, adding another as his chaff clear into the storms, which I think is a optimistic choice at the moment. Eventually, of course, spider mines can be a great tool. But Harpix is starting to really hemorrhage hit points here.
Yeah, the spider mines rely on the Tarantulas having some levels, and they didn't as of the start of that round. One of them has leveled now, but behind the armored Rhino here, but...
Yeah.
Harpix with a skip. Teddy also. I could have seen advanced shield device for Teddy. Buff the strength up on the shields that he's already got in place, and have more value on any future ones. Wasps with range. There's no anti-air on the board for Harpix. What do we have? All of 1 Fang in a flank screening position and 4 marksmen.
Yeah, those are going to absolutely run across the board, and we do see the spider mine pickup, so you can see the board that Harpix is trying to build, but they are behind on levels, and they are behind on hit point tempo pretty dramatically. And I think the Wasp play here is going to eat marksman shots for days.
Right. Now,
and will most likely...
I was going to say, I believe both of them are around the same MMR. I believe Teddy's actually the underdog here by MMR. But clearly just playing this game on a slightly different level today. This is solid play. Really hasn't set a foot wrong. The Wasps turn out to be a great answer to the spider mines. You sort of predicted the spider mines coming. We saw the spider mines taken without even leveling this Tarantula. So all the spider mines are a mere 750 hit points. They get one tapped by the marksman, and they get handled nicely by the Wasps. There's just no answers on the board for Harpix, and he's running out of time to come up with them. I think he's got one last round, and
I think you're
maybe
right.
4 hit points to pray with. 323 hit points to pray with. 323 hit points and a dream. But every one of those Wasps is leveled.
I love that snap pick from Teddy. The EMAG absolutely shuts down the techs, and will shut down any potential bubbles that he tries to add.
Note that the first spider mine will get off, and the spider mines will continue to populate, so it doesn't... Getting EMP does not stop the cooldown timer, so as soon as they come out of EMP, they will drop the spider mines out, and it's only going to turn off one of them.
I'm actually curious if these Wasps are fast enough to get into the EMP, but I doubt it. Although that said, Wasps with anti-air lose to Wasps with range, because the range is actually more than the anti-air gives, and the Wasp that engage first will win that engagement. So if you want to anti-air a Wasp that already has range, you need both to get the better of that trade.
Right, and in particular, the 90% attack from this does change a breakpoint there. From 147, it gets up to 300. just under 300, but it still needed to three-shot these wasps. And the fact that these wasps will start out with a 404 hit point and just one shot, and the fact that they have the range advantage as well is crippling.
And the ground cannon on these wasps is now shredding the ground war.
And in particular, shredding the spider mines. They had no chance. And you can see, as Titan said, the wasps both win the air war and are contributing tremendously to the ground war. That should be GG. Teddy with a solid round 2 win after a huge round 1 upset over Saracha. Nicely done. He actually is the favorite by MMR at 1671. I was thinking of his 2v2 MMR. So he was the favorite here, and clearly playing at a much higher level than he had been a couple of weeks ago. Nicely done, Teddy. The board
Well
is just clean.
The chaff board is beautiful. He has counters in the right places, and one of the big mistakes that Teddy used to make was kind of overcommitting to one unit that he likes. He has just the right amount of storm callers, but the opponent's board didn't really demand more, and so he diversified his threats and really used that to his advantage.
I feel like he was in complete command of this board from the round 2 drops where he took the triple arclight and double marksman, and he just completely had, I have my chaff answer, I have my single target, and I'm just going to make the right decisions from there on out. And it was pretty clean for him.
The Rhino was in the wrong spot because it kept stopping at chaff and getting pounded by storms. It needed to really be sold or have been positioned differently. With this much of a range war, he just kind of runs ahead.
Well, and Harpix could be using that to start transitioning from a deep position to an aggro position with this extra Rhino, mobile beacons and all sorts of crazy plays backed up by the spider mines and new tarantulas coming up on the line. But he didn't do that. He stayed back in a deep position. And I think,
right.
He never did wind up putting any real pressure on Teddy. He won a single round, one round 2, and then it was all over. Is there a match you'd like to jump into?
Let's see, who else is running? You could catch the tail end of Saab, see how he's doing.
Sure.
To the game.
Looks like he is in trouble.
Alternatively, we could go with Bellicose Drake.
I was looking at the Bellicose Drake as being more likely to last longer. But
Gotcha.
Right. So
boat phone.
Okay, so he loses this round. We know from the scoreboard coming in. How does he lose this round? These Typhoons aren't fully leveled, right? And while we have a chin gun on the boats, we're taking a lot of damage from Fortress anti-missile, or anti-air. I'm guessing both players took forts as a draw. And it looks like the real key here is the chaff war going Ferdinand's way. Right, he's lighting the ground on fire with storms. He's got these tightly packed fort and Vulcan plays, very vulnerable to things like a javelin or an ion beam. But for right now, getting the job done. Farseer
boats.
And
One thing about boats,
mm-hmm.
when they are played from standard, I'm not a huge fan of ground cannon because they have to get so close and they have to cross the entire battlefield. When you start either in an aggro defense or an aggro push, then their ground cannon can be firing right off the rip. And that's really strong. So I'm not sure about the tech choice here.
And it's a positioning.
In terms of how they've been.
You're right that it's a positioning problem, right? The Typhoons have 100-meter range. His forts have 100-meter range. His boats have effectively 110 or 120, depending. And Ferdinand is just winning the range war. He's got 185 meters when he's shooting a boat with these marksmen. He's got 175 on the storms. He's got 155 on ranged forts, or 95 or 185 on the anti-air barrage, and he's got 150 meters on the Balkans. So just absolutely everything. Even the Farseer has range. And oh, by the way, the Farseer has anti-missile. You can anti-missile the air, so he will. If he weren't locked onto the saber tube, he might have been anti-missiling. Last round, he would have been anti-missiling and EMPing the overlords. So we have caster cursed. We have caster cursed Saab. Sorry, Saab.
To be fair, we jumped in kind of past the point of no return.
I think so, yes. But Saab getting back on his feet. We do have a tips page up for him, and losing to somebody 250 MMR higher on your return back to the scene is no shame in that. So he won his first round, gets to round 2 and loses. But he will be more of a factor later on. I'm going to jump into Xanatos and the Fun Police.
Okay.
So we have
lots of health left on the board there.
And Xanatos is in the spoiler role. The Fun Police, of course, also known as the Conclusion, will be starring on the 301 team in the upcoming Mag 1 tournament that Yes Win Big is running. So that starts 1 week from today. It's
very cool.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting, but I'm not sure.
By the way, the board that I was running earlier with you that I showed you with the War Factory Efficient Maintenance Phoenix was something that I had actually seen from the Conclusion.
And here it is.
And was exploring with it.
Efficient Maintenance Phoenix and Steel Ball. He's got 6 of them. I'm sorry. He's got 7 of them on the board.
On round 9.
On round 9. I feel like we've jumped into a Saabmon match. This is what Saab used to do. It's a convoy of trucks. Yes, indeed. Mega Space Player.
And each one of those steel balls turns into mechanical division, and the Phoenix have range. If he saw that there was a problem with specific single targets, he would have added EMP on those Phoenix. But this amount of Phoenix is just absolutely crazy.
Right, coming out of this many war factories. This is production war factories scaled to as wide as it can go.
Wasps are the biggest problem that I see for Conclusion as the Fun Police here.
Yeah, the shielded wasps taking a lot of shots to finish, and unfortunately they're also not doing a ton of damage to a war factory. They're just chewing up single target DPS from the Phoenix. That said, that's all they needed to do. And Xanatos gets a round win, drops the Conclusion down to 168 hit points. Are we going to see another upset? Have we finally managed to join one of the upsets in progress? There have been so many upsets in this one, and of course, we didn't cast them. We were in the wrong matches, my friend. Range for Xanatos. Fun Police giving it a lot of thought.
If the Conclusion gets an anti-air option that works, that they probably win this pretty hard.
Instead, they're going to commit to range on the war factories, keep them a little bit further back. That will put them behind the Phoenix, so the Phoenix will be out in front. And those, by the way, those were aerial specialization wasps as well as shielded, so they will actually chew through the Phoenix pretty quickly with the war factory stuck behind the Phoenix.
Yes.
Wild says, wait a minute, it turns out a shed load of factories doesn't solve all my problems. It's time to rethink my strategies. Very true.
Also, there is a bit of a chaff clear problem, which has been the biggest challenge that I've noticed. By the way, the Conclusion has actually been changing the text on his war factory a couple of times now, because earlier he did not have Sledge, he had HE on these war factories.
So he's trying different things as his chaff clear answers, and
yes.
hasn't taken Sledge, so leaving the Sledge off the board. and instead took quantum reassembly on the Phoenix. So the idea, I think, is let the Phoenix get out in front of the War Factory and tank for it a little bit, and then they will reassemble wherever possible. So.
And he did take the EMP as well on those Phoenix. So if they ever tap a melting point, then that melting point will no longer EMP or range.
Right. But it does not look like it's going to happen. I think Xanatos has got this. Unless enough Phoenix come back, it is going to be GG. So, the conclusion, trying the mini wide war factories, and Xanatos is the fun police here. I love this name, because this was my one of my dad's jokes, was that the fun police were gonna come around. Don't have too
Very
much
nice.
fun, but the fun police will come for you. So here we are.
Also, his avatar picture is clearly customized for it, with the Overlord in the background with like emergency lights.
Yes, complete is brilliant. All right, let's see what we've got on the board. We have one match still in progress. We'll go around the room. You guys just saw Xanatos beat the Fun Police. Apucci gets to 2-0 against Metzomat. Skay beat Beccamelum. Mathis Might over T Prime. No GG for Boats beats Malagand. Lade beat Null. Only Fangs over Market Sniper. Sennheiser with the win over Soft Boy Dream. Very nice upset there. Cortex beat Skip. We saw Fergadant beat Saab to drop him to 1-1. Sir Par gets to 2-0 against Recovery 1. He's one of the folks who had a big round 1 upset. Salt Monkey gets to 2-0 against Blonde Lover. Kebab Sniffer beats Bellicose Drake. Rookie 1 gets the win. I'm not sure I recognize this name, so give me one moment. Rookie 1 beat Iron Pillar Mage. Teddy gets to 2-0 against Harpix. We saw that match. Poncho against Switcher. Poncho with the win. Dry Leaves beats Smooth Jazz. Spoon over LMCV. Dorgon beats Kurisu. The Setting Sun beats Prince Megahertz. Cursed beat Effect. Esperlion over X-Champion. Chemtrails beat Demandrid. Iam's ends Eagles run at 1-0. So Iam's 2-0 now. Krag beats Family TV. Hawkins Space beats Bobbler. And the favorites winning out here, Steel Sane, Zemp, Masao, and Rooster with the expected results. And unlucky, a little bit further down, we saw some early upsets. And in the battle to become a future spoiler role, HTC Sour beats Doxon, and Reven beat Flix. So Flix having a bit of a struggle after 5th place in this tournament last week. And HTC Sour was 5th in Asia this morning. Doxon was the runner-up in Europe last week. So 2 of the top 5 from this tournament last week are 0-2 at the very start. And I believe we also had a drop from folks further down. What else have we had? And drops from B-Man and Dillo. And Saracha. So, whole bunch of the favorites.
Makes sense. When you have nothing to win and a lot of potential MMR to lose if you drop low, and then you're facing a bunch of really easy layup matches.
Right, and you're not going to learn a bunch, which I think is part of the thinking there. So I do wish that the game were, perhaps more, to award a little bit more to the players who stick it out in a, in a tournament like this.
That would be nice to have the incentive. That way the brackets are preserved, because for somebody like Teddy who beats Sarah round 1, that should be worth 6 minor points, but they're going to get nothing.
Right, and that's why I don't want to propagate this is why they dropped. Let's not mention that again. So it shouldn't be part of the cast, in my opinion. We've got 45 seconds left. Where was this?
25 seconds before next round start.
Right. We have top of the group is going to be a Rooster, Skay, Steelsane, with Hawkins, Space, and Krog, and Onlyfangs rounding out the top 6. The player dropped down to the mid pack by not having any minor points from the early rounds will include Apuchi, Masao, Zemp, and Math is Might. So there should be some interesting matches around that level. Apuchi drew I Am Znart. Masao draws no GG for boats, but the headline match here would be Zemp against Math is Might.
That's exactly the one I was hovering.
Let's go take a look at that one. Good luck to the rest of you. Salt Monkey up against Onlyfangs, Teddy against Hawkins Space, streamer battle. Loser has to raid the other. But Zemp against Math and Might. Zemp, of course, one of the top seeds in the tournament, dropped to the mid-table due to the way that minor points work.
So I've been doing a little bit of spectating of Math is Might. Just their name kind of stands out when I'm doing something to do and I don't have the time to start a match. And they've been doing a little bit of everything, although they do seem to be more standard than aggro. And it's been interesting to watch. I haven't noticed a solid trend, so they seem to be a flexible player. From what I've observed, as opposed to having like a specific, this is their signature. Whereas, as we know, Zemp is very much a classic, standard, and plays standard very well kind of player.
Yeah, Zemp is the I have optimized playing from standard and making the right decisions at all times style. We've got channel point predictions up for this match. Zemp against Math is Might coming at you in 10 seconds. Welcome to round 3 of the weekend tournament Europe number 74. Zemp against Math is Might. And both of those players will be in the Launch Clash tournament finals tomorrow, which you can find on this very station.
That'll be a lot of fun to listen to.
Zemp near side blue, Math is Might on the far side red. Zemp took the Rhino Specialist with Crawler and Sledgehammer. Math is Might, a Supply Specialist with Fangs and Storms. And it looks like we are, Math is Might is going to try taking on Zemp from Standard. You are a brave man, sir.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of crawlers, and there's not much in the way of chaff clear as yet for Math is Might, so those crawlers will definitely put in some work for Zemp round 1, I think.
I think it's pretty instructive to look at how Zemp's start here is just, 5 packs of crawlers. I know I'm going to need them later anyways.
And he adds them specifically into a board like Storms where the speed matters. And these sledgehammers have yet to be shot, and they will be getting in within firing range of these storm callers. So it's a very good, in general, thing to have a bunch of chaff, but it's also specifically good at actually countering these storms round 1, which I know can be oppressive for a lot of players.
And it's probably worth looking at his positioning as to how he achieved that, which is pretty standard, but worth knowing and noting. So it's vertical, 3 in off the tower, horizontal right behind the tower, no spaces or anything, and 1 right on the back line. And Zemp going straight to Stormcallers with a skip, so that he'd have the 50 to unlock. Supply Specialist, Math is Might also skipped, so he's got 550 to spend, and 2 deploys to do it with. But Zemp is just building straight into a classic range war, play it from standard. And for those of you that were asking, when do you take range? Is it good to take range? When you see Zemp building this board, this is when you need range. You need to outrange him early and make sure he doesn't get ahead of you. So For Math's Might, he picks up the 2 more crawlers. Again, in flank screening positions. He's got the fangs behind towers to screen against, things like the flank's phoenix, the flank wasp. He picks up his own wasps as a extra unit. There is no anti-air on the board, and if Zemp went with either Stormcallers or Marksman, which would be his tendencies, Mathis might well aware of those tendencies, picks up the wasps. So there's still no good answer to the wasp. There wasn't going to be.
Round 2, the wasp will clear up uncontested.
Yeah, there's no
and
no anti-air
will likely also get a level off of the additional experience that they can farm, most likely. No jump drive on those wasps, however, so they don't represent a flexible threat per se, but they do represent a possible option to force Zemp into an anti-air chaff clear early as opposed to later.
Right. We've talked about, your build, whatever your build is, needs to have a couple of different answers. Answering wasps is one of them. Answering a big ground unit like a Sabertooth or a Vulcan is one of them. Answering an Overlord or a Wraith is one of them. And answering the ground chaff, as you guys know, is one of them. So, Mathis might presenting a second problem in the air game. And now takes additional deployment. Both players have it.
I love that
choice. It's this early in a game, right? You're going to want it more than 3 times. So.
And you push the extra deploy button, as you said, at least 3 times in a game, and sometimes more than that. And especially later in the game, the ability to add a 4th unit can be extremely valuable, just in being able to create threats or answers. There is the level on the wasp. I like the fang add. 3 late fangs should be more than enough to clean up 1 pack of wasps for the time being, while also doubling as late chaff.
Right.
So keeping the wasps honest, and if he techs the wasps, then a dedicated wasp answer can come out.
Right.
You don't want to commit to an anti-air, only to then have your opponent sell out of the wasp.
Right, and in particular, this is what Titan is saying, is Zemp is completely respecting the wasps, bought 3 units that can handle them. And even if they leveled, he thinks the 2 packs of fangs on that side might be able to handle it. But more importantly, he hasn't wasted money on a tech, hasn't gone into a unit that he doesn't want as part of his long-term comp. So, unfortunately, 1 pack of fangs has walked a little bit far in front and is going to get targeted by storms before it can do its job, I think. But on the other side, you can see that level 1 fang pack with some friends, Hanks out there doing the tanking, was able to handle a level 1 wasp. Of course, remember, for Zemp, this is still about building his long-term board. He loses a couple of hit points here, and it's fine, right?
A little bit of tower timing differences, and those 2 wasps die to the handful of fangs on the other side too, so very clean board. And when you can add chaff and you answer a unit that has levels on someone else's board, then that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's the blue man group drop. That is so strong, and they both immediately take it.
This is Zemp's favorite, I believe, if he had to pick one. That drops the 4 level 2 marksman. Also, as Rhino Specialist, gets his Rhino. So he could either use that somewhere or sell it.
I suspect this is a marksman Vulcan board in the making, and that Rhino turns into a Vulcan in the next 2 turns. I'd also really like to see range on these marksmen. There's a very good probability your opponent takes them. We have the advantage of seeing that, but
right.
You're happy if they don't, and if they do, your marksman outranging theirs means that you can be the one to farm levels.
Right. I think both players will take range eventually. They're just thinking it through to get to that point.
Right.
And by eventually, I mean this round, not doing this choice, not long term.
I see.
For Zim,
and
it's
note
range.
That he leveled the thing too.
Yeah, ranged leveled the Fang, so it's not just a chaff unit to him. It's an answer to a threat, and he wants that level available if he has to click range and actually answer the wasps honestly later. For
holy blue man group.
For Math's Might, the answer here was elite recruit 3 more.
4 more even,
4 more.
because he's got an additional deployment slot. So 8 marksmen, no range, versus 4 marksmen with range.
I think the range tech was the better choice here personally, because if your marksmen shoot their marksmen, and assuming of course you get through these fangs, which is the job of the sledgehammers.
Well, and the other piece here is this Rhino had a good day. He distracted for a long time, and that has bought Storms and Marksman time to work for Zemp. Zemp did by 1 level 1 Marksman. And now having the range advantage, you can see the 5 ranged Marksmen beating 8 unranged Marksmen of about the same level.
Math's Might was fortunate none of them leveled, so he didn't get too behind on that. Orbital is really strong here. Lightning is obviously stronger, but for triple the cost.
Both of them instantly into the orbital. And for 2 players that would think about things at later stages of the game, that was a pretty quick pick.
This is about as close to a even mirror as you can get.
We had one in Asia that was exceptional mirror. All of the aggro players lost out in the early stages of Asia, and so what was left was standard, standard, standard. And it did get kind of silly.
Interesting. I see your Stormcallers, I raise you Stormcallers. I see your Marksmen, I raise you Marksmen.
And it was much like this, where they were taking the same units at the same time and even having very similar positionings. It was fascinating to watch. And then you looked at it, and there were actually subtle differences in what text they were running and that stuff. So it was kind of fun. It was neat to see the little subtleties of a perfectly standard board.
In a virtual mirror, the subtle differences can actually become really fascinating because it highlights the nuance. When 95% is the same, the 5% that is different can prove why it's worth considering to be different.
Right. So Toast makes a comment.
That's running is also
Toast made a comment, when both sides are so similar, it'll be up to the RNG which side wins. But that's not really it, right? Math's Might took the Vulcans around earlier than we think, than we would expect Zemp is going to. Zemp spent the time and effort to shield up, so, he's going to have shields to survive, to keep key units in under.
Not shielding there, I think, is crazy.
Well, it's the long-term economic play, perhaps, but as we've talked about,
there's a lot of damage coming.
You have to think of economy as hit point damage to the board, to the bar. How much did I pay for these hit points? And
whose marksmen are scaling.
In this case, yes. Are my marksmen scaling or not? And note that by adding the storms and having the storms in under the bubble, when he wins that round, Zemp does more than 1,000 hit points of damage. So Math's Might is down to 2,112 hit points. And this is something Zemp and maybe Flower Fairy are really good at, where they'll actually apply tempo pressure from standard in a way that most other players aren't doing. So it was fascinating to see. And I suspect Math's Might thought he was the one applying the tempo pressure with the Vulcan ad. Both players take the free score gains. Go ahead.
Yep. Interestingly enough, on that last round, the running crawler doubled to pull the blue wasps and the crawlers on the flank protection of Math's Might into that orbital where they otherwise would have stayed on its outskirts. So it was a really good mobile beacon positioning
kiddo.
For double utility.
How are you? We have a kiddo joining us.
For like a few, little bit.
Hello, kiddo.
What is that?
That is Zemp. And Alpha Titan says, hello, kiddo.
Hello. Wait, is he on the mic?
Yes.
Give me.
No. You can tap in with your thing.
No, I don't. That'll take too long.
Oh, you just picking up and running?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Have fun.
This oil is going to be brutal. If it lands unshielded, this could be game. If not, then it's going to bring Math's Might below 1,000, possibly down to 500.
Right. And it's an interesting ad with the pair of level 2 sledges outside. Elite recruit, I believe, for Zem. Not one that you've seen a lot, but it draws units out there, gets that whole thing lit on fire, and Zem looking in complete control.
An entire line of marksmen and stormcallers just get utterly torched. Now these marksmen can just pick off the Vulcans.
Right, and you can see Zemp did get up to the marksman eventually. He just did it more slowly and more surely. And now he's doing, 700 hit points of damage. Drops Mathis Might to 1412.
That was less damage than I thought it would be, to be fair. The Vulcans did a better job tanking. I would really like to see a damage tech on these marksmen now.
Oh goodness, now it is extended range sledge. When he already had 4 level 2 sledges, it gives them range. So they are going to outrange the Vulcans now by at least 30 meters. And Zemp adding the Wasps. The opponent, of course, has been running Wasps all game long and has them up to level 3 in the corner there. But for Zemp, this is about having some chaff units that are not getting burned by the Vulcan with Incendiary Bomb. It's like he sees it coming. And those will be tanking of course, the Marksman late in the round.
In theory as well, since he had Fire Stormcallers, he was killing the opponent's Fangs, which means that those Wasps were not going to die to the Fangs the way Mathis Might's Wasps had been.
Right.
The ER on the sledge is actually really fascinating. I wonder if he takes the EMAG on the sledges next.
I suspect that's the plan. If there is a next, because of course the sledgehammers are sticking back out of the fire. The Wasp's doing such a good job tanking the single target damage. But now you've got some late arriving Fang and Crawler for Mathis Might, so he's gonna win the round, I think. And has shields survive. So Mathis Might takes a round off of Zemp, drops Zemp from 4,000 hit points to 2462. We go to round 8, unit drop possible again. And we get one right away. Pair of level 2 Farseers, pair of level 3 Sabers for Zemp. Could be 4 level 3 Arclights if you felt you needed chaff clear, or 3 level 2 Steel Balls. Let's see what Zemp is doing with the Sabers. Rebuys his shields right away. 1, 2, 3. Ranges the Wasps, takes aerial specialization. Right, sold a Saber, so they're just Saber cash, is the plan.
Been a while since we've seen Saber cash. Their Sabers have been really good just to run, and we are seeing a hard commit into the Wasps. I like that. The double tech is going to really make a difference, and those marksmen are going to be sad marksmen.
Xerix, as far as I can tell, there is sound, so whatever's happening is on your end, and you're not hearing me, I would think.
Interesting, Zemp had so much to spend he couldn't take all his marksman levels.
That is interesting. So he took range and aerial specialization. As soon as he saw the extra Wasps from Mathis Might, sees Mathis Might buying back into them, he just committed to, I'm going to win the air war, and adds to that the 2 more packs, right? He had 4, so he's up to 6.
There is elite now on the marksman for Mathis Might, but there isn't really a single target that needs the extra oomph, although it does get the extra range.
It does buy extra range. But the whole mid part of the board is a scorched earth.
Yes, and Zem's Wasps are absolutely carrying the air.
Yep. Wins the air war. Now the marksmen are targeting the Wasps. But here's the problem for Zemp. It's been such a good chaff board with Mathis Might winning the chaff war.
that is... Zemp goes down to 364.
Yeah, the late fangs are not dying. The stormcallers are actually gone by the time they arrive, and then they can clean up the rest of the wasps. That oil is really nice because it'll use the Vulcan incendiary to light the center of the board on fire.
Right, and if Mathis Might doesn't bubble it, it's going to be pretty painful for him.
I imagine he will, but yes, if he doesn't, it's going to hurt for sure, for sure.
So, what are you going to do as Zemp to get the extra damage out and the extra chaff clear that you need out? Because now Mathis Might is mashing you in the air.
I think you need to have distraction crawlers or chaff for the flank Vulcan positionings to torch his own late chaff and not eat the first volley of fire on the ground.
Right. Letting all that fire show up here has been really painful, for sure.
Right. Other than that, I still think that, okay, he did take the elite on the marksman. That's going to really help. Once he connects with those Vulcans, they will die.
But it hasn't been connecting. It's been connecting with chaff. I think Mathis might have this.
I was really shocked that Zemp never went into Vulcan. That prediction I made early about how the Rhino was going to turn into a Vulcan just never happened.
Mm-hmm.
This oil is going to be mostly blocked, but not entirely blocked. That mill break is going to be valuable.
Right side oil will get lit on fire, though. Oh, and it did get in under the bubble. Look at that. It's unfortunate for Mathis Might. Now we get a whole bunch of wasps popping, and if you can't hear me over that, I apologize. Boom, 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 boom. It's like listening to popcorn. And Mathis Might wins that round.
This does look like he's going to take Zemp.
It does. Mathis Might getting the win. And Zemp's comment is, all I have to say about that match is, don't play tanks from standard. Fell for one of my favorite comps, the ER sledgehammer with range, and it just doesn't quite get it done. Now, I will point out, you didn't commit to it. You didn't take the mech rage that potentially makes their chaff clear a little bit better, but yeesh. Mathis Might with the really solid board.
And your opponent has half as many marksmen as you have sledges. It will be hard for them if they're getting one shot.
Right.
Because they will go down relatively quickly. There's a lot of resources you have to invest into those sledges. If those sledges were liquidated, so to speak, and turned into marksmen, for example, the game goes very differently.
Yes, indeed. So
congratulations, Teddy.
I know. I was going to say, we have just been raided by a Teddy. And so if you want to catch how did Teddy beat Saracha, that will be in Teddy's VOD. And Teddy, if you're not putting that up on a YouTube channel, you really ought to. That is a really sweet work. Xanatos in the spoiler role is on the edge of knocking Rooster out. The rest of the matches, Pancho Osan beats Steel Sane, so there's another upset. Krog over Dorgon. I think this was... Sell it to Stony, right? Sell the footage to Stony. Setting Sun beats Esperlion. Dry Leaves over Cursed. Sennheiser beat Cortex. Apucci gets a clean win against Iam's Nart. We saw Mathis Might beat Zemp. Masao beats No GG for Boats. Chemtrails over Lied. Ferganant gets to 3-0 over Kebab Sniffer. Sir Par is close to finishing it out against Spoon. Only Fangs ends Assault Monkey's bid to make the quarterfinals at 2-0. Hawkins Space beat Teddy, which is why I presume we have been raided. So congrats again to Teddy on beating Saracha. That is amazing. And Rookie 1 upsets Skay. This is the tournament of upsets. Let's go. I love seeing the top of the bracket this competitive, this full of quality players. And
that's really awesome.
It really is.
It also makes for exciting matches, because if you know the same 20 names are going to win their first 3 matches, then it's a lot less fun to watch, and at the same time it can be discouraging to join. But this is a great sign that, like, if you're watching and paying attention and learning, the classically unbeatable names, so to speak, are like, the game is at such a place right now that anybody can win with really good positioning and good decision making. So it just is a really good sign for the health of the game.
Yeah, I do really admire what Bearlike and team have done for the balance of the game. I feel like, for at least for the 1.0 release, solving the meta has not been trivial. It hasn't been like there's one overtuned unit that you can just lean on. Xanatos does get the win against Rooster, so very nicely done.
Wow.
Yeah, Teddy says, my opponent was Typhoon Spec and got a free boat drop, so I beat him some rounds, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, that's fair. That's going to be a tough set of drops to beat. And what was the other match that was still ongoing? That is Sir Par against Spoon. We'll jump into that one. And Arch Flop, I feel I was really happy to see your comment earlier during the match, so really wanted to give you the shout out and appreciation for that. Says, I really enjoyed your Clash tournament coverage. I'm a beginner 442 MMR player. Just won my first Econ style game and I'm hyped. And now he adds on, so first time chatter there, adds on the that he's agrees about the balance. It feels like the board game Power Grid. Oh, I do love that board game. That actually is really good in terms of the balance. Played many a game of that, and the folks that I knew that were really good at it were solidly better than me. It was interesting. It's a good game.
Never heard of it, but if it comes well recommended by you, then I'll have to take a look.
Yeah, if you're a board gamer, that's worth taking a look at. It didn't capture me enough to hit my. I had to go out and buy it, so I was content to always play on, friends' copy.
Right.
There are some that I just have to go own immediately.
Well, this is turning into one of those matches where 2 marksmen will survive for whoever wins. It's round 11, and we get a whole 300 damage. One war factory for missile intercept at the back of the board with efficient maintenance feels like not the best total investment, because that's not shooting early, it's not providing production, it's deep, and one of its techs was just to make it less efficiency cost. So in effect, it's a lot of level and a lot of value tied up in one anti-missile.
But I mean, I think the headline story here is Sir Par is up against Vulcans. You know how much he hates Vulcans. So
that's true.
Level 4 Vulcan with Scorching Flames in range, level 2 Vulcan, level 4 with the barrier, and a level 3 over here. And
the marksmen have EMP now, and that's going to be huge.
Or turning off techs on the Vulcans in particular. Also potentially turning off techs on the War Factory. And are those level 4 Stormcallers now with range and flames?
Wow.
You can see how opponent got to the idea that he might want an anti-missile War Factory.
Right. 2 photon spells.
Wow, you photoned the entire board Photon to the entire board without using a Boton or another ground source. That's amazing.
Really good chaff clear for Serpar, though, with these Typhoons mixed in with the fire on the ground. And now that the marksmen have EMP, this Vulcan is just walking forward to die.
Slowly walking forward, too. And
yes.
Of course, in the speed debuff that EMP applies. So all four Vulcans are down now. Lamaprob says, Serpar gonna win this due to rounds here? No, it looks like he's gonna win it outright. Congratulations, Serpar. That one was personal when he sees the Vulcans come out.
Yes, it was. It's funny because when we joined the game and I was looking for where Serpar's EMP was, and he didn't have it yet. And I knew as soon as he clicked an EMP source, he was going to win this because he was winning the chaff engagement really, really well.
Right.
Otherwise.
Well, that is going to leave us with 14 unbeaten. So we won't have a spoiler in round 4, but we will have a spoiler from round 5, I believe. And our 14 unbeaten are Hawk in Space, Krog, Onlyfangs, Sennheiser, Apuchi, potentially the favorite out of this group, although Misao is also very strong, Math is Might, Serpar, Pancha Osan, Dry Leaves, Misao, Chemtrails, Ferginant, Rookie 1, and it's this, I need to remember this one, Setting Sun. Right, Setting Sun. Only name I need to remember.
I would agree with you. Apuchi is probably the favorite here. Misao and Onlythings are probably the upset expectees in my mind.
Right. Well, I see. We're going to say a thank you to Alpha Titan for joining us for coverage.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate you, man. We have another special guest joining us for the second half of the tournament, from round 4 onwards. Joining me in the booth will be Time for Miracle. So really excited to welcome him aboard, and we'll introduce him after the next set of ads.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Oh, we're going to introduce you before the next set of ads. Well, the folks at ads will miss. That's fine. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Amaroq. How are you?
I'm good. Let me see if I can get your... Can you adjust volume up or gain up by about 8% or so?
You just mean
That's
volume,
perfect.
right? I think my...
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
That was better.
Yeah, I don't know that I can actually increase it in Discord any further.
No.
It's already
it's already
maximum.
maxed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gain on mic was all that was needed there. And Archfwop, thank you very much for the follow. Mamaro says, I remember when Time for Miracle was Time for Miracle. Well, for those of you that don't know, Time is one of the OG streamers of Mechabellum. When did you start, sir?
I think I started streaming in like July last year, July or June, one of the two.
Yep, because I remember I was struggling quite a lot, and then I had somebody coach me through the thing that was a block, and then he was like, "Hey, you just need to start watching Time." I'm like, "Oh, what? Sure." And then one thing led to another, and here I am casting alongside you. So. But at that point, you were at least double my MMR. That's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, I started the game, I think, maybe a month after it released or something. Because I remember Sako started streaming right when the game launched. I think a day after or something. And I started streaming a month after Sako started. So
yeah,
that was the timeline in my head.
Yep. Yeah,
it's been a long time.
You guys were established when I was starting. But who do you like out of this group of 14? And who are the completely new names to you?
Well, I know Hawk in Space, Krog, Onlyfangs, don't know Dry Leaves, Sennheiser, Uchi is my favorite to win.
Yep.
No Mathis Might, Serpar, don't know Poncho, no Misao, no Chemtrails, no Ferginance. Not sure who 13 is, and I think I might know who 14 is. I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Yeah, a bunch of those names will be familiar from the from that Launch Clash tournament. Folks like Math is Might, I think that was kind of his break into the big consciousness, collective consciousness. This one
I think
is
he's like 2K. He's pretty high MMR.
Yeah, he's solid. This one is Red's Sunset, I think. Right. We got. I could actually go for watching Setting Sun against Krog, or Math is Might against Sir Par, or Only Fangs and Ferdinand. Preferences?
I could go for any of them. I'm down. Whatever you want.
All right, let's take Setting Sun against Krog.
Sounds good to me.
Zemp was such an overwhelming favorite that there wasn't a channel point bet against him in the last one. So
I assume Zemp was playing standard, not cooking some aggro shenanigans.
He played standard, and his takeaway was, even extended range sledge doesn't make it worth playing sledge from standard.
Yeah. So. Yeah, there's actually I just learned about them I think like a day or so ago. There's a player named Xiaobu, which I think is a 201 player who like only plays sludge.
Yep, we watched him in the Asia tournament this morning, and that was fun to watch. Full 4-tech carry sledge.
Yeah, he basically plays the same way I used to play like 9 months ago or a year ago at this point.
Right.
He just adores the sledgehammers.
Yeah, that was...
But man, I watched him play like Zemp or someone who's actually good at standard, and it just like falls apart.
Right.
It feels really sad to watch.
Yep. Yeah, it's...
Or sledgies.
Has taken the sledge to as high as it can get.
Yeah. I think it's pretty bad in post-unit drop Mechabellum, but it's cool to see someone who actually likes it and have some success with it.
Right. I mean, he made it to the quarterfinals in Asia, so, that's probably as best as you could do with it, but it was definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I imagine if they played a unit other than Sledgehammer, they would probably be quite a lot higher ranked, like probably +2 in NMR instantly.
That's pretty much about where I've been for quite a while. All right. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament Europe number 74. Near side blue is Setting Sun, far side red. Currently the number 2 seed in this tournament is Krog. Setting Sun is going to be a cost control specialist with Arclight and Sledgehammer. Krog on the far side, Sabertooth specialist with Crawlers and Storms. And joining me in the booth, as you heard, Time for Miracle. So I'm going to let you take it away, sir. What are you seeing from this early positioning, and what are your thoughts for how they develop?
Well, I saw Setting Sun take cost control Arc Sledge, and I immediately said, all right, they're playing standard, that's for sure, and that's what they're doing. And Krog is Storms and deploying standard as well, so makes sense to me, I suppose. I don't have a ton of experience spectating standard games recently, but both things look very normal to me. Arc Sledge is pretty bad though, and cost control is kind of good in standard because it revolves a lot around like missiles and spells and names and stuff like that, so it's a decent pick, I guess. I just think Arc Sledge is pretty bad pack, so I'd say that Krog is pretty favored with the early game, especially the Sabertooth specialist.
Right, once he brings the Sabers online next round, those sledges are in some trouble.
For sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure how relevant the Saber tends to be in Stormcaller v Stormcaller though, which is definitely what we'd expect to see here. So maybe it just like kind of dies. Not too sure. I mean, that's about the same health as a Tarantula, right? So it should die in about 2 volleys.
They're pretty tanky, but yeah, it's about the same as a Tarantula. For whatever reason, it just feels like they don't go down to Stormcaller volleys as easily in my head. Like I have Storm as a hard counter to Tarantula, and not so much as a hard counter to Saber.
Yeah, definitely. White Tarantula tends to die in 2 volleys, but maybe the hitbox of a Saber is a little bit bigger or smaller or something, and it's different.
Yeah, it could be that.
Like goes the anti-ints. What the? That's very surprising picks from both players. We have an anti-interference from blue and a deployment from Krog. That is super odd.
All right.
So maybe we're gonna see a Wasp play or something with a deployment module, so he doesn't have to spend the money on jump drive, perhaps, or if he just doesn't have jump drive on his bar. That's what comes to mind seeing this pick for me. I'm not sure what we're doing with the anti-interference, but maybe he just thinks that blocking his Vulcan from being EMP'd or something is like super good. So
right,
see,
I can
I
imagine
guess.
that being a. I'm gonna put it on my stronger side, and then if you win my other side tower, at least my key unit, my key Vulcan is not EMP'd, doesn't get debuffed when tower is debuffed.
Yeah, definitely. I think the conundrum you always face when you want to put an anti-interference on something is like, well, what happens if there's just like a heavy armor or a damage item and then I just don't have my slot anymore?
Right.
It just feels really bad that you took it.
Well,
But it's guaranteed value at least.
Now here we get your answer. One volley, put it down just beyond half, and the second volley will, in fact, kill the saber. So you're spot on.
Yep.
The man spends 9 months away from the game and comes back and has that level of intuitive.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I have played the game the past like month or so. I
Fair
just
enough.
never ever play standard nowadays.
Right.
So I'm not too accustomed to seeing a saber eat storm volleys and knowing how much they're gonna take. But yeah, it's the same
Right.
thing as a spider. We see an absorption module, also smart marksman. Either one wants to snap pick either one though, so we like advanced shield, makes sense to me. Really good for blocking spells. Makes your that was blue, I believe.
Yeah.
Actually, did they both take it?
Yeah, it's setting sun.
Yeah, blue likes it
the-
because he's cost control.
Yeah, he took the advanced shield because he's going to be throwing down shields, and he's down on hit points a little bit, so it's going to help to have a little bit of a buff. Krog went ahead and put the deployment module on that Sabertooth, so repositions it to the outside. So maybe the idea is a jumpy saber that's causing problems from all sorts of places. Setting Sun took the range enhancement for the arcs. I spent so long...
That's kind of weird.
I actually spent a long time stubbornly refusing to take range on arcs or tech into them at all, and somebody convinced me to do it, and it was like a plus 150 bump in MMR to like just win. Don't hemorrhage so many hit points in the early game. You're getting out tempoed. So that may be
Yeah, I mean, arc lights are quite good after the most recent attack speed buff. You just lose to wide crawler is the main problem, right?
Right. And but using them as an early, I'm going to control tempo and or force that 400 investment in wide crawler.
Yeah, definitely. It's also sometimes a strong pivot into Mustang if your opponent is opening Mustang or you're like trying to do some aerial stuff or some shenanigans like that. Do some good things. Well, I'm very interested to see what we managed to cook with this deployment module and the Sabertooth. I suspect we just think the Sabertooth is useless and that's why it's on that one, and it's going to get sold and do some real shenanigans, but I'm not sure.
For right now, it has jumped from Crag's right to Crag's left to Crag's right. Sunset's left. And Crag wins the round, drops Sunset down to 4,500. Crag's at 3,800 or so. You get a unit reinforcement drop.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why we see the snap pick of Mustang from Krog. Like, it sort of makes sense, but also it's bad against every unit on the board, and it may feed XP to the arc lights, which could be a concern. Maybe. Probably not, but seems like the weakest choice here. I guess he just really dislikes Phoenixes. Oh wait, he did take Smart Marksman though, I guess is the main reason he chooses to do this. He doesn't want to take the birds because he already wants to invest in marks, but makes a nice setup for Setting Sun to take the birds.
Yep. Titan
which
with
I think makes a lot of sense.
Titan with a good observation, which was that the level 1 arcs at 308 hit points are not one-shotting the crawlers. So at least needs the attack enhancement buff. So.
Yeah, for sure. Surprising to not see him already having taken that. That's definitely the most like salient thing when your cost control is like, oh my god, if my arc lights are they gonna do their job? Like, I don't know if this breakpoint still exists with current cost control, but used to. There's if you're fortified specialist and you have crawlers and your opponent's cost control with arc lights, it can never one-shot the crawlers, which is like pretty doomed. I think even with enhancements. But yeah. He definitely wants to see the attack click here. he has noticed that and adjusted this round, so
Right.
goes back to one-tapping them.
Pretty key pickup there.
So I'd say the situation with the drops here has favored blue quite a lot more than red, since blue is able to take the birds for tempo and red has to build marksman, which, I mean, you're not like super unhappy to build it or anything like that. He does recruit them on blue, I believe, unless they're already in the board. I don't think they're in the board previously, but not super unhappy about that. But birds definitely have more tempo, and he's cost control and shield spec as well, which gets him even more tempo. So definitely a good looking spot for blue, I would say.
He's dropped Crag to 3,000 hit points and picks up efficient tech research. So going straight econ greed at this point, while Crag doesn't feel he has the luxury of being able to pick up efficient tech research.
Oh, he instantly goes to the high explosive storms. Makes sense versus the Mustangs, I suppose.
Doesn't have fire on the board at all, so there's no one of those players who really felt the 20-meter loss of range that came with Incendiary Bomb.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see someone willing to play standard not having fire in their bar. I'm not really sure the impact of that change personally. Like, it sounds impactful, right? But I'm not sure if it actually matters for standard. It definitely doesn't feel like it matters for aggro or defense, but I'm not sure.
For aggro defense, it's like, who cared, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's fine. But in standard, I guess the theory is if you've taken it and your opponent hasn't, then your storms get outranged in the Storm v Storm. The round so rarely comes down to just that ending.
Yeah, exactly. And also the the attack velocity of the storm color is so slow, I'm not even sure that 20 meters matters in the first place. Or it even could be like actively bad if your storms are ranged, because maybe your opponent's storm's like walking towards you and like dodge the shot or something.
Right.
I'm not too sure. By the way, maybe a consideration for blue here for going into HE Storm is that the Mustangs on the red side do not have missile intercept.
Oh.
Which may have been a factor in him choosing to commit to 4 storms.
Yeah,
most people I see don't actually play anti-missile staying in standard, but I think it's a reasonable thing to consider. Storms are very powerful, so if you pressure your opponent to selling them somehow, then it's quite good. Or even just reducing their efficacy at the start of the round is super powerful, I think.
Right. And Mustangs are still more effective with anti-missile than they are without. If they've been taken out, as they have.
The high explosive definitely looks really nice here. So we probably expect to see something coming out from red to punish the high explosive storm.
Right.
Click from blue really
lower
soon.
DPS, but he's countered the DPS loss by leveling 2 of the storms up to level 2. So he's only really vulnerable to, obviously, to War Factory right now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not really too sure where War Factory sits in standard currently, because I see an awful lot of games where people build War Factory anti-missile and then they just proceed to die, so I can't really tell if it's like actually good. I think it's actually good, but it just so happens I've spectated a lot of games in a row where they just die instantly, but yeah, I'm not too sure how to feel about that.
Right.
Anti-missile and storm colors are sitting in a weird spot in general, with the whole like interception efficacy not being affected by the unit's level, and interception being better as like a gut shot for the person ahead and stuff like that. So it's pretty hard to say like what's actually going on there.
Sure.
Certainly very circumstantial.
Archpulp with the question, can you explain what playing standard means exactly? So generally when we're talking about standard, it's going to be Stormcallers in about this line, which is, 10 to 20 meters ahead of your tower to 10 to 20 meters behind them. There's a mid-standard, or, which is kind of, your Stormcaller line would be, in about the 60 meters ahead of that box that I just drew. And then aggro would be, your units are pretty much up on the line. And aggro, you're trying to get into towers, you're relying on having the ability to force engagements during tower debuff. And in standard, you're basically playing, I tend to call it the range war. You want to have, anywhere that there are mirrored units, you want your mirrored units to be engaging with the other one first. So, idea being your Stormcallers got to shoot their Stormcallers first. Your sniper unit, whatever that is, in this case it's the Phoenix versus the Marksman, your sniper unit got to shoot first. And you can achieve that either by buying ranged techs or by clearing the chaff war first. So here, Krog survives with 2 whole marksmen. This is one of the downsides to this standard, I would say the marksman Stormcaller meta, is that you might win the rounds, but you're not doing a ton of hit point damage to the bar. And at the end of the day, that is what wins or loses the game, right? So there's a lot of fencing to get these 200, 300 hit point advantages, and you kind of need bigger damage dealt to knock a game out early.
Absolutely. And speaking of playing for tempo, it appears that we have decided that playing Giga Standard is no longer a thing of interest to us. We bought steel balls when there was a wasp drop. Oh, actually, no, it's because his opponent has Mustangs, so I bought the steel balls. I see. He just hates the wasp since he's already set up to deal with it. That makes sense, I guess, but I guess his plan is to like click Fortress Anti-Air. Yeah, that must be the plan for blue.
Yeah, we've started.
I'm not sure why he clicked Bubble first, though.
Yeah, we've started with Barrier first. It is going to block the oil, but I don't think he knew the oil was coming, since it's oil off of tower. He hadn't unlocked oil previously, so it's just a lucky play or a great read, one or the other.
Absolutely. I think people just adore bubbles in Standard because stuff like that can happen so often. This oil and tower is obviously able to be clicked, so they just love clicking bubbles on Typhoons and Ports and just buying bubbles every round after like turn 7-ish, so...
Right, I mean, I do remember, when I first started hearing streamers talking about the forcing opponent to pay the bubble tax. Force you to shield up, and consider that an econ win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tempo aspect matters a lot more in aggro versus defense, but in Standard here, I often, maybe not often, but historically I've seen a lot of people that just like start playing bubbles like every round starting on like round 3, and they just like never stop the entire game, so...
Yeah.
Honestly, this game's been like very bubble sparse compared to what you might expect to see from cost control with Advanced Shield and versus an opponent that has a Saber-Tooth module that might be popping their towers, so...
Right. I would count...
Honestly, even less.
I'd love to call out Zemp and Flower Fairy as being the 2 players I think of as having the ability to play tempo from Standard. And it's interesting to watch because they really optimize the econs so much to get to the point of putting the hit point pressure on the board. And to some extent, that's what Setting Sun has done here, right? It's round 8, it's not what you would consider tempo pressure as an aggro player, but he's got Krag down to 1710, and you can see that that's forcing Krag to really stop and think about things. He's used more than half of his available time thinking about the reinforcement drop. Of course, he's switching out to the main view and thinking through his whole turn, not just trying to decide between these and realizing that he's got 20 seconds left, which, let's be honest, a lot of us would do.
Are you trying to say something, Amaroq?
Okay, let me be honest, I might do.
That's exactly what I do.
Time is correctly called the anti-air barrage is the answer to those level 3 wasps. And two more forts, double-teched forts. It does look like Setting Sun is going to close this out, assuming that there's no big surprises. A Rhino call-in into the level 4 Phoenix was not a big surprise. It went down pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought was behind that one. I think it's going to die pretty much know where it went. I guess he already had it unlocked earlier in the game. I'm not actually sure. I don't think it was in the cards right here.
I don't think it was the set of cards.
Important to note here, by the way, is that there is nano repair on 2 fortresses, but there are smart marksmen on the field, so maybe it's not actually that important. It certainly keeps them alive a bit longer, though. Also kind of sad that it's on a cost control fortress, but
yes. But
it is indeed impactful with the levels.
Yeah, Setting Sun does get the round win, drops Krag down to 610, and Alpha Titan says, a report from the field, Sir Far made Ball Foon and level 3 Wraith push aggro, beat a Scorpion Sting defense convincingly to knock out Math's Might. So Sir Par on the run today, having a great tournament.
Nice job, Sir Par.
so far has been one of the unsung heroes behind the making that Launch Clash Tournament Challenge, Launch Clash qualifiers work when we had a problem with Challenge last week. So he's the one that drew up the entire 64-person set of brackets in the before the end of round 2, before the end of Group B. So did a ton of work to get that sorted for us.
So really interesting thing with this round, and I guess this game to note in general, the way it's played out for blue is you were talking about tempo earlier, right? In standard, and it's pretty hard to tempo out this board from red because he's just got these marksmen that do infinite damage with smart marksmen and the obvious usual storm colors just cleaning up everything at the end of the rounds. But I think he's done a really good job of getting enough storms in the field and not like losing his tempo to not get AM'd out, which actually now you do see the AMs come out from Red's side to try and stop this from killing him. But he's done a really good job of keeping up the tempo and not letting Red feel like he's able to buy those AMs to stop him from taking all this HP damage from the storms at the end of the round. So really big fan of how Blue's played this, even though I don't see like a billion packs of chaff like I would normally expect to see out of standard. He's played it really well so far.
Yeah, so one of the things there, Setting Sun may have adapted into that when he saw the smart marksman pick, right? Because what he knows there is if he lets this go into around 12-13, the smart marksmen are going to be just infinite range, infinite damage. Like you can see this level 6 marksman with elite marksman. It's just disgusting amounts of damage. 32,000 to 10,000 DPS at a range of 225 meters. And as those start to come online, it becomes almost unbeatable. And that might be the tipping point where Crag is reaching that. And as you said, it was the anti-missile devices that buy him the breathing space this round, along with, I think, the halfway decent Storm RNG hitting Phoenix back here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a really important thing to note about how he managed to win the round is he stacked all the AMs on one side and all the shields. Well, I think like 3 of the shields on one side that round. So that stops him from losing, I think, all but one. I think, yeah, he lost 1 AM when he started round 4. Yeah, so he only lost 1 and kept the other 3, which is really huge, because the thing you want to do with your AMs is you want to snowball them into the next round, right? Just like your shields, but it's much harder to do that with shields, of course. So big win for him getting to keep 3, because now he can deploy 8 more and have 11 on the field rather than the normal maximum of 8 per round, which seems, maybe he won't actually build 8, but the point is just that it's very big to snowball those, because that is one big way to like stop your opponent's storms from doing anything at all in standard, which gets you a win.
Well, Setting
also,
Sun...
one thing that might have won that last round for
ahead.
Blue is storm range.
Just to have the additional range there.
Yeah, I think he would not have lost the end of the round with that.
Yeah, opponent now has incendiary bombs, so he's giving up the 20 meters range to the storms. Setting Sun has added a level 2 war factory with missile interceptor and steel ball production, and using the round 10 unit drop with a pair of level 2 typhoons next to it as kind of a chaff clear and mobile beacon pieces.
Yeah, I like this war factory play, because it's going to be pretty hard for him to manage to, get through all these AMs that he expects to be on the field otherwise, so I guess a good way for him to win the round is get the tire debuff and buy a lot of time to like run out the AM's efficiency. So I think it's a cool play. It's pretty hard to crack a level 2 war factory.
Right, and this board wasn't designed to crack that level 2 factory. Mobile beacon is at a really good angle, and you can see even the steel balls are actually doing a lot of work once they get in, because the marksmen are locked onto the war factory and not EMPing it. EMP wasn't even on the bar for Crag, and that is it. That's all she wrote. Setting Sun beats Crag in 10 rounds. Nice win, through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice win from Setting Sun. I like how you played this game. Good showcase of cost control in standard v standard.
A good showcase of cost control, doing it without Vulcans, showing us how to use high explosive ammo, wins the game without ever setting the ground on fire. I mean, what?
True.
I'm sorry, that's a lot of style points in my book.
Yeah, it's very honorable of him. No oil.
No
One
oil.
without oil or fire.
Yep. Honor for the win. All right, we still got 2 matches ongoing, but I'm gonna go around our unbeatens. Your favorite Apuchi beats Pancho Osan. We heard that Sir Par upset Math is Might. Nicely done. Masao beats Sennheiser. Masao's probably the other surviving favorite, I would think. Only Fangs beats Ferdinand. Only Fangs, of course, a perennial top 8, top 4 finisher. Hawk and Space beat Rookie 1. Dry Leaves loses out to Chemtrails. And we saw Setting Sun beat Krag. Elsewhere, Escape beat Azil. In, I guess this is the top end of the 3-in-1s. Well, it would have been the 2-in-1s. So Skay will be positioned, I believe, to be our spoiler in round 5. So you'll probably have Skay versus OnlyFangs. Or we could follow Setting Sun and see how he does against Apuchi. You'd have Masao against Hawk and Space and Surf Par against Chemtrails. Any of those stand out to you as matches you want to watch?
Yeah, I'd be down to watch Par and Chemtrails or Apuchi and Setting Sun, either way. I mean, honestly, all 3 of these matches, they're not the spoiler match, sounds good. Spoiler match sounds good too, but less stakes, right?
Right.
Skay and OnlyFangs are both good.
Yeah, both very, very solid players.
For sure. I didn't know that OnlyFangs is tasty bait, by the way. Do you know that?
I did know that, yeah.
I didn't know that lore. I guess he changed while I wasn't playing the game, so...
Yeah, changed while you weren't playing, and so many players know him as OnlyFangs, but there was a long time where I was introducing him as extra tasty bait.
Exactly, yeah.
Tasty Bait had such a great avatar as part of the Dogs versus Cats.
Exactly, yeah. You're banning the dog clan.
I know. Went to the
I was
sloth
listening to
clan.
Bear Like play. Yeah, I know, right? I was listening to Bear Like play before I joined, and Bear Like sweet, like we have so many players with like dog profile pictures and dog name tags and stuff like that.
Yep.
Docs and Apuchi and me and Tasty Bait and all these people. Tons of them.
Well, I do have an artist working on emojis for the channel, and I don't want to spoil her work, but let's just say we have some cat and some dog emojis coming, along with a praise bear like and a pray to bear like. So
those are both very appropriate.
Yep. Very
speaking of praying to bear like,
yeah,
I have some top secret intel to share.
Ooh, excellent.
Exclusive. Straight from the mouth of Bear Like himself.
Breaking news.
Typhoon Shield getting nerfed. There you go.
Ooh. How much did he say? Or just
He just said it's getting nerfed. I don't know.
Getting
That was
nerfed.
just commentary on Boatfoon.
Mm-hmm. Well, we had been speculating about that.
Stream.
We had been speculating about that all the way through the Asia tournament. Was which one is going to get nerfed between Typhoon and Overlord? Yes.
Yeah, I think the chosen nerf is really good for sure. Yeah, choosing Typhoon and choosing Bubble is the correct strategy.
Yeah, it was an interesting set of breakpoints that they did have it down below. Chin Gun, they had it down below Scorpion of equal level, but bringing it down a bit for anybody that's stuck trying to break through it with other than one shot will be interesting.
For sure. I think Chin Gun's definitely the other big offender potential nerf candidate, but I think starting with Bubble is a really good approach because the breaking of the front line of the boats is like the problem that people can't really seem to solve. It's like how do you break through Typhoon and Wide Crawler before the boats kill you, which is,
right.
Understandably difficult. A really interesting thing I've observed a lot, though, in really high MMR versions of the Typhoon boat is that people don't actually build very many Typhoons at all, and it's just like a bazillion boats.
Mm-hmm.
So, in my mind, honestly, maybe boat is like the better candidate for a nerf, but I'm definitely down for them to start with Typhoon Bubble. Maybe it's both, who knows?
Right.
You just mentioned Typhoon Bubble.
Only one of the Asia games that I watched, at least, was really wide, both wide and deep Typhoon. And everything else, you're right, it was wide boat at the higher levels.
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely is worth actually like going into Typhoons. It's just like boats are so good and they end the game so quick that you don't even need to click Typhoon stuff.
Well, and vice versa. The Typhoon does 300 hit points to the health bar, and the boat only does 350.
Exactly, yeah. It's very close in terms of health damage dealt.
Yep.
Meanwhile, mass-produced boat costs 300 and does 350.
Yes, true enough. The best of both worlds. Dane the Deer says that Bear Lake said they were also nerfing boats ground cannon. So,
oh, did he also say that? Excellent, cool. I definitely agree with both those nerfs then. I only heard him talk about Typhoon. I guess he went on to say that.
Yep, possible.
Well, that's really cool to hear. It's kind of sad we don't get either of those changes for the launch tourney, but it is what it is.
Right. Well, yeah, we certainly can't. They won't do a deploy on Saturday night, right? So.
Oh, hey, you never know. Just simply do it. What if they just drop it the day before the tourney? I mean, that's what tons of games do.
Right. Here's the tourney. Good luck figuring it out.
Yes, sir. All right. What game are we going to watch?
Well, it looks like Spoon wound up in the spoiler role. I think we were going to. Well, at this point, I think Apuchi versus Masao is the two remaining favorites.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You know, almost has to be cast, right?
Absolutely. Let's do it. I haven't played Masao too many times, but so I'm not sure what style he prefers, but I expect to see Apuchi playing aggro probably. Although sometimes he takes standard if he gets some storms, so we'll see what kind of game we get.
It's been really fun having Apuchi as a teammate in the Triple Threat Tricksters tournament, because the first season of it, which you weren't around for, obviously it's all about aggro, and you know, but it was really interesting to just have his thinking in my ear, and I think it's kind of reminiscent of what you guys used to do with, you know, having Wonderboat and GCU and you, and you know, just having the whole little Discord. And we were talking about this offline a little bit about how chaotic it could get sometimes to be listening to that many ears at once. And Apuchi seems to have a really natural talent for throwing the important information at you and then, you know, giving you time to work on it, time to cook yourself, and then throwing the important information at you again in the last 20 seconds or so. But it's been really interesting. It's been really interesting to see how the man thinks about the game, and, you know, not purely from the outside, right? Because you can watch a stream and you can hear what somebody's thinking and they're talking through it a little bit, but there's a vast difference between being in the seat making the decision and seeing what you see from there. And some of the things that he's thinking about, like a turn and a half to 2 turns ahead, was really eye-opening for me. In terms of,
yeah, absolutely.
I want to bait this out. I want to do this. I want to force my opponent to be thinking that I might do this, even if I'm not. So.
Yeah, for sure. It's really interesting how much you can learn about different ways to play the game from having folks backseat you like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I tend to do with everyone you mentioned there.
Yep.
We either backseat each other, everyone's backseating Arbiter while he plays the 501 hive-minded counter. Who knows what?
All right. Welcome to the quarterfinals. Presumably the quarterfinals, assuming spoiler match goes the way we expect, of Weekend Tournament European number 74. Apuchi, near side blue, and Masao, far side red, are the two, I would say, favorites remaining in this tournament. They've drawn each other in the quarterfinals, and one of them will get to advance to the semis, the other will not. Apuchi, near side, speed specialist, great for aggro, as you said, time, and has a steel ball arclight pack. On far side, Masao went cost control with Stormcallers and Crawlers. Is starting out forward.
Forward question mark? I like this to play from Masao. This is what I do. Excellent. Excellent play from Masao. Even uses the same formation as me almost. The spacing is a little bit tight, but big thumbs up. So I guess he wants to headbutt speed here, is why he's chosen to do this. So actually that makes a lot of sense now that I think about this for more than 2 seconds. Yeah, so Masao's choosing to do this because he wants to nullify Apuchi's specialist, basically, because he knows Apuchi will be on the line because Apuchi is speed.
Right.
Apuchi does not appear to care that Apuchi is speed, so Apuchi is deploying symmetrically. Perhaps because he expects this, or perhaps because he just really hates oil. I really haven't asked him why he likes this formation. Sako currently likes this formation, and I think it's okay sometimes versus storms. I guess that's probably why we see him do it here, is because Masao is storms. It's kind of interesting to see him still choose to not be asymmetrical when he's speed, because that's pretty much how we extract value out of that, right? If we assume, of course, that our opponent is playing standard.
Yeah,
if we assume that Masao is headbutting, then this is good.
Right, and I was going to say exactly that, where I ran pretty much exactly this formation against Mike Tyson, again, because I know Mike's going to come out aggro, right? I know he's going to be on the line, I just don't know which side, so I ran exactly this. I don't care which side you're on. One side of my seal balls is going to get in on tower and get a level that way. And it allowed me to get that early tower, like Gucci has done on the left, and put a ton of pressure on. And then that pressure just built into, oh, you can't just abandon that side by leveling the tower the way that Mike likes to do. And compounded and compounded both until it was too late for him to recover it. So
yeah, absolutely.
Pucci wins round 1. Masao's on 4,300. Pucci's still at 5,200 with a ton of hit points.
Can we see improved Phoenix? Pucci is an improved Phoenix enjoyer. I'd love to see that from him here. Love me some improved bird.
That would be cooking. I don't think I've
seen
that one in play.
Oh, it's great. It's really fun. It's just like a fortress in the sky, basically. It's so sick.
250% increase in hit points. My birds don't die.
And perhaps more importantly is the attack thing too, because if you have launcher overload in your bar, which Pucci historically likes pretty well, he's the one that put me onto it a long time ago. Masao does not have it. Well.
So.
Yeah, Masao does not have it and does have Quantum, by the way, which I think that actually makes some sense with improved Phoenix, so that's kind of cool. Pucci does not take the card, it looks like. He takes the Rhino spec, kind of sad, but you'll see at least one improved Phoenix in this game. That's cool. And currently looks like Masao wins the round by default as well, due to that improved Phoenix being on the board.
There's still a chance. Not a big one.
I think there's actually no upshoot.
No, now there's no upshoot.
Yeah, it's doomed.
I was pointing out that he had one deploy left, but no, there is no upshoot.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so I guess in a way it kind of doesn't make sense to take the Rhino drop here. Like, I always feel bad taking a Rhino drop or a Crawler drop on this turn because of this being able to happen when I'm playing aggro, because you just lose so much tempo if you just get cheesed by a Phoenix like this, but I definitely see why Pucci does it, because I mean, it's really good if it works out, right?
Right.
Just if it doesn't work out, it's sad. But he still gets all the XP anyways, so it's not the end of the world. And Masao has cost control, which I'm of the opinion is worse the later the game gets. I think mathematically it's actually not necessarily that bad later, but it tends to feel kind of bad, so I think Pucci is an okay spot.
It's always felt to me like cost control has a midpoint of the game sweet spot, where it's weak.
I believe mathematically that's it.
It's weak on the early couple of rounds because you're down on hit points compared to your opponent. You get strong in the mid rounds because you can be a turn ahead in terms of what attacks you're taking, and then by the end game it's down to such a small percentage of the total revenue that it's no longer as impactful as it can be. So.
Yeah, exactly. I think from a math standpoint that's how it should be. I think the actually effective way to play cost control as a spec is involving lots of consumables and text and things of that nature, which don't actually affect the game in a linear, mathematical kind of way. So in a way it's a bit more nuanced than that, but for sure that's how it probably is most easily accessed to be seen. Or
I'm sure that's how the game designer was thinking of it, even if it's not how it turned out in practice.
Exactly.
Masao is going to throw down some defense on the far side, an Arclight, a level 2 Farseer, and for Pucci the drop was the triple level 2 Marksman.
Yeah, kind of surprising seeing that, by the way, in a headbutt with speed spec. I guess maybe he thinks that Masao would go Wraith here, in which case it'd be really good for him, or perhaps maybe he wants to go Assault Marksman, maybe? He does have it on the bar, so that could be the plan.
Well, I mean, the birds are 9,000 hit points too. He needs real DPS against them.
Oh yeah, you make a good point. Yes, actually. He does have improved Phoenixes, so...
Yeah, it's going to take 2 shots from these marksmen to finish off those Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely. And Masao does not have shield, by the way, so aerial spec marksman the same level, I think, one-tap them, or it's really, really close if it doesn't one-tap them. Pucci does take attack from tower, which might make it one-tap them. I guess it's really close.
52
not sure
times
if the number's
1.75, but not quite, because it'll be additive, not multiplicative.
Yeah, I think he might be able to get there with level 2 tower attack, if that's a breakpoint he's interested in. But he might choose to go Mustang or something to finish off the remaining HP. Who knows? Oh, Masao goes with a flank and headbutt. That is pretty unconventional. It tends to be that the entire fight is over by the time the flank does anything, which does appear to be the case here.
What you're seeing here, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much always true.
And Pucci even gets the far side tower before Masao gets the near one.
Yeah, I think that maybe the flank from Masao kind of makes more sense if Pucci is not steel ball in particular. Or like, well, I mean, yeah, if he's just not steel ball in particular, or if he like fortifies the tower and it's like a slow unit, or like any variety of things, perhaps you could see this work out for him. But the majority of the fights tends to be over, regardless of any tower shenanigans, but especially the Pucci getting it. Doesn't actually win the round for him though, so it's not that bad. Because now it's there for next turn. Doesn't actually lose too much tempo off it, right?
Right. They're both on 4,300 hit points or thereabouts. Redeploy intensive enhancement module. Stonk, stonk, stonk. I knew you were going to stonk about Pucci. Masao goes for the redeploy.
Yeah, the redeploy very strong sometimes in headbutt, but stonk also very strong, given that it's like 40% of an amp core nowadays.
Right.
Very interested to see what Pucci unlocks next, because you expect to see him get something that's easy to stonk repeatedly to get high value out of that.
I mean, that says Stormcaller to me, and in the headbutt there's a lot of stationary units. What would you, what else would you think you'd be considering?
I don't know, it's just kind of weird, because Masao doesn't really like have a board. I mean, honestly, neither player has a board, they just have like a bajillion crawlers and like a couple things that clear chaff and just some sniper units, so it's like they're playing standard, but they're headbutting. You know, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
We'll play standard from 20 meters apart. Let's go.
They just wanted to have an exhilarating standard headbutt match and just see how that goes, I guess. Masao does have 3 of the improved birds though, so Masao's board is definitely scaling. That is how I see this card. It is a scaling card. You do not kill your opponent with improved bird, but eventually your opponent will die.
So Pucci's answer to the crawler flank was replicate crawlers in the bottom right corner, but it's really worth pointing out the positioning of his crawler on the far left. It's just far enough back that this, when Masao tried to drop a crawler on that side, he has almost the entire crawler pack goes back and plays defense. So I know he has measured that out and tested it repeatedly to have the precise positioning down there. And Pucci wins that, 4,200 to 3,200 at this point.
Yeah, actually, I think the reason that Pucci has this where he has it, this is probably a War Factory hole.
It's a 7x7.
I'm not actually sure it's intentional. Yeah.
No, he's talked about how perfectly it covers the back and how he doesn't have to drop back into the corner, drop that back corner for the crawler unless he wants to.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the reason that it's a bit dubious, right, is because if the opponent deploys something a bit closer to the line than they currently have, then it definitely could not go back there, but that's interesting. Right. I don't know the dimensions of what it tends to cover, but it makes sense in the current board.
Right. It's, if opponent doesn't have something up in this corner, it goes back.
Yeah, also interesting to note, Masao is choosing to stop himself from getting replicated with the redeploy, which he did before he saw the replicate, perhaps because he expected it, so good play from him.
Well, he dropped it into the far side corner.
Yeah, he swapped sidestep.
Yeah.
And it looks like Pucci is selling out of his flank, which makes sense versus the Farseer and the improved birds.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we are going standard. There are Vulcans on the board now. Excellent. That's what I thought. I told you were playing standard, Amaroq.
You were right. You were right all along, time.
This looks very standard to me, except for the number of crawlers on the board. Pucci has 0 fangs.
Yeah, where's some Pucci's fangs? He should have late fangs. They should be behind the marksman. Wait.
I mean, unironically, some light fangs wouldn't be that bad. What a bizarre game.
Which of the two of them figures out that they're playing standard first? It's got to have been Masao, because he's the one that brought out the Vulcans.
It's whichever one oils first. That's the one who knows they're playing standard. What a bizarre game. Did you see that, I think it was Shiroha versus whoever lost the Asia tournament this morning.
Mm-hmm.
He transitioned to aggro out of standard. Now we're seeing standard transition from aggro.
Yep.
Which isn't actually that uncommon in a headbutt scenario that's asymmetrical like this, to transition to defense basically, but still kind of funny conceptually.
Yep. Yeah, watching Shiroha pull that transition to aggro was amazing this morning. So much fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really funny.
Absolutely worth rewatching if any of you missed it, by the way.
Yeah, that was a nice game for sure. Pucci's gone Fortress. Pucci refuses to play aggro. Makes sense to me. I would refuse, or sorry, standard. I would also refuse to play standard in this spot.
But didn't we see a standard player playing Fort in the last game? So this is just Fort from standard here.
Yeah, true. If he clicks bubble, it's standard for it, obviously.
Okay. Right.
Pucci does have the full carry tech set up on though, so he has a very effective aggro Fortress. Pucci is the one who put me onto the spar, and he also still plays the spar, I guess, sometimes.
There it is. Shield barrier. I told you, it's a standard.
Yep, exactly. You're still playing standard, it appears.
We are reinventing the standard positionings on the fly here.
So things worth noting here is that Masao has Charge Shot. He does not have any other DPS tech since Phoenix, and he does not have any other survivability techs unless you want to count Revive, which is like pretty dubious as a survivability tech, but it's technically there. So also Pucci does not have Fortress Anti-Air. So the Phoenixes can kind of kill the Fortresses, but they might as well not be improved, since those modifiers are additive, the damage from Charge Shot and improved. So they're okay, but they're not very survivable, and they don't do that much more damage than normal, but they cost $1 billion, so...
Right. And Pucci has
I'm gonna assume
taken...
Pucci's spot's okay.
Pucci has taken aerial specialization on the Marksman, so has range advantage on the Phoenix with the Marksman, and the ability to basically one-tap them, I think. Gets a tower debuff with the Rhino drop. I think the level 2, yeah, the level 2 one-shots them also. And that is big damage.
For sure. Really big turn for Pucci. I'm not really sure how that Rhino drop was allowed to get in there, but it certainly did. He just dropped it right in the back and just waltzed up the tower and just bopped it, and it's done.
And Masao didn't cover it, yeah.
I don't really know how it ended up not being covered, to be honest. It looked like it happened really early. You would think that these crawlers Masao has behind his tower. Oh, it's because Pucci's flanking, right? Yeah, so everything walks away.
He never sold out of, and
yeah, Masao
everything.
only has one Phoenix close by. I see.
And the flank, the crawler and Fort on the line drew this Phoenix. There's nothing else dropped in back there, and of course, Pucci set it offset towards the weaker of the two towers. Knew this one was leveled.
Yep, and as expected, Masao does choose to go into the Phoenix as the Fortress answer with Charge Shot, which is why I mentioned that up front. That's what we expect to see him do. That's what he does, and that's basically just a white Phoenix Charge Shot that's not improved, so that is not going to look incredible versus the blue Fortress Pucci has, or any of these other white fortresses that he's spamming across the board either. And interesting to note too is that since the Pucci has Replicate and they're both so close to the line, Pucci's bubbles are going to block Masao's like Vulcans and Typhoons and whatnot from being able to stop those from replicating on Masao's crawlers, which are going to cause him an even bigger problem. So Fortress looking really good here.
Right, the battle happens outside of the Typhoon bubble, but inside the Fort bubble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which apparently, by the way, did you know that bubbles of different types can like merge on the line, which is really bizarre. Like they'll visually merge, and I think they like functionally merge for things sometimes. I'm not really sure what's going on. It's really odd.
Yeah, this looks odd, right? It shouldn't be one large bubble. It should be it should be two bubbles.
Oh, also Pucci gets a really nice EMP on the right side against Masao's Phoenixes, so his blue fort's definitely getting all the way in here. Pucci playing for his strong side to get the tower debuff and win left side, although it looks a little bit too slow. Even with enough speed from tower clicks. You expect to see him click every time since he's playing fortresses and aggro. Very common.
Right, the reason for that, obviously Fort has the default of 6 meters per second, so even with speed as his specialist, to make them effective in aggro, he's just got to get the speed up. So you spend way too much time out of range if you're at 6 or 9 meters per second. He's got them up to 12 meters per second. And he has beaten Masao. Nicely done. Gets 102 hit points more damage than he needed. So
absolutely. Well done from Pucci.
One surviving Arclight or marksman somewhere made the difference.
What a really weird game we just saw.
That was bizarre. Break it down for us.
I don't know, man. Everything was a normal, weird aggro headbutt ASIM game, and then suddenly we transitioned to standard and a Reiner drop off the tower, and the game is over. That's it. The ends.
Yep. Do like Pucci's last round pickup, this ranged Mustang flank, to ensure that there wasn't a charged shot Phoenix drive-by, even though that didn't happen. He was very much looking at this as not looking to accelerate what he's winning already, so much as to make sure he doesn't lose because of something that you could do to him. So really clever defensive play, if that makes sense for the aggro headbutt here. But
for sure, Mustangs are also great late chaff for both fortresses once they get range tech and also the marksman.
Right, so if this
late
game,
part of the fight, so
if the game had gone a round longer, these guys are back out in front of the forts and in front of the marksman and everything.
Yeah, for sure. Even this round, though, I mean, they're just good, right? They're only 12 bodies, but hey, they're bodies that outrange the Vulcans and outrange the Typhoons and are going to eat Phoenix shots.
Right.
So you don't lose the round to, like, 2 of your fortresses standing there like bozos while your marksman's dead, so
right.
I like to play a lot for sure.
Yep.
Awesome game, though. Really interesting outcome.
Yeah, that was really entertaining. Okay, Sir Parr continues the magic run with the win against Setting Sun. Hawkins Space beat Chemtrails. We saw Pucci beat Masao. And in the spoiler roll, Spoon gets the W against OnlyFangs. So, that leaves us with 3 remaining. Sir Parr against Spoon, who remains in the spoiler roll. Of course, if Spoon wins that, the tournament ends after 6 rounds, and Spoon would be the second place finisher. So Spoon will be highly motivated for that one. And if Sir Parr wins it, we get a 7th round. As is our tradition, we will cast Pucci versus Hawkins Space on the grounds that it could be the final. And hopefully somebody in chat will give us a live update from the other match.
If you want to check in on HD Sweet Sour and Mathis Might, they have a interesting game that I do not think is currently over.
All right, we have 500 hit points left. Let's take a look.
It certainly looks like it might be over based on the hit points, but if you see the boards, you'll know what I mean. This is one of the most bizarre standard boards I've ever seen in my life.
All right, and just a shout out. Somebody is just gifted a sub to Alpha Titan in Miracle's chat, I believe, to your channel. So,
oh,
there
really?
you go.
Okay. Well, thank you, whoever did that. I appreciate you. Very kind of you. Alright, I see we're loaded in on the stream here. So do you see all these Mustangs? What in the world is going on here? There's infinite Mustangs and infinite Sabres with AM.
That is a lot.
Yeah, this is standard, by the way. We're round 10. We have Mustangs and Sabres, and both boards are almost dead. Very weird game.
Alright.
And both these players are very high MMR too, for anyone who doesn't know
Yes.
them. They're both about 2k, so this is not some, like, big shenanigans from people just having fun. Both these players are very good, and this is the route that Mathis Might has chosen to take, is the Mustang plus Saber comp, which is doing actually very well versus the Storms and Marks, so...
HD Susar, pardon me, are those 4 tech Stormcallers?
Oh, you're right.
The range, launcher overload, electromagnetic explosion, and incendiary. I hate to correct you. I know you've got so much experience. I'm going to say this is two guys having fun.
It might be. I haven't seen a quad tech Stormcaller in like a year, man.
Right.
Holy, what a game. I'm so impressed by this Saber Mustang board, though. Like, the whole quad tech Stormcaller thing is cool, but it's really cool to see the Saber Mustang can actually compete with that. That's really nice.
Right.
Obviously, they're dying to fire horribly, but hey, we can ignore that part. That's what happened the previous round, like right as you loaded in, is the entire Mustang board evaporated to fire in the middle, just like it's about to do again.
It is 22, correction, with the Elite Mustangs, and 3 more of them. 31 levels of Mustang over there, I believe.
Oh. Wow. This makes a lot more sense. Yeah, he's Elite Cost Control Mustang with efficient light unit manufacturing. That's how we have so many orange Mustangs.
That's how we got to this point.
Wow.
All the world's anti-missile trying to control the damage.
Man, this really just goes to show you, just like watching this round play out, like why we can't have nice things in Standard. Everything on the red side of the board just evaporates. Just due to nothing to do with this board at all. It's just like one spell deletes the whole board and Incendiary deletes the rest of it.
Right. And GG. Nothing survives from this entire board except the line of marksmen. We stood far enough back.
What a strange game.
I
wish you could have seen that one from earlier than round 10.
Well, nowadays you can. I don't know if you've seen this, but if you click on either of those players, you can save replay and watch that one from the beginning. So,
yeah, actually, I noticed that this morning. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. So obviously, what I'm talking about there, if you're new to the game and do want to go watch something like that, who were those folks? Where is HD Susauer? There we go. So you can click on HD Susauer and download replay, right? Like, how did this game against Mathis Mike go? Boom, download replay and watch it through. How do I beat Steel Sane in Standard? Download replay and watch it through. What was it that Teddy did to beat Saracha in round 1 of this tournament? 60.
Yeah, or if you want to see that,
yep.
You want to see that Shirahog game from the Asia tourney this morning, you can apparently go back and just get that game and watch it if you want.
Yep.
Which definitely is a good game to watch, by the way. That was a banger.
Yeah. Agree. And of course, you can always find that on VOD, since we cast it on channel this morning, up at 4 something in the morning for that. So.
Oh wow, that's really early for you.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous, but I decided I wanted to start doing the Asias so I could have all 3 weekend tournaments, up on YouTube for kind of folks who would be, who might later want to go like, okay, how did the game evolve? How did we get to this state? Like, here's some of the states we went
Absolutely.
through. So.
Yeah, I think the history of the game is really funny to watch, like the players who have been here the whole time, like what they know versus the people who haven't been here the whole time though. It's like most evident when you see them fight Fangs.
Right.
People who have been here the entire time know how to play against Fangs, and the new players they don't even know what a Fang does. They're just like, you click the button on a Fang, what does that mean? What do I do? I buy a Scorpion? The anti-storm unit? Like, what's going on here?
Right. Yeah, I had my match against, and so Teddy's the one that beat Saracha. I had my match, Triple Threat Tricksters match against Teddy earlier today, and I basically ran the old from before Wraith got changed to its current chaff clear role when you could do carry Wraith. There was a period you might not even remember, you might not even have been here, but there's a period where you could do like full on Wraith will beat melting point, go.
Yeah, I've played with like 3 different iterations of Wraith. I don't know if that's every iteration, but yeah, that unit's changed quite a lot.
Yes, but I got one of my favorite games of that. Played on, who was it? Idle Cubs YouTube. I submitted it to him for here. Let's go, because I had organically gotten a level 1 Wraith all the way up to level 9 with a level 7 on the other side, and okay. Obviously, we all ran that at the time, and Wraith was a little overpowered, and everybody learned how to defend against it, and then that knowledge went away because the the build changed, right? So I actually ran that build against Teddy because he wasn't here then. And I had no idea how to answer it. Perfect. Let's go. This build is completely shut. Like, you'd shut it down, Apucci would shut it down, Zemp would shut it down, no problem. But there's a player who I know what his window of time was, and
I mean, you're kind of joking about it, but that's like, I think that is a real consideration you make when you're considering, like, am I willing to play like Fang versus this person or something, for example? Right. Like, do they know how to counter this like set strategy?
Right.
Because, for example, before the current season 1 started, I played Fort Fang for like 80% of my games for like 30 or so games to 2100 MMR.
Nice.
But I don't think it's actually a 2100 MMR comp at all. I just think that the majority of players I play against don't know how to play against Fort Fang.
Right.
Because they don't insta-buy Mustangs and they see a Fang get put down in a suspiciously carry-looking position on the board. They're just like, meh, whatever, it's a Fang. I don't care. It's got range. It's not very intimidating.
It's a chaff unit. You're not going to win with chaff units.
Exactly. Yeah.
No. You need to answer this right away.
Yeah, and I think you actually see that a lot currently with the Fang drops, especially. You can see like why it's powerful, because you do get to get like 5 or 6 plus deploys of Fangs all in one go, which effectively simulates you like not answering the Fangs for like 1 to 2 rounds, which usually is a death sentence. So,
right. Yeah. If you go 1 round too long, that's the difference in winning or losing that game.
Yes, for sure.
All right. We will tip into this one, but of course we've got the 90-second delay.
And we are spectating Hawk in Space and Apucci, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha.
So welcome to round 6, possibly the finals of Weekend Tournament European number 74. Hawk in Space versus Apucci will be the final if Sir Par can't beat the spoiler in the opposite match. Otherwise, this will be our semifinal, and Sir Par would face the winner.
Just Nash in chat says, you guys sound old now. Listen, man, we're not old. We just played the game for a year.
Old, grizzled, and gray. It's true.
Back in my day, Shake's fist. These youngins, they don't know how to play against Fangs.
Back in my day, you knew how to defend the Fang push. Just Nash XYZ is my longest sub, so I actually know the day that I got affiliate by the day that Nash resubs.
Yeah, Nash has been subbed to me for a really, really long time too.
Yep.
I think he's almost as long as he can be subbed to my channel.
Yep.
Very close. I mean, it's crazy to think that Mecha has been around for more than a year at this point. Feels like it was not too long ago that the game came out and we didn't have MMR and you just
played for
lose 100
power.
ranks every single day. Yeah,
right.
Due to combat power inflation.
Oh, right, because you'd come back and you'd be down off the leaderboard again. Like, hey, wait, I just didn't play. All I did was sleep. That was a mistake.
Exactly, yeah. I used to wake up and stream every day and lose like 50 ranks by sleeping and then wake up and gain all the ranks back again.
back in time for Miracles Day, Crawler Ball was a thing.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's almost still a thing, kind of.
Almost a thing now, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, subsidized ball actually sees some play again after I got it nerfed with trash boots like a year ago, so hey, let's go.
All right. Welcome to round 6. Possibly the semifinal, possibly the final. We've got Hawk in Space near side in blue, Apucci, far side in red. Thoughts for PAX time?
Well, I see Apucci has Typhoon spec, so I'll click Typhoon spec because it's OP. That's my thoughts. I don't know. I think Hawk in Space usually likes standard, I'm pretty sure, so I think we would expect to see him take the Storm Colors here, but he's probably hesitating because it's fortified spec, and he'd prefer to have something with like more impact. I think fortified tends to not look great in standard, so he does in fact go ahead with the Farseer, which does have lots of impact, quite high tempo in standard with the Arc Sludge pack.
And Apucci did give you the courtesy of 6 or 7 seconds of thought to the other 3 packs, but clicked the Typhoon.
Yep. Sounds very Apucci to do that.
I wouldn't want to be.
He does deploy kind of standard.
I wouldn't want to be rude by rapid clicking here.
I'm of the opinion you see Typhoon, you click Typhoon. You don't need to think anymore. But Apucci is a thinking man, so that checks out for him. He is certainly thinking quite a lot here about whether or not he would like to be in the middle of the board, or standard or aggro or not. He's not finishing his deploy. Oh, he bought Fangs, okay. We expect him to stay in the middle then.
Yeah, Hawk in space with
He
the
may have
bangs.
just done this. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. You're right. My bad.
Hawk's
It's
got
flipped.
the fangs. Apucci has got a deep arc light on the left side with sledges and crawlers up front, and a suspiciously 7x7 gap here, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really confused. I thought Apucci was blue for some reason. But yes, you're right. Apucci is
This-
arc light crawler sledge.
Yes, this positioning would have made no sense for Apucci. I'd have called in a wellness check.
Well, I don't know if Apucci tends to ever play any standard in tournaments, but if he were going to play standard, Tarantula Marksman would be a pack to play standard with, I would think. I mean, I still play that pack aggro, but
Yeah,
it's an okay pack, I guess.
It's an aggro pack in my mind.
Yeah, I think anything with Tarantula in it's an aggro pack, but I think everything's an aggro pack, so my opinion doesn't actually matter.
Fair. I mean, I'll play
Alright, well,
some things
Apucci's
in
opener...
standard.
Yeah. Apucci's opener is not very good, because his opponent had 3 marksmen to start with, so pretty poor for the tempo for him, but he does get Typhoon spec, so we'll probably expect to see him bring it back in a round or two. Only my advice to people that want to know like how to evaluate packs is never click Arc Sledge, never click Mustang Crawler, never click Mustang Marksman. And Apucci has committed a cardinal sin, but it comes with Typhoon, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Also, I tend to not think Arc Sledge is actually that bad nowadays, weirdly. Because like Sledge is kind of just a chaff unit, and Arc Light's actually pretty good at doing DPS now and like clearing chaff and whatever, so it's not that bad. It's definitely better than Mustang either pack. But definitely still not what you want to see if your opponent has 3 marksmen to start with.
It was a painful start for sure. He takes redeploy. Looks like we're going to be redeploying a sledge onto the flank here, advanced flank. So that would pull, obviously, any units that Hawk in Space might deploy in this back corner will get pulled off to this guy instead of coming up as late arriving chaff. And Hawk in Space doesn't make that mistake this round, but a lot of folks would have just, kind of thrown down 3 crawlers, and they might have been here and here and gotten pulled. And Apucci adds a pair of crawlers on the line, so that is looking like a Typhoon Space to me. Actually, a third crawler in front of the flank sledge. So it's an Amaroq sledge flank. Love this.
Yeah, Apucci is a big fan of this shallow flank with the chaff clear unit plus chaff in front, just like I am. This is a very strong enabler of the power of the corner position for aggro boards, which is why he chooses to go for this immediately. And also, as you pointed out, there is definitely some very suspiciously Typhoon-shaped holes in Apucci's board, so I think we can guess what he will play next turn.
Yeah. We're getting 1. How many more are we buying?
At least 3 Typhoon holes, which definitely is the number I would build, so...
Well, I mean,
I think
it's not like he gets 600 next round. Wait, it is.
He has exactly 3 Typhoons of space and exactly 3 Typhoons of money plus free to play, so... I think Apucci's play is set in stone, perhaps. Maybe he does something else, though. We'll see just 2 Typhoons.
Well, I think that happens only if he gets the unit drop and has to spend money on it. Which he does.
He does get Fortress, so maybe we'll see some Typhoon Fort out of Apucci. It could also be like Typhoon Scorpion. Scorpion's a very good drop for Hawk in Space because it's great against the Typhoons, assuming he runs double shots. Which, actually, I can check.
He does, yeah.
Amaroq told me I can do that. He does indeed.
We can now mouse over this to see what people are running. So,
Yep. Hawk in Space does have anti-air fort, by the way, so he might be considering taking the fortress, assuming that he assumes that Apucci is boat Typhoon, which is a pretty safe assumption based on how Apucci is positioned as board so far. But Apucci does take the fortress, so
that
we'll see if he keeps it.
Appear to be working because Apucci's fort is not what it was showing on mouse over.
Oh, did it show not the setup?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Was it showing Hawk in Space's setup for him, or?
Possibly. I won't know that for sure until I see the what it's doing there.
Very odd. Well, in any case, we do see a very expected take of the triple fire badger, which is usually a great pickup from Hawk in Space. Well, I think he sold one immediately, or one's in the corner somewhere. Yeah, it's in the back corner of Apuchi's board. One thing I will say, though, about this is that, again, you probably can pretty safely assume that Apuchi is Typhoon Boat, or at the very least, there's 2 Typhoons on the board, so... Honestly, kind of would prefer to have seen the Scorpion pickup from him, even though the Badgers are incredible, and as I say, Badger is Badger, but it's not a Scorpion. And you probably wanted a Scorpion versus this board right now. But it certainly is a good unit at clearing wide crawler, which is definitely a big concern versus Typhoon Boats or just the aggro comp in general, so it's certainly never a bad choice. It's just maybe the Typhoon, or sorry, the Scorpion might have been the better choice, perhaps.
Right. I don't think this choice is not going to protect that corner tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of experience to give to the Typhoons here.
Yeah, and I also just want to note, once again, Apuchi does run the full carry forward, so he definitely would not hesitate at all to click all the buttons on that fortress if it were to start snowballing, or just, like, be a fortress comp in general. We don't have to play boats. Like, it's totally fine.
Right.
We can just play fortress. We do see an absorption module, which could go crazy on the fort for Apuchi. It's also a great Typhoon item. Honestly, all these are great choices for Apuchi, except maybe Tank Prod and Advanced Defensive, but they're all acceptable at least.
Well, he's also got enough tanks on the board that you could imagine teching tank. So, if you were tempted, but he's not. He goes absorption module.
For sure.
And it's on the fortress. Gold damage dealer last round gets the item. Let's go. Somebody was asking earlier
Makes sense to me.
How you decide, and that is one of Apuchi's ways. He'll check around for the badges. Little gold icon
For
here.
sure.
Little gold icon here indicates that was the top damage dealer last round. Over here, gold, silver, and... Do you know what color that is? Gold, silver, and blue? Like gold, silver, and aqua, maybe? Instead of bronze?
It's kind of like cyan, sort of, or like aquamarine? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not sure what color it is precisely. I guess cyan. Like ice colored. He does go for the Scorpion pickup. So I guess his plan probably last round was like, we want to take the triple Fire Badger deploy because you can't get 3 deploys normally, but he buys the Scorpion next round.
Yeah.
I'm
just going to buy a regular Scorpion.
Yeah, so if Apuchi were to make this read here that he is going to buy a Scorpion, then I think it would actually make a ton of sense for him to go into boat at this point, because he does see the just massive amounts of things that cannot kill boats on a Hawk in Space's board.
I mean, Hawk does have the Farseer. That can shoot a boat. And the Marksman. That can shoot a boat.
They can certainly shoot boats. I think they would not be very happy.
No.
There would be a bunch of boats on the board suddenly. And also important to note, Apuchi does not commit into any fortress stuff this turn, so he is perfectly free to just sell that and go boat if he would like to. This is a very important point of flexibility for him.
And with the absorption module on that fort, we've tanked the Scorpion shot and healed back through it. We'll tank this one too. It would be nice to be healing without the tower debuff. There we go.
Yeah, fort with absorption going crazy there. Super strong. But I guess the important thing to point out is that even though it looks really good right now, it can never continue to look great unless it is never getting shot, because it will for sure die no matter what. Just double shot Scorpion at some point in the game, assuming that the game does not end before it gets there. So it may look great right now, but we wouldn't really be too surprised to see Apuchi sell out of this. Like, I don't hate him if he wants to keep it, but I definitely do not hate going boat transition instead either.
So Apuchi's at 2,700 and Hawk in Space at 3,700. We've got improved Phoenix. He skipped it last game. He wants it now for Apuchi.
Yeah, definitely like that as well. I believe Apuchi has a very effective bar, unlike Masao, for running improved Phoenix, so makes a lot of sense to see him pick it up here. And definitely makes a lot of sense to the opponent's board. He does only have 4 white/blue marksmen and one Farseer to be able to shoot them at all.
Right.
So definitely looking pretty strong.
And so Apuchi has sold out of this furthest up the flank sledgehammer that was pretty much getting answered by a absorption module Scorpion, and unlocks the improved Phoenix. Obviously the improved Phoenix costing 300 for 50% additional attack, 250% additional hit points. And this is the bar that Time is talking about. So range, launcher overload, or charged shot, kind of your choice, and energy shield. And you pretty much don't want to run both of those 2 techs because they both reduce the range by 25. But even still, if you're behind a push like this, you could run both and range and have yourself at 110 meter range.
Oh, very important to note about that, by the way. You can actually very safely click both techs and range with Typhoons because Typhoons only have 100 range. So
right.
Phoenix has 110 with both buttons clicked and range.
And of
so
course,
Typhoon's actually the like premier unit that you would want to play with improved Phoenix launcher plus charge shot as the front line. So basically Apuchi's in like an ideal situation, is what I'm saying. Like it could not get any better. He has the perfect setup for improved Phoenix and he has the perfect front line for it. So really strong spot from him. And also notably Hawk in Space does not have aerial specialization on his marksman, so he'll definitely not be capable of just killing them past the Typhoons here. Or even really capable of killing them in general. He does have double shot, but I think he'd probably prefer to have aerial here.
It is looking very grim for Hawk.
Yeah, for sure. This is a really big round for Apuchi. Keeps all the fortresses alive, it looks like, and it's at least one bird. The birds are level 1, so don't expect all of them to live. They're a bit too fast. That is the one drawback of the comp. The birds don't match the speed of the rest of the units.
Right. So Apuchi wins the round. It drops Hawk down to 2420. Apuchi's on 2700. We've got Vulcan, Sandworm, Rhino, and Arclight as the drops.
Oh, Apuchi insta takes the Rhino. Wow.
I'm guessing a cell Rhino, but he hasn't done it yet.
It is a tower push Rhino.
Ooh.
He's got it over there in the corner.
Far corner. See it in blur back here. Hawk in Space also takes the Rhino.
I hope they just like beacon right past each other. That would be so funny. Yeah, they are gonna do it. They're totally just gonna walk right past each other. They're gonna both beacon and neither Rhino is gonna do anything to the other.
Well, there should be like an animation for at least waving the ships passing in the night here.
Yeah. I was going for the right tower actually. Oh, that makes sense though. I like that.
And Apuchi with a full crawler and a Typhoon to escort the Rhino. Obviously it doesn't quite, because it's 12 meter per second, but it will get there to clean up some of the fangs just about the time the Rhino is getting there.
We do see Hawk in Space click double shot on the Scorps, although he's not clicked range, so I don't feel too great about the odds of these Scorpions killing the fortress bubbles, or sorry, the Typhoon bubbles. They're bubbles that are on fortresses, so my brain says those are fort bubbles. Those are not the right shape to be. Like there's 4 bubbles around each fort. That's basically a fort bubble. It's like the same hit point value even.
It is the same hit point value on these,
yeah.
on these Typhoons. Now, we'll light the ground on fire with the Fire Badger, so that solves the problem of Scorpions shooting crawlers. Now they get to shoot bubbles.
Honestly, Hawk in Space killed a lot of the zone chaff there. That fire wasn't even really that good for him.
And
I think he like clicked temp speed for his Rhino and got his fangs killed. I'm not sure it mattered, but that did happen.
And Apuchi's improved Phoenix take care of tower defense, along with a couple of hero crawlers that got in and did the work. Apuchi's Rhino does get to tower. That is 2,000 damage done to Hawk in Space. Hawk in Space down to 360 hit points, and Apuchi is on the verge of winning this match and potentially winning the entire tournament.
Yeah, really solid game so far from Apuchi. Also really showcases how much tempo Typhoon spec has. Like, oh my god. This game went from Apuchi just like having some turbo garbage opener with Arc Sledge into just he has Typhoons on his board and he just wins. And that's all there is to it. It just shows you how strong Typhoon and Typhoon Bubble are. Like, that is just really, really powerful.
And you mentioned he had the Sledge Arc opener. There is only one of those units remaining on the board, and that is the Sledge in the corner. He literally
Exactly.
sold out of all of them.
Yep. And that's the one you would never sell out of because he always wants to have that chaff clear shallow flank right there to help his push, but yeah, all the others just garbage. Get him out of there. Only the good units. Oh, and Apucci goes to this underground threat. There is not looking to be a response, so that will seal the game if Hawkins Space does not respond to that, that's for sure. Also, interestingly, both rhinos are still here.
Right.
That's unexpected.
Neither of them a gift. Neither of them being sold for cash.
Also, kind of worth mentioning, Pucci doesn't even have to do this, but he could very easily just turn this left side of his, or I guess right side of his board, left side of our perspective, downside is Honkin' Space, but he could very easily turn the left side of this into a boat push behind that Rhino and Typhoon and have fortresses on the right. Doesn't have to do it this game because he just has so much more HP and tempo than his opponent does, but he could very easily diversify the threats of his board and create a very strong beacon play over there for himself if he wanted to or needed to. But doesn't even have to pull it out, just gets it done with the Typhoon and the Rhinos, so looks really good for him. Great match by Pucci.
Gets the tower on the right side while the Typhoon on the left is still working on a Scorpion. And the Rhino is dead for Hawk. There's basically nothing left. Game, set, and match to Apucci. As you said, really clean. That is a save and study sort of board.
I think the main lesson we learned here is that we see Typhoon and we click Typhoon. The Typhoon seems to have done really good this game.
Typhoon really strong, yes. And run Typhoon until it is nerfed. Got it.
Yep,
And,
that is the play.
I have loved Typhoon, so this does not make me sad. What makes me sad is seeing that other people are loving Typhoon and have figured out how to exploit it.
Yeah.
Or maybe how to exploit it
like every game.
Yeah, how to exploit it more efficiently than I've been exploiting it anyways.
For sure.
So Sir Par did beat Spoon. We will have a 7th and final round, and that'll be coming up in a minute. Let's see what Bearlike is running against Dry Leaves.
Yeah, I was actually just clicking on that to see what Bearlike is cooking. Bearlike always does some just like really unhinged stuff, so definitely always look at his games and I see him. And he is in fact doing some really unhinged stuff.
All right. Would you like to analyze the unhinged? Go.
Sure. So Bearlike has this launcher boat, which I was in a stream earlier, as I mentioned earlier on this stream. And he said he really likes his launcher boat flank. He said he beat the rank 1 on the ladder, which I think he's referring to the Panda Man. 201 Panda Man. StarCraft 2 Panda, as some people call him.
Panda, yeah.
He said he beat that person playing this launcher boat flank strat, which, like, I kind of get. Like, I assume he's probably doing it something like he has here, where he has, like, an itemized boat in the flank with a launcher on it, but, like, boat's not actually that hard of a unit to answer, so I'm not really sure why he likes that strat so much, but it certainly seems to be going well for him this game.
Well, a level 5 boat is a bit hard to answer, especially if it was
certainly.
a drop and has an item on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 213,000 HP boat, but it's more so just like how we got here, right? You know, like before it became a level 5 boat with a super heavy, probably it wasn't that hard for us to answer, but maybe we thought Bearlike was selling out of it, or who knows. So now it's become a monster, so it's just winning the game by itself, looks like. There's also some random worms and random Whirlwind Rhino on the right side doing Whirlwind Rhino things, and there's like 2 melters that are futilely trying to kill all this garbage, so I don't know. Looks like a big W for Bearlike. Rhino's gonna get the tower and it's dunzo.
I love that the melting point is off trying to clear the chaff instead of handling the level 5 overlord. That is a nice pull and done in part by this mobile beacon. That was, I really do think mobile beacon is the skill call-in for players. Mobile beacon and the repositioning. Probably the 2 things that really distinguish the crazy good players. Because even the best players on defense use them really, really well as well.
Yeah, there's some really creative things you can do on defense sometimes. I remember a long time ago, people were like, "Tom, do you think that there should be a way to get more than one beacon in the game?" And I was like, "Friends, you don't know it yet, but you really don't want more than one beacon in the game at the same time. I promise." And then they put more than one beacon in the game at the same time. Thankfully, that doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't happen very often, but it's one of those that just if I'm playing a rat or somebody at that level of mobile beacon shenanigan play, or a rat amongst a Poochie or a Sacco, like I just know I'm done. If I've lost this, I know I'm going to try something clever, and they're going to do something cleverer. That's a word, right?
Yeah. At that point, you're hardly even like playing Macabellum anymore. You're just playing like mind games and shenanigans.
Right.
It's like double redeploy games. It's like really, really, really toxic if you're not the person doing it.
Right. I'm gonna.
The same thing as like War Factories having items, you know, all toxic shenanigans.
All sorts of things.
The game.
Yes. I'm going to run ad real quick and fill a coffee, and then we'll be jumping into our final, which will be Sirpar against Apuchi. Sirpar has had one heck of a run with wins over Flicks, Recovery, Spoon, Math is Might, Setting Sun, and Spoon again. So Spoon losing twice there. Apuchi with wins over Bobby, Metzomat, Iamsnart, Pancho, Osan, Masao, and Hawk in Space to set up a 7th and final match.
Sounds great. I'm going to go and get some water as well.
Call FEMA, send help. I'm out of coffee. Thank you, Just Nash XYZ. It is time for Miracle, who is absolutely fantastic at the game. And you can follow there. I know you know that, but...
Hello, I am back as well.
Welcome back. I've had a disaster. The last of the coffee was drunk. I mean, has been drunk. Is not terrible. Currently alcoholically... Never mind.
I always have some cold brew sitting in my fridge for stream.
Smart. Actually...
Is it wonderful?
Should really do that, because I wind up overheated in the late part of the afternoon, like just from the heat coming off the, off the PC.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I have the same problem. The room that I'm in that gets like really heated up on my computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though it doesn't produce that much heat. Yeah. It's good. Definitely recommend.
I am yoinking that. So you're now coaching me in life, streaming, and Macabellum, apparently. Also, you've had a couple of folks with really kind shout-outs to you in the stream chat. So I don't know if you saw from Just Nash XYZ and Leisha with the double commentaries, real good, seconded, fantastic commentary, you guys. So really appreciate you being here to join us.
Of course.
And
it's good practice for me because I'm not actually a caster, but I was asked to cast Justice Win Big's community tournaments coming up, so if I'm going to be asked to cast it, then I'm going to practice casting so I can do a good job of it. So that's why I'm here with Amaroq right now.
Well, yep, for those of you looking forward to that, we'll have Time for Miracle on as a guest caster tomorrow for the Macabellum Launch Clash Tournament Finals. And then, as he said, we will both be co-casting that Yeswin Biggs Mag 1 tournament, which starts 1 week from today. And so further details to follow. Plenty of Macabellum going on.
And if you're interested in details of that tourney, that's on I think Mag 1 channel on Twitch. In the bio, there's a a link for all the details of the tourney if you're interested in that kind of thing. Which it does have a interesting formats for it, which I will not try and explain right now because I don't understand it well enough myself, but it will be interesting for sure. And definitely all the players are really, really, really top tier, so it'll be a great tournament. Definitely recommend checking it out.
It doesn't appear to be Mag1 on Twitch, unless it's MAGONE.
It should be MAG1, I think. I can check my DMs then, because I asked him this exact question.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it is Mechabellum Advanced Group 1.
Oh, okay.
What if this changed? I swear this was Mag1. But no, yeah, sorry. Mechabellum Advanced Group, which is what Mag1 stands for.
Right. That is a little bit harder to type out in 18 seconds, so I'm not going to do it. Instead, I'm going to put up our channel point predictions so that you guys can get that in. All right.
I'll drop a link for it if anyone wants it. There you go.
Welcome to the finals of Weekend Tournament 74 European. Sir Par versus Apucci. Sir Par near side in blue, one of the organizers behind the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament, trying to take home a tournament title of his own before doing all the hard work tomorrow. Apucci, far side red, my teammate on Team Melter, which had a win earlier today in the Triple Threat Tricksters tournament. So lots of tournament action going on today. And with me in the booth, Time for Miracle. Take it away, Time. What do you like between these two?
Oh, I think a funny thing that happened, I don't think you can see it on the Amaroq stream, but Sir Par said illegal as the first thing. I'm not sure what he's referring to exactly, but we see Sir Par as ball arc speed. Maybe it was just like a tower take or something, or Apucci did something crazy to his quick supply. We'll see in a few seconds, but Apucci is quick supply tank probably, which makes sense. High tempo. I think he's saying up as cheats. That makes sense.
Illegal flyings, yes.
Yes.
Apucci. So we talked earlier about, quick supply being able to hold on to the 200 and react to what your opponent is doing. Of course, one of the other things you can do is spend 50 to unlock a flying unit, either Wasp or Phoenix, to ensure that you basically can't lose round one because your opponent is entirely ground bound. And that is where Sir Par's at. Apucci, recognizing that there's going to be an attack coming, takes the vertical sledges in defense, 4 packs of Crawler, and the 1 pack of Phoenix also in the middle.
Yep, really like the positioning from Apucci. Definitely always expect to see vertical sledges if you're against steel balls. If you're a newer player, you don't do that every time. Please go do that every time. It is basically never incorrect. The time in which you would not want to do that is if you expect your tower to die and the balls to walk across the field at you, in which case the horizontal sledge will become a vertical sledge relative to the steel ball. But as you can see in this round, they take a very, very, very long time to clear vertical sledges, as horizontal sledges just die in like less than half the time. I actually wrote a Reddit post about this like a year ago when the game launched, because I did a bunch of blabbing myself, and all this information is still relevant, honestly.
Yep.
All the like horizontal and vertical like orientation stuff, it's like never ever changed. So very high value labbing that I did way back then, I'm worried about. But definitely it looks really good for Apucci, and he also literally can't lose that round because he has the bird. Sir Par goes the marksman drop to fix that problem for himself, and also happens to address Apucci's Wraith drop.
Yep. Apucci picks up the Wraith from the drop, and adding a Fang. Still has a deploy remaining. But Fang in front of the push, of course. The reason that Time's describing the vertical sledges, and now you get the vertical Fangs, the idea there is that these steel balls each lock onto 1 unit at a time instead of having 4 steel balls lock onto 4 different sledges. Those 4 sledges die at almost the exact same time, and having to go through them by establishing the lock and going through the way that a laser ramps up its damage over time, having to go through that multiple times instead of in parallel, multiple times in series instead of in parallel, makes a huge, huge difference. And of course, clogging the arteries with chaff is the other really good way to slow down a steel ball push.
Is that the metaphor for that?
Yep. Give them a nice fatty diet of crawlers. Crawlers are really high fat. They're terrible for your cholesterol, your lipids. Your cardiologist and mechabolomologist will agree on this.
Interesting. Well, we see two very other relevant talking points from Mapuche here for his defensible steel ball push. One is that another horizontal vertical orientation choice is the vertical bird here that he does so that the birds not shoot the same target at the same time, which is kind of relevant sometimes for steel balls. They like tank volley and go to half health. You don't waste a bird shot. Gets him quite a bit more DPS throughout the rounds, even though it's a little bit slight loss up front. It also goes to the missile that has the edge of it right at the end of the tank pack, which you expect the Fang tank conga line to like pull everything together, and you expect to maybe hit like 4, like 6 maybe at best steel balls, and like maybe a pack and a half or a pack of crawlers with that missile. That's like approximately we got that rounds. I think it was like 3 balls or something. I don't even know.
It was a lot.
I was trying to talk and watch. Yeah, it's really, really, really good for 50 supply.
Yeah,
and it is all enabled by this conga line.
Yeah, four steel balls survived it, so I think 4 were hit in it. But, I couldn't swear that they weren't all, but that they were all alive. And you can see he's almost forced Surpar out of the steel balls already with this defense. Both players,
for sure. Basically, the only thing he really can do as a response here is like buy mobile beacon and make the left ball not go towards this conga line, which is actually a pretty accessible strategy versus what Apuche has here, but it's also very easy for Apuche to fix. So he just goes for the straight sell into the fortress line instead, which I like.
Both players took heavy armor. For Apuche, it's heavy armor on the Wraith, which now has range, so it's going to hang out behind the sledges. Same range at 95 meters, but effectively, because it's starting behind and being charged into, it's going to hang out back here, clear chaff as long as it can live. And for Surpar, it's the heavy armor is on a fort, level 1 fort with 81,000 hit points. That's going to challenge the Phoenix here. They are the single target DPS.
Yeah, one concern that I do have here for Apuche is that his board really, really cannot kill a heavy armor fortress, like even slightly. Like I guess it might happen if the raid just goes crazy and clears out everything, which I think is actually what it's gonna do. I think. Yeah, the board's looking a little precarious at the moment, so we'll probably see him in either Phoenix Tech next turn or maybe just another Phoenix perhaps. Is there anti on this fortress? There is. Yeah, so we probably expected not to commit to more birds. Maybe we'll see him commit into his own fortress, given that his tech setup is superior in the mirror to Surpar. He has extra buttons that do things in the fort mirror, so we'll see.
So both players at 3,800 hit points, 6 hit points separating them.
We have spells. I agree. I do not like the spells. I agree with Surpar. I'm not trying to job that Wraith, yeah.
Apuche is in a complete agreement. And Surpar sells out of the second steel ball bit, buys a second fort.
So interestingly, Apuche could choose, and he is choosing to do this, yep. He could choose to commit further into the birds here, which is potentially a game-losing play sometimes against the fortresses, but Apuche has a very high DPS set up on the Phoenixes. So as long as he is winning within approximately like 2 or 3 at most fortress anti-air volleys, he will win the game without his birds dying to fortress anti-air, which does appear to be what he's choosing to do, at least for right now. He may just be like waiting for a drop, so he buys an extra bird this round to maybe push the tower on Surpar's rights and just win off the debuff with that, but definitely always a hard choice when you're presented with like, I have energy shield my bird. Do I want to commit into Fortress Anti-Air if I have level birds, or do I want to get out of the birds and go into a different solution for forts? But Apuche's at least like lightly committing the bird line here. And of course Surpar just builds more fortresses, because that's what you do once you start building fortresses.
The bottom right corner, Apuche going with a crawler flank that should probably lose this round, but will be established next round. What it is going to do is distract and pull this pack of Fangs, I think long enough for the new pack of Phoenix to get in and get tower.
Yep, that is most definitely what that should do, and was intended to do for sure from Apuche. I even see him like just sell out of that crawler next turn, but certainly really effective for this turn to make sure that he doesn't lose to a second fortress or like a lone term like a couple or something like that from the forts. definitely just punch through that and not lose any tempo with Fortress's leveling, which could be like game losing for him. So really nice tempo play.
Entirely made by that pack of crawlers. Chaff positioning is so much a part of the game at the highest level. I'm endlessly fascinated by it and always learning something new. Apuchi uses that to win round 4, drops Sir Par under 2,700 hit points. Apuchi's still on 3,800. We go to round 5, unit drops possible again. We get one right away. What do you like here? And for whom?
I mean, I guess I really like the Saber for Apuchi. It's fine. It's just like good enough for him to win the game via tempo. So, yep, that is what he goes for. Makes sense to me. And Sir Par is concerned about his chaff clear, I suppose, so he is willing to take the Vulcan, which you don't see a lot of aggro Vulcan. He may just be selling this, who knows? He just sell it right now. May not even make it to the rounds.
Sir Par, notably a Vulcan hater, when a tournament is on the line, willing to buy a Vulcan. We see your true colors, Sir Par.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be long for this world versus the double damage tech birds from Apuchi, or potentially a double shot level 5 Saber, so would not expect to see that on the board much longer, if it is even in the board this rounds. But hey, maybe, who knows, maybe he's turning a new leaf. Maybe he's a Vulcan enthusiast now, you never know. Also, does a blue Fang beat a white crawler at this distance on the... Okay, yeah, yep, Sir Par agrees. He puts a crawler there.
That would be a little close. I think you, maybe from further back with range, you might have had a shot. But at that range, no.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe even the Arc Light could have turned. If he had a mobile beacon, he could actually turn the Arc Light manually, which sounds like total nonsense if you don't know what I'm talking about, but you can in fact choose which way a unit faces at the start of the round with mobile beacon, which is actually relevant sometimes. Not very often, but sometimes.
And in particular, it's relevant because the pathing to what's the closest unit factors in the turning time.
Yes, so since the Arc Light's default facing towards Apuchi's tower, if you instead make it face your flank, then it will kill the crawler, whereas otherwise it would not. Although don't trust the arrows, chat. The arrows are a lie.
The arrows are a lie.
They're always a lie. Arrows never tell the truth. I mean, sometimes they do, but generally they just lie to you, so use your beacons. It's the only way.
Apuchi wins round 5, drops Sir Par to 1,700 hit points. Sir Par with a barrier for something on that front line. It'll be on the Vulcan, so he's committing to that Vulcan a little bit. Apuchi...
The game really wants Sir Par to lose here.
Yes, it's... what would you like, Apuchi? Would you like the nuke, the lightning storm, the acid blast?
Yeah, it's the bear-like trifecta right there.
Yup.
How would you like to lose? Please pick your poison.
Alright, the nuke is only...
Gotta know though, I don't think the game ends with this nuke, right?
No. We've got barrier in place. We've got a fortress that's up over 70,000 hit points, so it doesn't get one shot. But we were still losing this side without the nuke. And Apuchi respects both nuke and storm with a shield for his Phoenix. For Sir Par, the answer is going to be Fang production on those forts, and hope there's no nuke.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to shield against something, right? We're not... Oh, wait, actually has no money left.
Not unless he loans.
Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Not like this.
And the Saber will knock down the bubble before, and it'll have its second shot, right? So bubble will be down before the nuke lands. There it is. It comes in on 15 seconds. And both the fort and the Vulcan will survive. Nothing else will in there. And that fort had no hit points left. Down it goes. I think the Vulcan's already dead. What it died to, maybe it had taken a little bit of hit point damage from the level 3 Phoenix. And that looks like all she wrote. Is it 1,700 hit points? Is Apuchi our European champion?
I think it's like 200 short, maybe? Something like that. Unless I'm wrong. Yeah. So I think maybe what Sir Par is thinking here is he just intentionally does not shield and tanks the damage, and if he wins that, then maybe he wins the game.
Right, he's got the econ advantage now.
Right. Like, he didn't even loan, right? So he should be up a fairly substantial amount of econ. He just has no health at all. Very bold play if it was intentional to choose to take that, but there are 3 different spells to play around, so he definitely didn't just like forget or something. He's just like, well, I guess I have to live somehow to win, is the only conclusion I can come to. Which I respect that play. If you think that's your only out, I definitely respect it. Pucci shields his phoenixes, Serpar buys some Mustangs. Makes sense to me on all accounts.
Yeah, the
yes.
Phoenix were shielded last round, so I don't think a Pucci
were they?
is spent yet. Aside from
on maybe it's a visual bug.
Yes, there is a slight visual bug where it depends what you can wind up missing the tech buys for the current round on certain units.
Yeah, I saw like the effect of like the tech being purchased basically this round.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was confused.
That's why it appeared, yeah. Pucci is taking the 8-gun on his Wraiths. Wraith is up to level 3, and it has a level 1 buddy next to it.
Yeah, I suspect the Wraiths are going to make quick work of the Mustangs. I guess the Mustangs do have more range for right now at least, so I don't really feel super confident about this round for Serpar though, unless the Mustangs on the right happen to clear the Pucci's tower, but I think that takes too long. Especially the bubble of the bulk and breaking instantly is like really, really bad for Serpar.
Right.
Definitely needs like a crawler there or something to stop that from splashing it. Even just like one more shot's a pretty big deal versus the Wraiths.
Yeah,
the right side does look pretty good for him though.
That Sabertooth has done so much work for a Pucci. It's what made that nuke work. It's what's taking care of the forts over here. Man, that is the MVP of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. The unit drops are really good for him.
Yeah, Serpar does win the right side tower, and that is going to let him win around. It's not a clean sweep for a Pucci, and with the econ advantage in Serpar's favor, has the tide turned, and can he navigate his way out of this before the Javelin and Nuke come back up together in 4 rounds? Finish it out before then,
win
sir.
For then. Yep, for sure. That'd be a bad day. Ain't living that one. Well, Pucci gets 3 Scorpions. That's really bad if you're Serpar. That's really, really bad. And Serpar gets some Typhoons, which are not good versus Scorpions. So that's pretty bad. Drops really, really, really favor Pucci this game. Like, a lot. So I expect Pucci to win the game because of clicking the Scorpion drop. He does range them preemptively as well, so they will definitely get guaranteed value.
And importantly, it's 2 more Wraiths, and the Wraiths are clearing all the chaff, including the Mustangs, so that's going to make sure that these Scorpions are shooting high-value targets. It's going to make sure the Phoenix are shooting high-value targets.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I will say if Serpar does manage to win this round somehow, I think he's in a really good looking spot, especially if his Fortress is level. I just don't think he does manage to win this round versus Scorpion drop. And also, man, these forts have been here a long time. Like, I think this middle fort's been here since, like, round 3, and it's still never leveled. That's so sad.
It has done just 26,000 damage all day long.
Yeah, it's sitting at 86,000 right now, it looks like, for the entire game, and the far right one's 27,000, yeah. Left one's only 57. I mean, there's really nothing on the board to shoot prior to the Saber coming down is the thing, right? Like, they just can't gain XP. Pretty hard, unless he clicks Fortress Anti-Air to farm the Phoenixes. But regardless, the board for Serpar actually does look extremely good. I don't know if he just like missiled off all the chaff and got insta-locks or what happened exactly, but it looks drastically better than the previous rounds, so...
Yeah, I think there were 2 missiles on the right side for Serpar that did a lot of work there. But yeah, this suddenly coming Serpar's way. And you did kind of call that time when you said if he survived the nuke round, he just has such an econ advantage. Now we're starting to see that pay out. Pucci down to 1,900 hit points. Serpar on the edge of turning this around completely.
Oh no, the Absorption Saber. Oh no.
It's
Bear like wants Pucci to win.
It's already up. Bear like, you're supposed to nerf a Pucci. He's that good.
Honestly, you could even just put it on a Wraith and I guess it can die. He has 4 orange/red anti-air marksman. I guess that Saber just makes more sense, but man, Poochie's just got like all the choices. All of them are good.
You know you could double shot it and essentially double its rate of healing, right?
Yeah, exactly. It can one-tap the fortresses pretty easily, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it does 40,000 damage without double shot. Doesn't even need double shot.
Oh, there's two 80,000 hit point giants in front of it.
Oh, that is true. He needs like attack up from his tower or something, then it's one tap with double shot, I guess.
Instead, Apucci takes the loose formation crawlers. The chaff clear is not really tightly packed with the arc lights. Obviously, the Typhoons and Mustangs do essentially single target chaff clear. And the Vulcan, of course, has big 15-meter splash, so that's enough to handle a loose formation. I'm not sure what he's buying with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we've done in Sir Par's board this round, honestly. I know we bought the Absorption, put it on a Typhoon on the far left, and I think we added one more Fortress.
We added this fort here, yep.
I feel like we really should have seen some more Mustangs from Sir Par, because last turn he cleared like everything really, really easily, and he just needs to be able to like outlive the Scorpions at the end and like tank for his forts and stuff like that. But maybe it gets there anyways. Yeah, looks like it might. Looks really close, but I'd love to see some more Mustangs here from him. The Mustangs are just excellent late chaff, so it would be really, really effective if we just like drop 3 more blue Mustangs and call it a day. He's afraid of like an armor play or something. I'm not too sure.
Just when it looks like Apucci was about to stabilize that round, Sir Par knocks down the level 2 tower, and he's got Apucci down to even footing. 270 hit points for Sir Par, 519 for Apucci. Surely the last round, right?
I mean, if it ain't the last round this round, it's definitely the last round next round with the Nuke Javelin, so you better win. That's all I can say. Also, very interestingly, Sir Par does have Fort Fang Shield summoning, which is not very common at all to see nowadays. It used to be very popular, but that is a very uncommon sight unless your name is X the Conclusion and you play Fort Fang Summon Ignite all day. Which, if you know, you know. And if you don't know, it's probably better if you don't know. He's a big fan of that comp lately. Alright, well, maybe we'll see some shields from Sir Par this time. Maybe, probably do that, right? Surely. I think so.
No, 700 is too much. We're just going to buy some more Mustangs. He heard that Time for Miracle said he needed more Mustangs, so...
I mean, he did do that, that's for sure. He bought one more Mustang.
Crawlers have a Replicate. This one is up to level 3.
Wow, looks like Sir Par is actually not buying any shields again this time. I don't remember what Smoke was up against. I guess he thinks Apucci takes the Undergrounds? That's probably it, because he put his Underground as his own base, right?
Right, he's got it defensively. He's expecting Apucci to be taking Underground and Replicate, presumably.
I guess so, yeah. He must be forgetting that his Vulcan shield is dying instantly every round. He thinks he's like better protected against the Smoke than he is, I think, but...
Yeah,
this will probably be the last round, regardless.
It is just down so quickly. Like, All-in's...
Like instantly.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, All-in comes in on about 5 seconds into the round. And if you can bring a shield down before it, the full All-in lands. That shield does not exist, as far as the All-in's concerned. That is precisely what that double-tap Sabertooth is doing. It takes down 60,000 hit points worth of shield bubble before a smoke lands.
Looks like that will indeed do it for Sir Par. And just take down Apucci with the just face tanking nuke strategy. Love to see that.
I will face
Excellent game from him.
I will face tank your nuke, and I will be European champion before it comes back. Apucci with the orbital javelin and the nuke available next round. There will be no next round. We did see the 2 cutest specialists. You're not wrong, Toast.
Speed and quick supply both.
Yeah. Wow, neatly done. I think you're spot on in terms of the decision he made at round 7. I'd love to hear from him. as far as what he was thinking there. But that round 7 decision to just, I'm going to eat the nuke, and if I win, I'm going to be in position to, if I survive, I'm going to be in position to win. And he did. He turned it around in the next 3 rounds. 8, 9, 10. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a really close game, though. Could have gone either way.
Right.
It's very, very precarious position for both players. Like, if Apuchi's race level and Serpar's marksman don't level, that's like a game winning, basically. If any of Apuchi's race managed to move up from white to blue, other than the heavy armor one.
Yeah, the far outside one did. Apuchi downgraded them a little bit to reduce the attack by 30% by giving them high explosive ammo. I haven't seen anybody run HE ammo on a Wraith in a long time. So that one was interesting. And also Apuchi picked up charged shot on the Phoenix. So the range came down a little bit.
Yeah, I think maybe both those may have happened in the last round. I'm not sure with the tech spectator bug thing, but
right.
Yeah, definitely really, really close to snowballing for Apuchi though, with the Wraith XP in particular.
Right.
So even though it looks like Serpar just won like 5 rounds in a row and would have died if he had a little bit more HP and had lost a round, I think it might have actually just gone fully Apuchi's way.
Right.
Just due to the XP alone.
Yep. What a game, you two. Well played.
Yeah, super well played from both of them.
And that brings our European weekend tournament number 74 to a close. Congratulations to Serpar, our champion, beating Flix, Recovery, Spoon, Math is Might, Sunset, Spoon again, and Apuchi on his way to the title. Well done, sir. Apuchi, your runner-up. Only Fangs third. Masao, HD Susauer, and Bearlake, the other 6-1 players. Spoon, only 2 losses are to the champion. So that is asterisk 5 and 2. Xanatos, Hawkins Face, and Chemtrails rounding out the top 10 with such a full field. We had 4 full groups for this tournament time.
Yeah, really impressive showing for it. I haven't seen 4 full groups in forever.
I had never seen 4 full groups. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Let's run ourselves all the way down to 50th for those getting your name in lights. Congratulations to Azil in chat, says that was tight. I'm 22nd. Congrats. Did Nuke used to be a lot bigger? The area of effect is the same, and the hit point damage is the same. It's just that we've learned to work around it a little bit better, I think, in terms of positioning and units on the board.
Yeah, for sure. People used to clump a lot harder than they currently do. People spread really hard when playing aggro in particular due to like oil and fire and stuff like that being so impactful.
I like to see that. That is, part of real world military doctrine is don't climb up. There might be a nuke someday. Human
like
Detritus.
Solid doctrine.
Yes. Human Detritus wins Rookie Group 2. You've got Rookie Group 1 went to Dorm. And Intermediate Group 1, congratulations to Marchie, who beats Fedez in the final. Nicely done. That's a tough opponent. So well done to Marchie. Cool. Thank you very much for joining me today, Time. I'm looking forward to casting with you again tomorrow and then the following weekend. So appreciate you making the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on to let me practice casting.
Yeah, no.
I mean, how else am I going to get practice casting in a duo?
Right? And who better to cast with than the one you're going to be duoing with, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Do appreciate you joining.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on, and hope you enjoyed the commentary chat.
Yeah, they really did. They really did. So much appreciated to have you here.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me on once again. I'll get out of your hair. Hope you have a good rest of your stream, Amaroq. See you later.
Thank you very much. Cheers. All right. Now the question is, chat, do we just grind this out? I mean, when did we start? When did we start this stream? We started the stream at about 4:40 in the morning. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, so we've only been going 11 hours. Do we just carry through the next 2.5 hours, play some games on ladder, and call it good? Sure, let's do it. Man, I should have kept Time for Miracle on. So, Kate, do you mind doing a little coaching? No, it's not what he signed up for. Actually, Toast, I was gonna say, someday, you had mentioned you were stuck at around 1,000 MMR or so. I was thinking I would love to do a little bit of coaching there. If that's something you'd love to do, if you'd like to do some coaching online, certainly thrown enough into the channel to be worth the appreciation moment there. Time says, if you see Typhoon, take Typhoon. And Apuchi says, I can make Arclight Sledgehammer Typhoon Specialist work if I just sell all the Arclights and Sledgehammers. So, let's see what we go. Let's see what we get with this one. I remember this avatar, but I don't remember the player there. I don't remember anything about them. Also, what's our record for the day? I think we have a record somewhere. Oh, right. This is the... We have been doing much better in any game that is not on ladder, essentially. What did I just type? Vexulu. There we go. Channel point prediction is up. Let's Vexulu is a Fire Badger specialist. We're a Typhoon specialist. And I think we're going to just take the pair of crawlers. We're going with the Apuchi tried and tested. When does the MMR become a grind? That's a good question. I'd say I am still legit enjoying the game, my friend. Like, it just hasn't become a grind for me. There was a period, maybe, where it was. Slow Cooker Stew, welcome! Hello, hello, how you been, my friend? First time in chat, I didn't know that. Slow Cooker Stew is a fellow streamer. You are in Australia, is that right? Yep. We have jumped into Slow Cooker Stew's streams a couple of times. I think lately I have been ending earlier and not, therefore you haven't been on or such. But it says, giving some love to all the streamers today. Well, thank you. I appreciate you being here. And I did need to give shout-outs to, I think it's Black Paper Plane and Magic 584. Thanks for the final follows during the finals of that match. You've been working a lot, yeah. And, see it? Oh, and a follow from Slow Cooker Stew. There we go. Oh, it's small games at this point. Yeah, I mean, I've run... I mean, I think it's slightly tuned, highly tuned, if that makes sense. Ooh, we're going to take you. The reason I'm taking the level 2 Fangs is just to cover the air flank possibilities. Thank you. Appreciate it. I've basically been streaming consistently 160 plus hours a month for a year to get to this point, closing in on partner, which I'm really excited about. That's of course getting an average of 75 viewers a stream for 2 months in a row is the mark that I need, and that 75% has to, or 75 viewers has to be a non. How do you describe it? Not raid viewers.
we are getting missiled out there. And here. But kind of love the pull there. You got raided by Grubby twice. That's amazing. I had a lot of fun. I ran into Grubby twice on ladder, and beat him once, lost once, and he raided me the following. I think it was the following day or the day after. But yes, he's been absolutely good about not just raiding his folks, but raiding out to other Mechabellum streamers. And that just, I think, speaks a lot about him as a person, you know? Like, he didn't have to do that for you, he didn't have to do that for me. It says a lot about who he is, you know? I'm going to support the folks that have been supporting this game that I'm loving, you know? That's really a nice element. We invited him. Oh my god, you had 3 viewers. Oh my god. Absolute legend indeed. Now, he actually said when he and I played, he was like, I won't actually stream somebody I haven't watched. So, dude, that actually does mean he watched you before streaming you. So, assuming that... assuming what he tells me is the truth, I have no reason to doubt him. Are we casting Triple Threat Tricksters now? Actually, no, Illuminati. We had our Triple Threat Tricksters prior to tourney today, so no Triple Threat Tricksters today. Or not on stream, anyways. Well, thank you, Slow Cooker Stew. I am most likely on. I'm most likely off when you are done streaming, sir, because I'm California time, so your morning and my evening, I think, dovetail. Like, I notice I can raid you instead of the other way around. It's just generally how I think of that. But it's nice to have you in chat, man. Nice to see you. Of course, if you are new to the channel for any reason, we are the official host channel for tomorrow's Mechabellum Launch Clash Tournament, cash prize tourney, with a $1,000 cash prize on the line. We've got 32... you'll get up at midnight and send them to me one time. I love it. You would be absolute legend for that, sir. But no, please don't. You don't have to. When I rage to you, Stu, I'm just hoping that the audience goes around the world, right? That we just keep a lot of times it'll be somebody from the East Coast, or from the East had raided into Finland, had raided into UK, had raided into East Coast of US, had raided to me. I just want to raid it to you and have it get back around to Finland. So as long as you're raiding out to Rat, Surrey, Easy, or somebody, that'd be fun. Exactly. Let's just keep the audience around the world. It's great. It's the plan. So yeah, this is a Launch Clash tournament tomorrow, $1,000 cash prize. We have 32 of the best Mechabellum players in the world lined up. That will be cast here on this channel, as well as on the Mechabellum Steam channel. We've got a couple of guest broadcasters. You've just heard one of them in good fellow Time for Miracle there. So much appreciated for having him around. How do we want to do this? What if we just go bang bang like that? Dose says, I think it happened one time that I fell asleep watching a stream and got passed around in so many raids that I woke up shortly before I was packed back to where I had originally come from. See, that is exactly what we're going for. Alright, let's have some speed as well. go Typhoons. Are we gonna win this one? We get that tower just in time. Now we're gonna get some levels into the Typhoons, I hope. That is the goal. We really need them. That one's leveled. This one is close. Come on, get your level before you die. Come on, baby. There you go. Lots of Typhoon levels, and now Vexulu's in trouble. And we'll add Phoenix, I think. You two. I want you as well. I want you out here. We need to sell. Is it this one? Who did the least? You did 20,000? Woof. Oh, we'll sell you. Will be range and speed, I think. Oh my goodness. Bearlike is covering the tournament and registering on the forum. I love it. That is huge. Yes, win big. So Yes, win big is organizing and putting together the Mechabellum Advanced Group 1 tournament. I think we got the shout out from Time for Miracle as to where that's going. That's the tournament that Time and I will be co-casting starting on Saturday, a week from today. So he'll even make badges and maps and in-game features if we need them. Ooh, that is amazing. He got so emotional, it was quite touching. Said he really believes that the competitive players are the heart of the scene. See, now I know he knows that, you know, we all want it to succeed. We all want the game to succeed. And whether that is supporting the competitive scene or, you know, getting the game going. Like, you guys all, whether it's you, me, or any of the players, we just all want to see this game succeed. And I mean, I am pumped to have seen the release this week, last week, and to see the Mechabellum Launch Clash tournament come to fruition here. I'm honored beyond belief that he asked me to cast it, and you know, to be reached out to by Paradox too, intentionally with the idea like, hey, please cast this. Please help to organize that tournament. I mean, the whole thing was just amazing. I would love for you to just pull a whole bunch of folks out this way. Do you mind? Now, what are we adding that he does not answer right now? The tarantulas are ground-based. I mean, is it... Well, we level you. Is it Foon and Phoenix? Can I do... Wait, 450, that's 750, 850? I just pick up another level 2 of each of them. And have defense enhancement? Or no, just speed, right? Well, let's go, team. Go get him. Starting to worry about my flanks a little bit. But we're evens here at 2400. He really is. He's a real sweet guy. And just to think about how much he has done. Hello, Lady Winbig. Thank you so much for everything you've done. I finally saw some of the stuff that you've been doing with Yes Winbig. You guys have put in a ton of work, so thank you very much. Wolf Factory says, wait, I'm a bit upset that you can just hard force this build and win. It's definitely a balance problem, for sure. We probably wanted all of that. And it's lone range speed. One more of you. Go get him. And I'm imagining you as well. From the outside. I'm going to pull you all the way back to the back corner. And let this come up this direction. We want to make sure these guys don't go anywhere. But we'll let them come up out of the way. Alright, bops the bubble with Ion Beam. That did well. See? He's not... We're not just gonna push the button and win. Well, maybe we are. Yes, we are. Never mind. It's a raid! And that is from Play Macabellum. Now, wait a minute. We were just talking about you, Bear-like. We were just talking about... Like, literally, scroll back up chat. Scroll back up chat here. And, yes, when Big was talking about you, Toast94 says Bear-like is adorbs. And, yeah, that is... You guys... I hope you all have had a fun stream over there. Thank you for giving the shout out to Play Macabellum. Of course, Play Macabellum, the official channel of Bear-like and the game. And of course, if you are just joining us from that, I'd love to add you folks to those that are in the know. We have our... You also enjoyed catching the end of the Worm Overlord game from Bear-like, yes. A shout out to Bear-like. So, for you guys that don't know, Bear-like has been working on this game for 6 years. This is a vision that the man has made come into reality, and as a former game developer myself, it is an amazing amount of work, an amazing amount of effort, and then to get this game this well balanced, and to have the patience to not push it to production before it was ready, I think is the other element there, because a lot of times you'll wind up in development pressure. You'll wind up in a whole bunch of financial constraints, etc. So he's really managed things very nicely to get this game to where it is. Early access, I think, made that possible. Paradox Arc have done a lot to support the game. So, but obviously it all starts with a vision and leadership, and that comes out of Bear-like. So much appreciated. And of course, we're all under NDA. Bear-like is the source of the NDA, and that's where he's... Oh goodness, Vexulu was not happy. Aw, Bear-like, I really respect what you've done, and we've talked a little bit offline, but yeah, you've done amazing work. All right, so we did upset Vexulu. I'm sorry that you are vexed, sir. But, we ran the aggro comp that we wanted to run. You are so welcome, Bear-like. Much appreciate it. And thank you very much for the raid, my friend. What does that put us at here? We are on plus 19. Puts us at -1 for the day. So 3 wins, 4 losses, -19, 1 win. Pure Vape says, as a new player, it's pretty amazing, but the tutorial feels wildly outdated. I'm actually think you're spot on, Pure Vapes. I do think there's some work that needs to be done there, and I'm thinking a lot of us from the the community needs to just sit down and make those builds. This, if you don't know, this will be one of the Triple Threat Tricksters games. The Triple Threat Tricksters tournaments are run on Saturdays as well. And Chemtrails, Serpar, Illuminati, The Conclusion, that'll be the 2v2 game there. So spectate those. They are a crazy set of games with aggro as the foundation. So you really want to... you're rewarded for flanking and getting towers in a way that is unique in that tournament. So that game would be a lot of fun to spectate if you're in the game right now. And since we've just had the big raid, let's snooze ads for a couple of games here. Very least, we'll be deep into the next game before we get one. We have a Willibald. And channel point predictions are up. Where did Triple Threat Tricksters originate? So that is the brainchild of Coding Firefly, who is Codifly. Cody is another game developer who's not at all affiliated with Paradox Arc, not affiliated with Game River, not affiliated with Bear Lake in any way. Does his own games over in his own Croatian studio that has made a couple of famous titles. Ooh, we could Typhoon Ball Crawl. That's my favorite here. But he loves to play all sorts of crazy, tricksy, whatever. And we should send a good luck, have fun here. I do want, if I were to get the one thing I wanted, it's greetings would change to good luck, have fun, or I'd have the option to send a good luck, have fun there. But what's the name of that one? You guys saw Rooster playing it for a while. What's this? Of course, I'm gonna completely forget to. Okay, so it's from Crow Team is the studio he's on, and Crow Team are the authors of the Talus Principle. So he was working on the Talus Principle 2 this year. Had a very successful launch. I think they've been certainly earned their keep there. Put their long hours in for sure. And if you guys don't know, game dev is very much a young man's game. It's a lot of long hours go into it. So thank you for the follows to 3Drew and how do I say this one? White Jagger. So anyways, Cody loves the trickiness, the element of hitting towers, etc. Oh, look at this. Look at this pull. Look at that pull. Oh, it's if we only had some chaff clear. My kingdom for my... Oh wait, I'm gonna have typhoons. It's gonna be great. So, at any rate, Cody loves the whole trickiness of hitting flanks and towers and all of that. So he came up with this really obscure scoring system and this bizarre tournament format that runs something like... how does it work? It's like a... There's a TFT comp that was super... oh, it was a... Oh, okay. It was a TFT competition that was super broken in TFT. That's cool. I did not know that. Thank you, Cheeses H. Crust. Much appreciated. Love the name there. What do we want? We're going to do our kind of standard thing here. Basically what we did to Vex... that vexed him so much. We have the fangs to ensure that there's no losing. As he said, playing not to lose by covering the flanks. I guess you can think of it that way. Sure. And we're just going to add our... Just going to put our crawlers right up on the line. And... going to unlock you. We still don't have the chaff clear. We're just going to preemptively take attack enhancement. Maybe I should have saved that for next round, because we don't actually want attack enhancement until we see the fact that that we don't have the unit drop next round. And my crawler positioning actually drew the tarantulas back out, so this round's going to go pretty poorly. And opponent took the level 3 fangs as well. Our level 3 fangs arrive way too late here to be useful, so we're losing that one. At any rate, the idea behind the triple threat tricksters is the percentage of tower takes that you achieve versus the tower takes that were possible, and the percentage of units that are on your flank versus the percentage of units that was on your board determines your overall score. So I thought that was a fabulous wrinkle. What is the camera setting? Welcome first time chatter, Wide Jagger. Camera setting, I'll show you when we start the next round. It's up here in the top right corner. I actually kind of wish it were available during this deployment setting so I could show you guys, but also so that I could what do we want to do? Also so that I could change it from match to match. Sometimes I do change to a different setting. I'm going to come from here. And we've now got the chaff clear. All right. Yes, I love that. And in particular, okay, so it's this one here, automatic camera. There's 3 choices. Manual is what most people are used to, where they're mousing around. It's the default. Automatic camera and aerial camera is essentially, instead of manual camera allows you to mouse the camera coordinates, aerial camera is basically wherever you are, the camera becomes fixed, and now you are able to rotate the camera here, right? So my camera XY is fixed, but I'm zooming around there. I don't want that. I want... Oh no! I wanted the click there. So yeah, I actually found it really frustrating when I was watching some of the streamers when I first started, because they would mouse away from the part of the match that I thought was interesting. And I'd get a little frustrated with that sometimes. Hey, that was... I wasn't... You might not be watching that part of the map, but I was watching that part of the map. So, alright, we have bubbles, we have range. What else do we want here? I think what I'm doing in this comp is just going too slow. We're not getting enough Typhoons out. When you compare this to the build that we were just rocking the board, we take barrier instead of homing missiles, so we don't get the levels. We've only got 2 Typhoons on round 4 instead of 3 Typhoons on round 3. I'm just not being aggro enough with it. Oh, not committing to it enough. On the other hand, as soon as we get the commitment, it's going to be pretty solid. That's doing all right. These guys get pulled aside. I need them more straight up the middle, so I need steel balls here and here. I think that's GG. I think we've lost this one. So you can't just slap them down. You actually have to have the positioning and timings in the right spots. We'll get ourselves back on the camera that you liked. Have another sip of coffee. Strategize if I get another round. Don't think I do. Oh, we do. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, now we have more. All right. We're still not taking a loan. We might be on 550 hit points, but we're ready to go here. We got this from here.
the bubbles stop the steel balls from running out into all the things that might kill them, which is good for us. We get tower with missiles. That was the perfect positioning on the Typhoon. So this guy went straight in and its missiles took out that tower. During the tower debuff, we go to town on the rest of things. Now we've got the tower over here. And all of a sudden, it looked like we were in trouble. All of a sudden, it looks like Willibald is in trouble. What would our trouble be here? What would give us problems? So he should Rhino right up front, right? We missile that out. No, we don't missile that out. We just, no, he can't do that. Interesting. I think we'll try a Sandworm. A back corner Sandworm, you all get levels. You all get levels. It's going to put us here. Llama Prop says, rock and roll. Let's go. I actually want you here so that we get this tower. That's the one we missed last turn because we got pulled out this direction because we had pulled. So, maybe we just let you no longer pull over here. You're going to pull, but that's all right out here. Opponent took the worms. The worms will come out and get pinned on the surface by the crawlers. That is the whole idea here. You might have added worms, but they don't go down. They go down really, really quickly, right? And we still have steel balls in underneath the bubbles. Our worm does eventually go down out there on the flank, but by then it has done so much pull work that we're stomping opponent. And thank you for the sub 11 months of Vamo Dale from Yatsune Hiko. Thank you, my friend. Well, things look grim for Willibald. We need... Whoops. I wanted the underground threat, but that's okay. I think that's fine. Will be you two. Here and here. And you get another level. We'll add you also. Do you guys all get in on things? They pretty much do. Opponent doesn't have the chaff clear. Let's give them another problem, shall we? No problem. The sass, exactly. We still haven't loaned. Whoops. Opponent, of course, has been loaning for a while. And has gone with a flank sandworm back there. Needs something. I guess he redeploys, right? And took some steel balls of his own. His steel balls do not have range, and we'll lose out to ours when we get in on tower here. Tower goes down, we get to destroy other things. We've even... Oh, our replicate drill crawlers took care of that flank back there. And that, I think, is GG. There is a comeback. Like, yes, the crawlers ate the worm. You're supposed to do that with acid, but apparently we did it with drill. That was fun. And no GG from Willibald. I can imagine being a little not so chuffed at this. So you did the a typhoon bird boat build yourself, and it's just absolutely brain dead easy. Please nerf. Well, I mean, Bearlike might be listening. You might get your wish. He did say on his stream, according to rumors, did say on his stream that that might be getting a nerf. They might both be getting the nerf bat. We will now take advantage of the break to run an ad real quick. I'm going to refill water. We have broken back above break even for the day. That gets us to 4-4. America's tournament coming up in just under 2 hours. And of course, we'll be here through the end of that. We've reached 4-4 with a -5 MMR and a 2-game win streak. Your 1800 opponent thought Crawler Typhoon was good. See? Crawler Typhoon, it's a thing, right? But it takes positioning correctly. It takes timing. Yeah, we'll be back in a moment, and we'll run the next one. Alright, so we are back to queue up for the next one. Thanks for those of you that watch ads. Appreciate you guys. And thanks to Toast for making sure that so few of you do watch ads. Always appreciate you. Appreciate Just Nash XYZ. Early crawler gets the worm? Yes. Alright, let's go. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Preferably not against Sacco, Prince Boji, Zemp, or Apuchi. I'm not ready. We will face Jack. Okay. I don't think we have faced a Jack before. No Typhoon Specialist. Dun dun dun. We're gonna have to do this the hard way, folks. Channel point prediction is up. I think we'll try the positionings for it with Fire Badger. Now, what we don't know is if Jack saw a Typhoon Specialist. If he did, he didn't take it. He opted for this instead. They do say you don't know Jack. It's true. I don't know Jack.
Fun fact: when I was a kid, Jack used to be my favorite fictitious name. So any game I was playing or whatever, I would be either well, usually I'd be a Jack. I think it might have come from reading Jack London, like we were talking about earlier, the origin of the wolf here. But I just had this whole like, oh, if only my name was Jack, perhaps. All right, opponent has 3 packs of crawlers. We're absolutely DOA if we don't take a shaft clear, but maybe we just allow ourselves to be DOA on round one. Come in with the Fire Badgers on round 2 and let it go. Did the devs change how matching for streamers works? Yes, they put 4 times as many people on at this hour of night by releasing the game to public release. It's been terrible. They made the queue times shorter. I mean, that's been awful too. Oh, hey, look at this flying. Illegal. Illegal. I agree. Illegal. No, that's a good play. How did you needed me? You were in 1 minute queue already, and I searched for an opponent in 30 seconds with only a 100 MMR difference. How far off were you from me? I mean, this guy was. Did we level a steel ball? That is the thing I'm curious about. We did. Look at that. Love it. Oh my gosh. Bearlike loves me. Bearlike hates Jack, though. Bearlike was really upset at Jack for running the round 1. Running the round 1 wasps. You do have a jump drive. You could show up somewhere else. Will you? I don't think so. If you do, you'll be alright. Now, part of the reason those last 2 games have looked easy is because we've had the Fangs behind tower from the drop. So we're going to go ahead and take that. Yeah, so you're at 1660, so we're about 100 apart. So Jack may have just have been in the queue longer than you have. Oh, I guessed right. I guessed correctly that he was jump driving them. Guessed wrong where he was putting them. And so, Jack gets the wasp flank to tower. Sag. Very sag. Oh. On the other hand, if he's committing into the wasps, I don't think it's going to work very well. One of the key things he does with this, the jump drive wasps are fast. So he's 21 meters per second instead of 16 meters per second. That actually changes the timings, made sure he got that tower a little bit quicker. Yeah, Jack is playing well. Also illegal. Rule number 1, make streamer look good. Not following rule number 1. I'm basically just respecting where he is. Obviously, he can jump drive away, but he pays the summoning cost again, which is fine. I think we're going to save that. We have quick teleport. Yeah. It's doing good putting the tempo on. Does jump drive away, went replicate crawler. With the call-in, that's actually really solid for him. We don't have good answers there. We've got lots of crawlers, but of course he's just going to be replicating out more and more and more of them out of that middle. So our crawlers keep turning into his crawlers, and his crawlers do not turn back into our crawlers. Most unfortunate. A round win for Jack, and another 1,000 hit points, maybe even more than that. We're at 30-40. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to be more than that. We'll be down under 2,000 by the end of this round, I think. Actually, we finish off most of the wasps. Maybe it won't be as bad as I thought it was going to be. 22,000 exact. Okay, perfect. Do I want additional deployment slot? Possibly. Possibly I do. Well, you know what I would like to do? I would like to ensure that the crawlers stop arriving, please. No more crawlers. Crawler denial is my game. We need a couple more techs here. We need more crawlers ourselves. He's jump driving around. We're just ignoring the wasps right now. And he picks up a scorpion. We're going to need a crawler-ish pack here, I think. Although maybe our missiles lock it right off the bat. That's not going to be enough, is it? Oh, you get two different things locked. That'll be another good 1,000 hit points, right? Maybe not. Please kill these before they replicate through you. It'd also be very nice to get the tower there. It's okay. This is much closer to acceptable. Scorpion. Alright, we are down to what? 1332? Oh, couldn't. He just jump drives them over here, right? Maybe not. Maybe he keeps them on this side. Sure. Now he keeps them on this side because we're not showing to a level 2 Typhoon over there, right? Crank up the damage a little bit. If I'm him, I might actually jump drive onto a flank and hit one of these. Orbital with a flank wasp. Okay, so he goes for the 4-unit flank. Instead, we're orbitaling the wrong spot. Why does Rhino Spec give round 4 and everything else gives on round 2? That's a good question. Actually, the way that works is the unit drops on round 2 are units that cost 200. So a what do you call them? The level 3 marksman, the level 1 Sabretooth, the level 1 Fire Badger, those all cost 200 apiece. The units that drop on round 3 cost 300, that'll be the Typhoon and the Farseer. And then the Rhino, it used to be that it was too tough to counter. There just weren't answers to it, so it got dropped all the way down to round 4. I do believe it should be brought up to round 3 to be consistent, because it's a level 2 Rhino with 300 hit points. So, there we go. All the upgrades. You can have this bubbles. You guys can have levels, I think. And how does this work? This works, right? I think that works for us. They're chasing, that's the idea. Now they get stopped chasing. Yeah, look at that, that was perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to do. So mobile beacon in defense here. So you guys have heard of distraction crawler. This guy just distracted enemy crawlers out that direction. It's even taken an enemy wasp with it. And that has let lots of other good things happen on the rest of the board. Unfortunately, it looks like it might not be enough. We're going to take care of all the wasps. He's got 1100 left, so we're going to be on... Yeeps. Yep, 232 hit points. Time to go. Never mind, Typhoons still just win. Well, time to find out if that's true. I think we just let that fly. See how it goes. He's got the call-in up the middle. Which I'm glad we don't have crawlers to replicate on there. You think the play was to sell out of the balls instead of attacking them? It's possible. We'll see how it goes here. I'm worried about this, though. I'm very worried about that. But here is the level 3 armored rhinos that we have answered with the steel balls, so But I think you're right. I think our problem here is that we're not in the air. We should have Phoenix. We should have we should have something up there. Right, we got wrecked. We got wrecked. Yeah, I think the idea there was that he was placing them here. They were supposed to tank the Typhoon, the level 3 Typhoon, and this level 2 Typhoon. We just had the steel balls in the middle. That was a new add this round. He didn't know that that was there. So I think that was the idea there. But it still did enough in terms of... when the replicate crawlers, I think, was the key play for him. We never answered it well. And he got it. Very nice. And Declano, is that you, man? That was you, isn't it? Jack, well played, man. That was solid. Felt like I mean, I've been running the Typhoon ball aggro for a while, and it feels like Typhoon is really overtuned right now. It feels really good. You just shut it down, man. Good job with the Wasps to deny me some early tempo, and then you get me under tempo pressure, where a lot of the other games that I play with this, I'll come to, 500 hit points or so and just turn it around, and it's just off to the races from there. But, yeah, welcome in, man. Nicely played. The jumping down into the flank, I think, was really good for you, and then also the replicate on the crawler was really good, especially that round that you pulled it. It was really nice. So yes, armor plus power armor plus boom equals an unstoppable nuke, Rhino. And yeah, anti-aggro early flanks are really key, right? Like you'll see somebody comes out super unbalanced asymmetrical aggro, and hitting actually their near side can be really powerful, because you come hit the back side and come up the back. I'd been having luck. In fact, if you scroll back up, Woof Factory is sitting there going, never mind, Typhoons still just win, they're way overtuned. But not here. Also, you guys can wager channel points on folks. Congrats to the person who wagered at 100-to-1 odds and got the win for backing Jack. So congrats to that person, whoever it was. Well played. Ooh, Fire Badger. Right, switching back into ranged Fire Badger. I actually forgot I had the Fire Badger on the bar with the crawlers. That actually would have been really clever. Ms. Diana says, I couldn't turn those odds down. Yep. Looking at your board, though, the other thing that you did... So, here's the thing. I've talked about this build a couple of times, right? And one of the keys to it is the chaff arrival ensures that the scorpions never get locks. And two of the things that Jack did, one of them is the scorpions are further forward than most people put them. Most people have them further back. And he's just gone with, I'm going to have insta-lock. I'm going to make sure that the first shot of scorpion hits the shield, not the crawlers. So for folks that put their scorpion further back, the crawler runs out of the shield bubble, the scorpion hits the crawler. By then, the next crawler has arrived. And then the second thing is, he's left these two. They have no chance of winning this just no chance of winning this flank, right? The zero shot at it. But what they do is pull the chaff timing apart, so nothing's arriving when it should be, and that lets the scorpions get locks on the steel balls and the typhoons before the rest of the army shows up. And he says, yeah, or any air. Bad habit to not get AA. I mean, boat flip would have hurt. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right that selling out of the steel balls was the key decision there, Woof. So, yeah, there's just nothing on the board here that's anti-air other than the wasps, right? And that's actually one thing you could do, Jack. If you wanted, you could have gone to the, you could go with AA on your wasps, and then you've got that pivot available to you. you go ahead and drop back to a deeper wasp position and use them as AA wasps. A lot of the high-level players are using AA wasp as one of their defenses against other wasps. And Declano, thank you very much. First time sub. Much appreciated. Thank you. Using the Prime sub there. And really appreciate it, man. Have a good one. It was really fun playing with you. I hope to run into you again because I suspect your MMR will be climbing if you play it that well. Nicely done, sir. Persithus, a first-time chatter, says boat flip was greedy because it's so expensive, but it's not. It's really, like, if I was selling out of the boats by that round 5, round 6, round 7, it would have been fine. So, all right. What did we lost something for this? What did we lose? Okay, first off, tournament is in 1 hour 20 minutes. My job is to turn on the oven. Jack cost us 24 MMR with the nice upset win. So, well played, sir. And what does that put us on? 4 and 5 minus 29, 1 loss. And we're up against Psycho Gamer. Channel point predictions are up for this one. We'll take the speed. Well, I mean, have you looked at the price for replay reviews? I was going to plan on just grinding, but I mean, I am happy to sit down and cast a replay if you have a good one. I had just noticed that my you've been here a long time. You've got all the points in the world. Sure, might be more interesting than running one more Typhoon aggro. Opponent is Fortified Specialist, not Typhoon anything, so we're gonna have the ability to keep running our Typhoon ball comp. I wonder, do I just want... No, I haven't actually played with that one as a positioning. Let's try it. I know, Mr. Krieger. What I had been noticing was that viewership dropped when I start playing replays, especially when it's like people are like, "Oh, he's doing replays. Let me do 2 or 3 in a row," and it's like 20 odd people drop off the channel. It's like, okay, so look out, big spender here, and I presume that one is in replays. I can go grab it. So I wanted to at least change the economy there. So, oh my god, I have so many messages from people. Okay, what is going on back here? Let's go find... Yeah, because it's all the people I would normally have chatted to. Yeah, okay, just make sure that one's up in the replays. Perfect. And I can download it before now. Miss Diana went for that. I suggested 30k cost because I have 30k. I'm going to need to win some more bets. Yeah, I thought about it and I decided you were right. And I'm thinking about doing a separate price for 2v2 and 4-player free-for-all. Because, don't tell him, but I know Zalex hangs out a lot. Just collects all those channel points for watching. I'll throw down all these 4-player free-for-all matches that I have to redeem. Streamer fights with mods. Improved sledge? Improved sledge. No. Assault vault. No. Just no. Alright, opponent is we're going to be here. We're going to be here. And we're going to be here, right? We're here. That's why I want this a little further over. But I actually kind of like it pointed at the... Okay, you're just going to extend the street. See. We have the pull, we just get that tower. And then, oh, by the way, crawlers will come get this tower before the tarantula gets to them. And now we're trying to chase the entire army down from behind. Yeah, okay. You can do your little tarantula-ing. I see you. Now, I suspect we're going to see spider mines in the headbutt scenario.